don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I can roast, I can gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness. A reflection of the emptiness, hilarious. You think you're worth my time, you're delirious, mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior, inferior. You know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead of say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go. Make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off and knowing I gotta make it. I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, got my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages of vacant. Modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Yeah, hello. How is everybody doing this evening? My name is Justin. Justin, you still hear me, right? Yeah, so welcome to the Square Edge. I'm your host. We've got just a show screen put together for the night, that's all. It's that time again, folks. Anyone that's seen me in the past knows that I've got a passion for loving to react, break down, commentate on body cams and the stuff that contain in them. The first body cam we have tonight is going to be a video. I'm going to give a shout out. It was provided by Lackluster. He said before he doesn't. He's one of those channels that doesn't mind if you use some of his stuff, just as long as you make sure to give him a shout out. You know, content first. That's what. I'm gonna do that. Let's see, can I fix this? Crap. Oh, crap. I'm gonna watch something also that illustrates talks about the Epstein case. You don't need names. See, people think that if the police tell you, we're doing an active investigation, there's a common misconception lately that that means you got to comply with showing your ID. Now, some states, I believe, they do have like stop and ID laws, which is essentially you getting stopped and saying papers, please. Where'd that come from and originate? It's Germany. Yeah, but you get the idea. So, uh, thing that applies to you where you are at, because very well you might be one of these authoritarian states where you have to provide. But for the most part, in a lot of states, if the police are in an investigation, especially if I'm in my own domicile, there's no warrant for my arrest, I'm not on probation, they have no extra authority over me past what the Constitution prescribes. Then I have no need to ID myself, even if they say, well, we got a call about you was in something. All I have to say is nothing at all. I can stay completely silent. I could tell them no. What actually occurred was I was smoking and they had their music loud, and I'd asked them to turn it down. They threatened me, and I told them, back off. And I went inside my house and left it be. You know, I don't even have to provide that information if I want to, but providing that then doesn't give them the ability. Will give us your ID. No, now, if I were to say, yeah, that's what happened or something, well, then now I've just kind of opened up that I was involved in something like they got. I dispute it, which is what this guy does you're about to watch, which he didn't have to do. And here's the thing, if he had talked to them versus, I guarantee you they would have crossed into this domain if he decided to. I mean, they really, really don't like it when you use your rights for some reason. Not all cops do, not all. But there's a culture of them that don't really stand here for it. That's just fine. It's not just mine, it's actually a lot of people's opinion. And practically right on YouTube channel to document and cover the stuff because it happens so often, so rampant. There's a market for YouTube channels. Well, that's all. Video. How's everybody doing tonight? Seems to be a quiet night. Not a lot of people in chat. That's okay. Maybe I just need to start streaming at a different time. Who knows? I may just get up out of streaming. I mean, there's been so much like drama and bad threats and or make you feel like half of the time now, more than not. It's just about relation. Like you got that's another issue with this culture that we have on YouTube is you get one channel or a couple or a network that work together and still make stuff on you or like go on and you gotta respond if you don't do it. I mean, you have people that make the argument of doing that is okay, and others say doing that's not okay. Just stay silent, especially if it's for nonsense. But then there are also people that argue staying silent can be seen in today's day. I mean, just never know. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. 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 Gonna buy a new one when I get Taser soon, so it doesn't have to worry about it too much longer. I gotta buy it. And I mean, watch it not fix the issue. Watch that the issue still not be fixed. I'll get that. Testing, 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 testing. There for now. If it messes up, oh well. Let's get into this video. Let's get into the video. Second. One second. Now, I'm gonna be doing a little bit of what you call it. Physical exercise. I'm gonna be walking around here a little bit. So I probably will wonder my my laptop's probably connecting this microphone to both of them. Yeah, it was switching the microphone back and forth between the computer and that's why it was probably messing up. At least I hope so, because it did pretty good the other night, and it does well when I'm on the computer. It's just whenever I'm on the phone, which I am on the phone for. I was going to continue this playlist, the videos that I picked out for the stream. But I'm done. So, Brownie.
He said, stay here. When I get back, you better be waiting for me.
Okay. You ever ID with?
No,
No.
Okay. Mind if I get your name?
no. I didn't break no law.
Close the door. You're not! Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Just after midnight, on the morning of July 4th, Ryan stepped outside to smoke. While outside, a neighbor was leaving, with the music in his vehicle turned up to the max. Ryan motioned with his hand for him to lower the volume, as his girlfriend Melissa was inside trying to sleep. The neighbor began arguing with him, and is alleged to have threatened to beat Ryan's ass when he returned. 5 minutes later, the man returned, but Ryan was already inside. Not long after that, 4 uniformed members of the Altoona Police Department arrived at the home and knocked at the door.
Altoona Police.
Yeah. Hello.
Is Anthony here?
Anthony? There's no Anthony here.
What was they said that there was a male here.
Okay, his name's not Anthony.
Okay, what was the confrontation that happened?
He went downstairs to smoke a cigarette and told the neighbor to keep his music down because I was trying to sleep. I have to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning for work. So he simply asked, can you please keep your music down of the car, because he blasts the music at all hours of the day and night.
He said he just kicked my ass.
And then he said, stay here. When I get back, you better be waiting for me.
When law enforcement pays an unexpected visit to your home, the most important thing to remember is that if they have any authority to enter, they will. Voluntarily answering the door is a coin flip as to how the remainder of your evening will turn out. Though they cannot lawfully enter your home absent your consent, exigent circumstances, or a warrant, many cops incorrectly believe they have the authority to step into your threshold to prevent you from closing your door. Even worse is that some think they can enter just because you've opened it. Fortunately, Melissa has kept the door chain secured and is recording the encounter on 3 devices. However, when Ryan is called to the door, the chain is unsecured, leaving the couple vulnerable.
So I stood out there and smoked my cigarette.
Okay. You come out here and talk to me, or at least come to the door and talk with me?
Talk to you?
Yeah.
What would you like to know?
Well,
That chick wasn't even there. They just weren't
The
pictures.
chick, yeah, the chick wasn't even here.
So that's hearsay.
Okay.
That's hearsay. So,
So nothing physical happened between
no,
you guys?
no. He told me he kicked my ass. And I'll show
I
you.
heard
Look,
it.
we have a door cam. You want to come in? No, you don't come in. I'll come out and I'll show you every single door cam.
Do you have it recorded?
What do you mean?
No.
Doorbells record.
Not the incident that happened.
Okay, so my understanding is this
We
happened
get them at all.
outside, not
Yeah.
Here.
Right.
Outside.
It's not on
And
the
he was
doorbell
leaving with
cam.
his kid to go get his old lady like they do every night.
Mhm.
But they blast the music at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
I work at 5. She works at 5. And as much as they say, I don't live here. I have my own address. So I'm allowed to be here 3 days a month. We already cleared that up.
That's
So,
civil stuff.
Is there a sergeant here? Sergeant, someone in charge?
So
Can I get somebody in charge?
I'm in charge of this incident right now.
No, I mean like
Above you.
above you.
You don't have a
Yes, I do.
white shirt.
The way that they treated us last night, yes, I need to talk to make a complaint.
They've been here 3
Okay,
times now.
If you want to make a complaint, you can come down station to give you some paperwork and fill out a
You
complaint.
can do it now and you can
We're
write it down.
handling-
That's the
We're
law.
handling this right now.
Understand
and no,
that.
it's not. Listen,
It's not.
I don't have anything to do with whoever was here before. I'm here now for this incident
Okay.
that occurred a few
And,
minutes ago.
and nothing happened.
Nothing happened, so.
She wasn't here, so they just said they were gonna whoop my ass and this and that.
Okay, so we do have a harassment issue between you guys.
Yeah, he said he was gonna kick my ass.
Okay.
And I said I would stay here. And I smoked my cigarette.
Okay.
And that's all I did. He parked in here. I was coming back from the store up this way. He didn't pull in. His old lady jumped out and called the cops. That's what they do.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you?
No,
No.
Okay. Mind if I get your name?
no. I didn't break no law.
With that sigh, the last remaining traces of
There goes the
humanity
sigh.
field training
The
officer
sigh, oh my God, he's using this
I
right.
don't care if
Doesn't
you
matter.
investigate.
This is an official police.
Then
officer.
investigate. There's no
I need to
crime.
have your name.
No, you
No.
don't.
No, you
No,
don't.
no crime committed. We'll close the door.
You're not fucking kidding me?
As the couple ends this consensual
And there it goes.
conversation, they close their door. Field training officer Glass slams the door open, sending Melissa flying backward about 5 feet, pushing Melissa back further by her neck to get to Ryan, throwing him to his back. Ryan curls up into the fetal position with his hands up and open above his head as cowardly Officer Glass rains down punches on the obviously surrendering man.
The door.
You're not. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Close the door.
You're not. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Close the door.
You're not. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? You have no reason to come in here.
Slam slamming the front door open and attacking the occupants not only amounts to an unlawful entry, but also constitutes excessive force under Graham v. Connor, which requires that force be objectively reasonable under the circumstances. Ryan and Melissa were not lawfully required to ID, as there was no crime to begin with. But even if there was, there is still no justification for the violent attack. Officer Glass's actions appear not only to be unconstitutional, but criminal, and he is the one training the other officers. Melissa is also now taken to the ground.
Deprivation of right. Deprivation of right.
Get on your fucking phone! Fuck you! Fuck all of you!
I have your watch. I have your watch. You punch me in the face. Get your hand behind your back.
You have no reason to be here!
That would be deprivation of constitutional rights under color law. No reason.
You stupid!
Get your hand behind your back. You're getting sprayed again.
You're gonna get fucking lawsuit! You're getting a lawsuit! You stupid fuck!
I was trying to handle you your fucking watch, dude. You're breaking my fucking arm. You're like breaking my arm. Tough guy. Tough guy. That's what you are. Tough guy. You broke my arm. You broke my arm. You broke my arm. You broke my arm. You broke my arm.
I
can't do that right now. You broke my arm, dude.
Stupid pieces of shit!
You broke my arm.
I got it all on camera!
Thank you.
They
Thank
busted in
you.
our door
Yep.
for no fucking
So
reason!
anybody can call. Anybody can call. And that's probable cause to get my ID. Bullshit.
You got no
Bullshit.
lawsuit coming!
Bullshit. Qualified immunity is gone.
There was no
Qualified
fucking
immunity
crime.
is gone. Double up.
There was no fucking crime!
What
You
was
have
the
no
crime?
reason.
What was the crime other than you fucking punching me in my face? Huh?
Alright, we got it on video.
Thank you. Blair should you in custody. Yeah. After you punched me in my face.
Yeah, it's alright, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it on video.
Put it in qualified immunity. Put in the qualified immunity. When he fetal position, this officer punched him repeatedly in the face and over again. Officer had plenty of backup. The situation was never out of control. Neither the husband or not the male or the female grab. They did nothing to resist. All they tried to do was to terminate a consensual conversation that they didn't even have the lawful responsibility to even answer the door in the first place. They had no lawful authority to detain them, to demand ID under color of law. No right whatsoever. And something tells me
Dude, I should have thought about that before you followed us.
for a long time in the
my house. How did I follow you? How did I follow you?
one, if not
I didn't
For sure,
fight you.
the main
When someone's being attacked, I have the
aggressive officer who claimed to be in charge, he definitely be
really
uh,
on your side when you sit you up on your butt. Yeah,
I said I'm going to. You don't get to move.
Come on.
I move you.
Ego.
probably Brady listed, and very least amount just fired
You get a chance. Don't worry.
Brady listed. As
Look how tight these are. We'll adjust. Look how easy that. Remember, you said it's good enough. You played me, and I was.
to the others, I don't know. They pretty much backing up. I didn't see any of them punching or doing anything crazy. They are all following in him. Breaking, that's almost like breaking and entering. You know, just because that door is open, cracked, does not give them the authority to come in. I didn't see a gun or smell any drugs or meth or anything. That'd be the only way they could do that. They'd have to observe something plain view made when they open the door
To the station, fingerprinted, and
to be able
immediately
to
released. They were told they would
claim
be charged with obstructing
circumstances.
and resisting. Officer Glass told Ryan that he would also be charged with assault on a law enforcement officer because while he was being punched in the face, Ryan raised his hands. But when the punches didn't stop, he attempted to block them, resulting in Officer Glass scratching himself.
Fucking
Neither
joke.
Ryan or Melissa have received information related to the supposed charges as of this publication. The two were forced to walk barefoot for 4 miles through the night to return to their apartment. Despite repeated inquiries, the department refused to identify any of the officers involved. The only confirmed identity was Officer Glass, whose name was visible on his uniform in the video. The following morning, Ryan sought medical treatment. The attending physician believed he'd been beaten with a baton based on the severity of his injuries. Ryan later shared photographs with me that detail more than 20 visible contusions, abrasions, and swelling, but are too graphic to be shown on YouTube. I've already submitted a records request for the incident, and once the materials are released, I'll post an update. In the meantime, if you're an attorney based in or near Altoona, Pennsylvania, and are interested in representing Ryan and Melissa, reach out to me using the email listed in the comments or description. I'll make sure to connect you with them directly. Otherwise, let me know what you think about this interaction in the comments. And if you've been the victim of police misconduct that needs to be
Oh,
exposed,
poor
use the
pitiful
definitions link in the comment to send it.
Ryan.
I really just need a break this time, man. I'm serious. Like, I know that I'm doing. What is wrong with you?
When a state trooper gives you a lawful order, you.
This is wrong. You're gonna get fired.
March 4th. Your spine. Everybody, all the way to the very top of the Kentucky State Police leadership, knew that this guy was a bad cop.
So the cover up goes all the way up to the current KSP.
Even with full knowledge of Wright's propensity to commit unlawful violence and that he had lied about it under oath, instead of firing him, they gave him an award, Trooper of the Year. And as a result, he kept doing it over and over again, including to this guy, John Millett. And I'm going to show you the exclusive body cam footage that he did to that guy that finally got him in real trouble. And only through the tenacity of a brilliant civil rights lawyer, Chris Wiest, did the feds finally step in. I talked to Chris and he revealed massive systemic problems within the Kentucky State Police. You need to hear it for yourself and share it with your friends, your family, because this is unbelievable. It was March 12th of 2024, near the city limits of the town of West Point, Kentucky. Kentucky State Police Trooper James Cameron Wright was on duty in uniform in his marked patrol vehicle. Wright initiates a traffic stop for failure to signal. His dash cam is operating and it shows him stopping the vehicle and then getting out and approaching the driver. Upon contact, he begins to suspect that the driver, John Millette, may be intoxicated.
Boss bub?
I believe so. I was looking for.
You seem like you're pretty lost.
Yeah, I was looking for somebody who was selling something on Facebook, and
Oh, where are you trying to get to?
it's
You know where you're going without looking at your phone?
no. I was getting the address.
Oh, where are you trying to get to, like in general? Like Marlboro, trying to get
It
to
was it was supposed to be Madraw, I think.
Oh, you're going the wrong way then, bub.
Oh, okay.
You care to put the cigarette out while we're talking? Because it gets sucked out the window at me, and I don't want to sit here and deal with the smoke while. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Wright then asks Mr. Millette for his driver's license and insurance.
You got your driver's license insurance card on you?
I don't have insurance at the time. I just got my taxes, and I'm looking for car insurance rates.
Sure. Okay.
I'm serious. I really.
No, I believe you.
And
And Millette responds that he does not have insurance. And then he basically begs Trooper Wright, saying that he needs a break.
I really just need a break this time, man. I'm serious. Like I know that I'm doing.
What do I need to give you a break on?
I'm doing everything wrong. I don't have tags. I don't have insurance.
Okay. I mean, I can deal with that. I'll be honest. I care about that stuff, but I couldn't care less about that compared to other things. See what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Nothing illegal inside a vehicle.
No.
Okay. So where are you trying to get to?
Madraw.
Okay, I got you.
Then Wright asks Mr. Millette to turn his car off, to which he complies.
You don't care to turn the car off for a second, okay?
Wright asks Mr. Millette to step out of the vehicle so that he could talk to him. Wright then himself opens Millette's door as Mr. Millette begins to step out.
All right, here, step out and talk to me real quick, okay? No guns, no weapons on your person?
No.
Trooper Wright yells at Mr. Millette not to reach for anything as Mr. Millette gently tosses an object that he had in his hands onto the passenger seat.
Don't reach for anything, you understand me?
Yeah.
Hey, you reach for anything.
Mr. Millette is seen on the body cam raising his hands and that he had a phone in his left arm. Wright grabs Mr. Millette's right arm. Wright again tells Mr. Millette to step out, even though Mr. Millette had already been doing so.
Step out.
With Trooper Wright having grabbed Mr. Millette to control him, and with Mr. Millette having his cell phone in his left hand, Mr. Millette's hands are still raised, demonstrating compliance.
Look, I was just grabbing my lighter.
Even though Mr. Millette did not resist Wright in any way, Wright bear hugs Mr. Millette and violently throws him to the ground.
I'm not even doing nothing
Put your
wrong.
hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not even
Roll
doing
on your
nothing
belly.
wrong.
Get on your belly.
And it was only going to get worse from there.
What is wrong with you?
When a state trooper gives you a lawful order, you do it.
But to understand how we got to this point and how this very footage resulted in finally getting accountability against this trooper, we have to go back like 5 years on the timeline, because this moment would not have happened but for all of the crazy things that happened before. Mr. Millette's lawyer, who filed a federal civil rights lawsuit just a few weeks ago, is going to walk us through that timeline because he himself was the lawyer who was involved 5 years earlier in trying to hold that trooper accountable back then.
March 6th, 2020, there is a chase of a gentleman by the name of Justin Halcomb. Stops his video, steps out, puts his hands on his truck, and he gets piled on by KSP troopers, including Wright. You know, shoves his head to the ground, repeatedly and gratuitously strikes him as he's piled on by multiple officers. You've got hospital photos afterwards where Halcomb is jacked up and bloody as a consequence of this. So that's March 6th, 2020. April 2, 2020. Wright is involved in the apprehension of a guy by the name of Thomas Davis. Davis is stopped. Wright opens the driver's door, throws him to the ground, even though he wasn't actively resisting, and then he is repeatedly and gratuitously struck. What is interesting about both the Halcomb and Thomas Davis incidents is they generate what is known as an RR report, in KSP parlance, which is a response to resistance report. KSP policy is basically to criminally charge every single person that they beat or abuse with obstruction of justice or resisting arrest, specifically resisting arrest, regardless of whether or not, this is in their policy, regardless of whether or not they in fact resisted. If you use force on somebody, you're going to charge them. It's a cover. The policy, the cover up is embedded in KSP policy. It's insane. The lieutenant colonel that's in charge of operations is now the KSP commissioner. And in that capacity, he is reviewing the internal affairs recommendations on these response to resistance reports. And he signs off on and approves that there was no unlawful use of force on both Davis and Halcomb, both of which a federal grand jury has found probable cause to arrest and charge these troopers with criminal use of force. So the cover up goes all the way up to the current KSP commissioner,
Philip Burnett.
Philip Burnett. His signature is on these response to resistance reports.
The guy who is now the head of the Kentucky State Police signed off on those uses of force as being justified or being lawful. And now, 5 years later, a federal grand jury has indicted Wright for both of those uses of force.
Correct.
Got it.
All right. Timeline. April 9th, 7 days after the Davis incident, we've got the Alex Hornback incident, which you've reported on, I reported on, we've got the video. They didn't know we had basement camera. They threatened mom and dad with arrest over the dad's cell phone video because they didn't want any of it captured. They both say they used no force, even though we've got video of it, both Czartoryski and Wright under oath.
The Hornback arrest resulted in a civil rights lawsuit alleging excessive force. That was filed by Chris Wiest. When Chris took these officers' depositions, both Trooper Wright and also Trooper Czartoryski, neither one of them knew that Chris had this video from inside the home that showed them striking Mr. Hornback. Since they did not know that proof existed that they did that, even though they were under oath at the deposition, they lied and said they did not strike him at all. Chris caught them red-handed committing perjury. Here you can see for yourself Trooper Wright lying under oath.
Once you had him on the ground, did you strike or hit him with a closed fist at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Or any part of your body?
No, sir.
Okay. And the reason that you didn't do that is that there was no more force that was required at that point in time to have affected the arrest, right?
He did not need to be struck with my hands or any impact weapon.
Maybe the craziest part of the story is what happened afterwards. In that lawsuit, the federal judge calls out these two cops for lying. So what do Kentucky prosecutors and the Kentucky State Police do as a result? Both cops, Wright and Czartoryski, lied about unnecessarily beating and striking Mr. Hornback. But only Czartoryski was forced to resign and indicted on state perjury charges, and ultimately convicted never to work as a police officer again. Given the fact that Wright did the exact same thing as Czartoryski, why didn't any of that happen to him? He was not fired. He was not forced to resign. He was not charged. In fact, he was given an award for Trooper of the Year. You could not make this up if you wanted to.
Czartoryski ends up being, ending his career with the KSP. He's put on probation for state perjury charge. He's never allowed to hold a law enforcement career. He was in the military as an officer at the time in the National Guard, I believe. Part of his probation term is that had to end. So he's taken out of positions of trust and confidence as a consequence of the perjury conviction. Wright, meanwhile, is allowed to continue, and in fact, is nominated by Burnett and others as Trooper of the Year, with knowledge of all of this going on. Okay, so he's the pedestal guy that they're holding up. The perjurer. By the way, Wright was indicted for perjury by the feds recently for his same testimony in the Hornback case. So we've got all this going on, and it's being covered up. And in fact, they're holding Wright up as the Trooper of the Year in or around that time, with knowledge of all of this. By the way, one of the things that we've also come to learn, and this is in the Millett lawsuit, is the person that was investigating these post-4 use of forces. There's a sergeant. The sergeant, by the way, was himself the subject of multiple lawsuits.
What is his name?
Yeah, let me find it. Jeremy Mabe.
MABE.
MABE. Yeah, so Mabe's the immediate supervisor who's assigned to investigate most of these uses of force. And generally, he is writing in repeated use of force investigations. The subject took a belated aggressive stance, and that justifies all these people getting jacked up. And Mabe is involved in the whitewash. So that's also going on. And there's a pattern of it, including the investigation of Halcomb and Davis, both of which are the subject of federal indictments at this point. Halcomb had whitewashed, bladed aggressive stance. So that's also going on. March 12, 2024, we've got the incident with my client, Mr. Millette. There is the traffic stop. I don't think there's any argument by us about the legality of the stop, nor is there argument by us about the legality of the arrest. It's somewhat apparent that, he had been drinking a little. And I don't think we take issue with that aspect of it, but we do take issue with the use of force. And so Mike's got body-worn camera. There's also some dash camera footage. My whistleblower, by the way, is prepared to testify that when KSP first got body cameras, one of the first people positioned was Cameron Wright, because they knew he was out there tuning up citizens, illegally, and they wanted, to kind of tone him down a little bit by getting him a body camera. It didn't stop him, obviously.
So turning back to the body cam footage showing what happened to Mr. Millette at the hands of James Cameron Wright, Wright had thrown Mr. Millette to the ground. Once on the ground, Wright demanded that Mr. Millette place his hands behind his back. So Mr. Millette did that. He immediately placed his hands behind his back.
I'm not even doing nothing
Put your
wrong.
hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
But then Wright yells for Mr. Millette to get on his belly. Mr. Millette's hands are still behind his back at that point.
I'm not even
Roll
doing
on your
nothing
belly.
wrong.
Get on your belly.
Wright then yells again for Mr. Millette to get on his belly, and less than a second later,
Get on your belly.
Wright then deploys his taser. Wright's dash cam footage reveals not just one, but two separate deployments of his taser, where you hear popping noise for extended periods of time. Wright continues his taser deployment for approximately 10 seconds.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Do not move. Do you understand me?
After Wright ceases taser deployment, Mr. Millette flips to his stomach with his hands behind his back.
What is wrong with you?
When a state trooper gives you a lawful order, you do it. Do not move. Do you understand? You are under arrest
For what?
for obstructing and now resisting arrest.
No, I didn't. Your camera will show.
Yeah, do not move.
All right, I muted the screen audio. Can you guys? GT David, I need you to chime in and see if you can hear it. I'm almost back to the house. Emergency service out and about the city. Have the lights on. Down the way. First off, everybody knows your name. Still bad. How can it be bad, man? I mean, I am still. They try to do a swap. All right. Can you guys hear me now? Checking, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm not going to put you guys through this any longer. That's why I waited until I got to my laptop and connected to it, because I know you can hear me through it. I apologize, and I'm here now. Supreme, thank you for coming through, bro. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. David, thank you for coming by. Chi-Chi, you too. I'm trying to catch back up, guys. Maybe it wasn't the smartest idea, but I had the idea to start the live, do my walk. I thought I could talk while doing my walk, but apparently I'm wrong. I think it more has to do with the service around this area. If I'm at a certain position with my phone, my microphone will work. If I'm on the go outside or around the house, it doesn't work. It comes up choppy. Even connected to Wi-Fi, quote unquote. Like unless I'm inside or close right by the door, like even the Wi-Fi doesn't do it great. And the reason for that is we live in a tri-state area, so each state line cuts off the cell tower, and so it kind of creates a little bit of a black zone around where we live, because you've got our state line tower shutting off not far from where the state line is, and then you got the other side shutting off, and so it really makes the service your shit. I mean, it just makes it shit. If you go to you will have service somewhat all right here and there, all the way until the bridge, and then once you're less than a mile from the bridge, it's dead, and it's dead from then all the way over the bridge. Once you cross the bridge on the other state, and until you get about 1.5 miles inland or 2 miles inland its border, only then will you get new cell service. That's just the way it is. Okay. And it's problematic when you have an area where there's a state line and border here, and then a state line and border down there, and and then you got your own state line and its border and its tower. So you got 3 different towers turning off right along one side each other, creating kind of like a bad area. That is what was not explained to me, but my grandfather, and he relayed it to me, and I made sense of it. So, just in case for the ones that go, oh, bullshit, somebody was pulling your leg when they told you that. Well, it was a goddamn person that, works for AT&T. So I'm sure he just don't know what he's talking about, right? All right. We're going to check out this next video, which is a motorcyclist. Viewer discretion advised. Motorcyclist gets choked to death at traffic stop. Yes, you heard me correct. And then after that, we have Jeffrey Epstein's brother, unedited, speaking out in the midst of all the fallout. And when I go outside here in a second, I'll take my laptop and I'll set it right by the door. And I'll go outside and you'll still be able to hear me. It sucks I can't use my phone. When I turn into a turkey. Oh, shit. God damn. Hey. Motherfucker saying, give me your hand, motherfucker. Chill out, cop. Damn. He's not a motherfucker. He's somebody you've sworn to protect and serve. And this is not what they meant by serving. They didn't mean choke the shit out of him. Or what's that old army phrase? Choke them till they shit. You know. Get off the bike, they're saying. Okay, why does he need to get off the bike? I mean, like, he's sitting there, he stopped. Like, I mean, they're just automatically escalating right off the bat. And now he's gonna throw him off the bike. Is fighting just refusing, or is fighting like actively putting up a fight? You know, what's the difference? Damn. He said I was ready to pull his helmet up because I was gonna throw strikes to the face. Why would that have been necessary? I haven't seen anything on camera or anything yet that indicates he was really putting up a fight and struggle with them. Oh my God. Something, I hate to think it, but something tells me they haven't been disciplined yet. I didn't get to do it last video because my shit was messing up, but shout out to John H. Bryan and his channel for these wonderful videos and breakdowns he does to help walk us through what it is, the hell that's, you know, trying to make sense of these incidents. His channel is known as the Civil Rights Lawyer. Shout out to the Civil Rights Lawyer. Make sure to check out all his content. Again, we're only trying to use it and react to it in fair use and do a commentary on his content. So just wanting to put that out there for people that might be wondering. Like, I don't know him or anything, but he does a lot of good stuff, and I've been watching him for years now. Exactly. Negative public exposure is their kryptonite. Oh, Ashe County. I've been there before. He's been involved in the drug trafficking stuff. Well, that was just wildly specific, wasn't it? I mean, tell me what motorcyclist is involved in the drug trade. Like, I mean, a motorcyclist, like, this is a young person. They're driving a bike. Like, they're not driving a bike like a motorcycle club type of bike. They're not that type of individual. What kind of individual do you know that likes driving these types of bikes that's young? I mean, how much product do you think he can move in his bike? After all, number one. So I think that's a load of bullshit. I think maybe they know he hangs out places that have a reputation for drug activity and stuff, and that could be true. But what in the hell does that have to do with stopping him, pulling him off, throwing him off his bike, choking the shit out of him, and taking his life? See? Yeah. And if they did, I guarantee it'd be a small fucking personal amount. I mean, you might say, well, where are you getting that from? Just intuition. There's no way that young dude is fucking active, heavy in the drug trade. Just the way that officer said that over the radio seems like he knew that maybe they didn't do everything by the book exactly, and he's trying to give justification for, you know, well, fuck this guy, he's in the drug trade. But he didn't say it like that. He said he's been involved in that drug trafficking stuff. Like, it just really sus the way he said it. See, now that's just crazy to automatically draw on somebody. You know, a cop has no reason to draw on somebody unless they're defiant, threatening, grabbing and reaching for a weapon, grabbing and reaching for something they can't tell or be aware of, and they're worried it's a weapon. No, he pulls over and stops. Cop gets out. Put your hands on your fucking head. Like, what the fuck? Like, this guy doesn't have a murder warrant. He's not a suspect in an active murder case. They didn't even do Israel Keys that way when they pulled him over. The dude didn't draw on him immediately, which, you know, in that case, he probably should have. I mean, the dude was a psychopath. Oh, now they holster. And really great job at holstering. That one cop for sure that you could see on camera clearly, he sweeped the muzzle at his body. And if he's carrying one in the chamber, which he probably is, then he just pointed a loaded, live, rounded, chambered gun at his own body. You know. See, but that's what happens, I guess, when you're trigger happy and full of adrenaline, just itching to draw your gun, and then you're worried, and then you got to holster it because you want to get him off the bike, and you don't really realize why you drew it on him to begin with. So your mind's scattered. So no wonder he pointed that damn gun at himself. Watch at him. He right before he put it in the holster, it kind of got curved by his hand a little bit, and it pointed towards his leg. Dumbass. Right there. He couldn't even get it in the holster correctly first because he had it curved and pointed at himself. Yeah, let me just throw him off the damn bike. Why not? What's up, Supreme? What you doing, bruh? I thought you was gonna be watching a movie. You wanna come up? Yeah, let me tell you something. If Bambi hated me, I'm gonna say it for one last time. If she hated me, she's had so many reasons or so many chances and opportunities where she could have got rid of me. If that's the case, she could have done it the other night with the Harlow situation. Matter of fact, I looked on some polls, and it seems like everybody voted that Harlow would have been stuck with me. Well, I'll be damned. You mean there's an actual documented incident of you mother truckers being wrong? Yeah, wrong. You wrong as donkey motherfucking Kong. Oh, Harlow's gonna be stuck with custody of Square. Dumbass custody. See, that's y'all's problem. Thinking about people in terms of property. No wonder your leader is a fucking motherfucker going around saying people are no good N-words and calling shit and referring it to the BBC network and the C-word network and stuff with his old racist ass. Thinking you gonna brainwash Supreme. Thinking you gonna brainwash Chip. You gonna brainwash everybody and turn them against old Bambi and Square. You know, I'm still newly getting to know these folks, but I promise you, they have seen and gotten enough small, itty bitty glimpse at some of your more, uh, your posts you love to share amongst yourself, but you don't really be promoting it on the front lines, do you? No, I don't see any of y'all advertising and really putting one of Filthy's posts out there that you laugh at and giggle and comment under that's obscure on that little channel of his. Uh, and then you mugs tried to lie and say he was monetized. Yeah, let me catch him monetized ever, and I promise it will not stay that way that long. I haven't been reporting shit despite people lying about it. I got wind that a certain old fucking forger, prescription forger, apparently did some stream the other day. Nobody, really cares about it over here. Uh, I didn't catch it. I don't get his notifications. So I didn't catch the stream. I had no idea he was streaming. The last time I even peeked at him, it said he hadn't streamed for like over a month or so. So, but somebody told me and said, good job. I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, Fusion talking about it now about how you hit his stream. No, I didn't. Show the proof, Fusion. Show the privacy complaint or the copyright strike. Because that's the way that I report stuff. It's either a copyright strike or a privacy complaint, because those are the violations. That little generic reporting tool of hitting hateful, abusive, harassing, whatever, that thing don't work at all, in my experience. Not at all. Now, maybe if I made 50 alt accounts and meticulously went over, but I ain't gonna do that. That's just madness. That's nonsense. So, but I'll tell you what, I did finally do one privacy complaint here just recently. And that's for old skin tag Stevie. He's gotten too big for his britches, and I'm not going to ignore some of the blatant abuse anymore. Because guess what? YouTube finally fixed a little reporting error that was in the system. Now, I can make those reports. Whereas in the past, it was like fucking trying to pull teeth. Because the YouTube, there's even forum and community help articles on it. I wasn't the only person that had that issue. So, yeah, but they finally fixed it because I didn't get one rejection earlier today. I only had to fill it out once and it went right on through. So, yeah. What's going to end up happening is they're going to have to eat their pride and take down their guideline abusing content, or, well, they're going to get 1, 2, 3, and then you're out. That's the way it goes. Oh my God. Viewer discretion advised, you guys. Oh my God, I can hear him going, He had that helmet on. They never did take it off, did they? So choking his neck with that helmet on, he can't breathe through his. Oh my God, dude! Can you imagine dying right there with police on top of you in a helmet, getting choked? His own words said it. Look what he said before he started choking him. I'm gonna choke you out. You hear me? That's intent right there. Premeditated murder. Pre-fucking meditated. At the very least, second degree. I told you, Chi Chi, that the cell service, what it is with the towers and stuff. Like, yeah, they were not getting any resistance from him. He was not fighting back. He was not punching, kicking, nothing. He couldn't. The man could not breathe. We're literally hearing him sit there and take his last struggling moments of breath going, he can't even fucking talk. He's making the noise he can with what lung air capacity was still left in his lungs. And the thing is that he panicked because when he's in that position, you can't breathe. And you're going, he's just expelling all the air he's got left on reserve. God, I wish, but people don't have the presence. Like, I know about it, but try having the presence of mind to not freak out and react. That's why Houdini and different ones did the preparations they did, because they had to be mindful and they couldn't freak out or it would be life and death. That's how David Blaine performed. you know, but it takes a lot of discipline to get to where you could be being choked like that with a helmet over you covering, obscuring even more air, and not be going and expending that energy in that last air you got left. Now, if he was able to somehow be still and not freak out, bear the pressure, you know, and I'm imagining that he's not keeping them from handcuffing him, so I don't know why it's taking so long to handcuff him and then get him up off of him. Because if he could just sit there and bear it, and they would get off of him in a readily fashion, he would eventually gain his breath back. But it's almost like, I mean, the dude sat there and said, "I'm gonna choke you out." Was he intentionally trying to just make him go black out? I did that when I was in middle school. I bent over, down, like put my hands on my knees while a wall's behind me, and I went, and I took a bunch of rapid breaths over and over and over and over and over. And then when I leaned up and raised up, I would stop, close my mouth, hold my nose, stop breathing. And this chick came up to me and put this pressure on my neck, like choking me, you know, and did that for just maybe 10, barely, not even a full 10 seconds. And I literally went black. And when I woke up, I was on the ground. Like I blacked out. I fell down. I was unconscious. I didn't have to have CPR. Eventually, my breath came back. I eventually woke up. But what did they call that back then? The choking game. Yeah, literally stupid. But us as kids was sitting there. Now I didn't do it to anybody because I know that's probably what's thinking in some trolls' minds right now. Well, who did you do that? Nobody. I had it done to me by this chick. I wasn't about to do it to a chick I was fucking basically, you know, had a crush on. Um, she did it to her sister, and then her sister had done it to me because I was stupid and I wanted to fucking, like, I saw it happen and it looked harmless. But then later on, learning more about it, I was like, oh my God, that was fucking dumb. Like, I mean, it was almost essentially like what that cop said to do, choking somebody out. But there's no surefire way that somebody's going to be able to do that just the right way every time. And the person, you know, not fucking, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got to explain it anymore. But yeah, it's fucking dangerous. And I cannot believe, like, I'm hoping to God we're going to hear this cop is charged. Too little, too late, motherfuckers. Oh, what's all that hey shit now? What about I'm going to choke you out? Thank God for body worn cameras. Oh my God. Look, I know Narcan has gotten a reputation here the last few years with the opioid crisis and everything. Cops carrying it around, people in recovery being regular to carry it around, especially if they got someone close to them that's in addiction or what have you, or that person's got a, you know, an adolescent teen that has friends over and stuff, and they're just concerned that they might ever have to do that in case they're dabbling and stuff. I get that, but for the we've gotten to a point now where anytime something happens with the police, even when it's something as obvious as them just saying, "I'm gonna choke you out," choking the guy out, him struggling, going, he didn't even get to say, "I can't breathe," like George Floyd. He got to say, and now he's dead. And instead of CPR, they're gonna reach for Narcan. Like, oh, well, they did say he was in drug trafficking. Maybe he's fucked up, even though he had no signs of impairment when we pulled him over, and he wasn't slurring and about to pass out at the wheel. But let's give him something that can only reverse opioids, which he had no symptoms of. That is just ignorant and stupid. And I don't know if Narcan can cause a problem, especially when the person's not on something that's opioid or is on other medications, but it could very well cause a medical complication, a crossover reaction with other drugs that he's on, legitimately, narcotic or non-narcotic, anxiety, whatever. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that, but it's just silly to me that cops have got to the point, no matter what happens, even if it's an obvious fucking you just abused the shit out of him case circumstance and he's fucked up. Oh, give him Narcan. Just idiotic, man. It's insulting. I mean, it's kind of like they're practicing their own version of medical knowledge. Like, you know, they should only be authorized to do that when it's a suspected overdose or the person shows signs of like an overdose. He never showed any signs of an overdose. He was struggling to fucking breathe and then he stopped breathing. I mean, also they are finally going to start to try to revive him right after the Narcan. Well, I'm sorry, it should have been revive him first, no Narcan, period. You find somebody passed out in a fucking bathroom and there's foil next to him or something. Narcan. Find somebody around some pill bottles. Narcan. Somebody was just slurring and acting like they're about to fall out when you first pulled them over. Narcan. Found somebody asleep at the wheel. Narcan. I get that stuff. Pull over motorcyclist. Pull him off. Wrestle him. Choke the shit out of him out while saying what you're going to do. Then Narcan and then CPR. Yeah, you missed the boat entirely on this one. You can tell right now that this cop is nervous as fuck. You can tell that listen to this again. He is nervous as shit. And you could say, well, you would be too if you was on duty and someone just, dies, basically arrested. He didn't arrest. He didn't die spontaneously. He didn't die due to drugs. He died due to their negligence and outright aggressiveness and lack of regard for his life or his fucking constitutional rights. I don't know yet, Joe, truthfully. It sounds like that's a response to, are you all right? What's going on, man? Is there a problem? That's exactly what the fuck that sounds like that response is. What happened? What do we need to do? This is cover up mode time. This is let's get our ducks in a row and get all of our stories straight and lined up time. And the fact that they still are willing to do this, knowing that that body cam's on, because they're sitting there thinking, I'll be able to have this phone call and word things just right where it won't matter on the body cam because you can't hear the other person on the call. Well, sometimes you just can because the speakers are loud enough to where you can actually hear the other person just barely if they turn the audio up enough. Other times it doesn't matter. It's pretty clear. Like there are classes and people that have studied on things relating to just this, to trying to be able to decode the meaning behind things and conversations when you can't hear both sides. And it's just so clear to me right now, and I'm no expert, I'm no forensically trained audio person or nothing, don't claim to be, but I can just tell from hearing this call, dude is shitting his pants, nervous as fuck, uh, and is trying to assure and calm himself down by speaking with probably a superior. and by making sure to lead his story with enough stuff. Like I know he's been involved in the drug trafficking stuff. If you ask me right there, he's attempting to set up for why they want to blame his death on an overdose. Too bad that you can't corrupt the coroner and the medical examiner, because they determined asphyxia. You know, thank God there's body cams and they don't have chance enough to inject him with opioids, before he gets to the medical examiner. Just imagine back in the day with no cameras or nothing and corruption. If this were to happen in the old days, they could very easily probably inject him with a lethal amount of enough substance. They all get their story straight. And even if there's some stress on the neck or whatever, the coroner and medical examiner finding that much of a lethal amount of substance in there, they probably would default and say it was the substance, even if they had red marks around their neck or whatever else. But no substance in him, neck wounds and stuff. I mean, asphyxia. And you know what? Maybe even with drugs, they can still determine if asphyxia is the primary cause. I don't know. But I just know adding a lethal substance is murky. But at least with body cams, as long as they can't turn them off. See, that's what I don't understand. I don't understand what the protocol is for how they're able to turn them off, if they're only able to turn them off for so long. My take has always been, why not they make it and institute a system where the body cams, because they have body cams that are supported and connected to the network, like a mobile network and stuff. So that way, you don't have to rely on just storage locally. They can sync stuff to the cloud. That's how my dash cam was. And they should make it to where the cop has to radio in, and a dispatcher has control. One of them or two of them is in charge of all the active duty body cams. And only when they go on break, lunch, or to the bathroom do the body cams get to be disabled, muted, turned off. And they have to radio in and get it done remotely. Any other time they're on the phone, and then they say, well, some stuff needs to be redacted. They can do that in the editing. They don't need to be able to mute when they make calls to personal superior buddies and stuff like that, because that's when corruption gets done. I think it's crazy that even with body cam, they instituted body cams because of transparency and issues with officers. Yet they made it to where in some places, I don't even know. I imagine it varies by each jurisdiction, but I guarantee there's one smart state out there that probably has some stuff on the books that make it to where it's not as willy-nilly as other states where they can, because in some states they come up with, oh, it didn't get recorded, it was out of storage, or the body cam's just deleted, uh, and somehow there's no record of who deleted it, or all types of crap. Body camera wasn't on, officer forgot to engage it. And let's say the officer always engages his body cam. Well, if he hated somebody or whatever, or knew he was about to do something wrong and chose not to engage it purposefully, good luck getting people to believe he done that on purpose when he's got a big record of always activating. There's just so many nuances to that shit. It would just be a lot more simpler if you had dispatchers in charge of the body cams when cops are actively clocked in, and that they only are turned off audio and visual, bathroom breaks, lunch, and maybe anything else that's like a meeting with superiors or something. And like I said, anytime they do that, they got to radio it in. Like they don't just get to do it themselves. It should be logged in with the dispatch each time, and for what reason, because then if there's an audit or internal review, they can go and see, okay, well, it's turned off supposedly this time for this. go to superior. Hey, did you have a meeting at this date at this time with this person, this officer? No, I did not. Well, they got their body cam shut off for a meeting for 45 minutes with you, they claimed. Well, they had no meeting with me. Okay, well, we got a clear fucking lying to the dispatch. You know, that would make investigations a lot easier for internal affairs. But you got cop unions and stuff which will advocate that's too encumbering and that's not fair and blah blah blah. I mean, you know, when you got there's a cop that has, so I'm not going to say his name or whatever because trolls could try to do something with it and maybe, I mean, I don't know what they could do. It's not like they could get him on my case, but just to be safe, he does a social media channel, like a YouTube channel, along with Facebook, I think, and he pulls people over regularly. And you know, I watched some of his stuff and I laughed. Like I thought, well, that was really fair. You know, he seems like a good cop. And then I saw some YouTube videos that were made specifically to point out the bad side of said cop. And the stuff that I saw on him was just as bad as some of these body cam videos that I like to watch regularly and commentate on. Then I found out not only that stuff that he does and those episodes, it's not that they're not filmed, they don't really feature them heavily. But sometimes they're not even uploaded at all, but they were aired at one point or something, I guess, so people have them. Come to find out, this cop's also on the Brady list. There's one particular recording where he gets, you know, one of the driver knows who he is and talks about his channel. You know, you're filming me. He's like, how does it feel to be a disrespected Brady listed cop? You know, and this is what you got to do now. And you're trying to improve your image. And he definitely retaliated by making sure to give him, you know, as much grief as he could. And I just think, like, I couldn't imagine locally seeing a police department officer, like one deputy himself, being able to have a YouTube channel and stuff where he pulls people over. He's smart aleck with them. He makes quip jokes, you know, like he completely represents his department in a way like, you know, I'm superior, we're superior to you, the citizens, and you know, why not let us monetize and make money off of you being pulled over and stuff? You know, I mean, I just don't they make enough money with highway robbery? I mean, they really need to have like a monetized channel and social media presence and stuff, especially a Brady listed cop. Like, I, now if a cop had saved 3 citizens in a firefight one time and risked his life in another instance and has never been Brady listed and never had an internal audit review investigation on him, no misconduct, maybe just some minor fluff reports or whatever, or nothing at all. Somebody exemplary like that, I don't know, you might be able to make an argument why they need to have the YouTube channel because they represent their department in the best light. They're the star example. But not no fucking Brady listed cop who had to leave 2 different departments and settle where they're finally at now. Like, I just don't get it. It's like that cop was social media inclined and technologically inclined, and he came up with the idea, and they said, sure, if it brings in money. Or I got a little distracted, but this shit irritates me so much. Um, that last video that we didn't really get to hear a lot of because I had it muted when I was messing with my mic and walking back. It went over how that lawyer guy had a whistleblower in the Kentucky State Police and stuff, and I got me thinking about Dagburn. Dagburn hasn't lied, y'all, when it comes to the police corruption in Kentucky. He has not lied. Say what you want about him. He's a goof and he's done some stupid videos and stuff. but he has not lied about that, you know. And another thing, I'm going to touch on old Seeper real quick. Now, when Seeper was with Penelope, and I was friends with Penelope, and I still consider myself friendly with Penelope, but we weren't as close friends as I was thinking that we were, obviously, because, you know, well, I'm not going to go into it out of respect. You know, I still have respect for her. But she knows, and I know. So, to make a long story short, she's not with Seeper anymore. I was respectful to Seeper then. And look, Seeper, I know, bud, like, or from what I know, you have not done a lot of direct trolling onto me, okay? And I got to thinking about the comment I left on your video of recent late, and I might have come off a little harsh, but you gotta admit, man, that I make a very fair point. While you haven't trolled me so much directly, you have participated some, you know, on the sidelines and on panels, helping. Like you would catch on to what their angle was, and you would try to help steer me sometimes for them. You got into it with them, and I'm not trying to bust you out, but you did tell me that you had at one point Filthy's info, and that you was going to take care of it, and you know, and you wasn't doing it for me. You specified. You said, you know, like, I'll make sure you have it, you know, because you said that I hadn't done anything to you, and as far as you could tell, you know, you check. Even said that you checked my background and that you know I'm not anything like they say. I mean, according to Seeper, he even deep checked my background and got in touch with local people and found out that, yeah, they're full of that the Workyverse was full of shit, because local people, he said, stated that, you know, he said they did state that you was kind of, you know, you kind of stuck up maybe in your own way, and that you was sheltered growing up, you know, and that your grandparents raised you, he said. But he said at the same time, other than being in dumb places and at the wrong place at the wrong time sometimes and with the wrong people, he said you never been anything major criminal. He said other than, you know, just, you know what you did using back when you used drugs. And I was like, yeah. He's like, that's mainly what I got told, was that they, you know, people knew you used drugs, but you wasn't an idiot about it either. Like, they said that what they specifically told him was, like, you know, he's never uh, crazily assaulted anybody, uh, or resulted in harming anybody doing it. You know, I don't even have any DUIs, he said. You know, he's like, you don't even have any DUIs. And he said, and your wreck was not caused by drugs either. He said, that's why they won't pull the actual Missouri State Highway Patrol investigation, because that would cancel all their little rumors and active narratives and shit they have about it. If they were to pull that investigation, that would be the official report. They might could try to still go with the narratives and stuff, but they know that the report would fucking clarify what I've said. Because if you look in all the articles, even the articles they tried to spin here recently and say, you know, actually paints me as the driver at fault, they're speaking about an article where at first it lists me in the correct car, and then it puts me in the Kia. And I didn't never drive or own a Kia. And the Kia was the car stated at fault. But if you read the article, any person with a brain would see that first paragraph, I'm in the Pontiac. Second paragraph, I'm in the Kia. Okay, let's look at another article. It says I'm in the Pontiac. Okay, let's look at the report. I'm in the Pontiac. So 2 out of 3 articles say I'm in the Pontiac, and even the article that later says I'm in the Kia says first I'm in the Pontiac. I was in the fucking Pontiac. The Kia failed to yield at the intersection of 412 at the Braggadocia turnoff and the Deering turnoff. and they were crossing straight across 412 highway to get on to the turnoff part of the highway that heads towards Deering, or what's known as the district of Delta C7, which is a school district. And when they crossed the first highway, because this is a highway that has 2 lanes going west, 2 lanes going east, right? They crossed over and first crossed the 2 lanes on the right, which is traffic heading west. Okay, they had a yield sign there, and they had to slow down and stop all the way. Check, even on a yield sign, technically you're supposed to, in Missouri law, I don't know about other states, but in Missouri law, you are supposed to come to maybe not a full, you don't have to necessarily come to a complete full stop unless you see traffic, you know, if you see traffic, if it is not completely clearly visible, no traffic, you're supposed to come to a complete stop and yield to the traffic until it crosses and gets out of the way of where you're traveling to, where you're trying to cross. Once it's out of the way, then you can let off the brake and go right on across. If you're coming up to the yield sign and there's no traffic, you slow down almost all the way to stopping, double check to make sure nothing's coming, and then you can ease on right through and you don't have to fully stop. They went across the first 2 lanes, and then they came into the median, which was another yield sign because you have another 2 lanes of traffic to cross, and that traffic is going east. I was coming on that highway going from west to east, traveling from Kennett, Missouri back to Hayti, Missouri at approximately 10:20 to 10:30ish in the morning, was about around the time that I was crossing this part of the highway. I wasn't supposed to leave work that day originally until 11 a.m. That was when I was scheduled and everything. All my work was done by 10 a.m. that day. I had nothing left to do. I insisted on doing a few things, though, that I could do to prepare for the next time I came through, which I did. And then I took off around 10:10-ish, close to 10:15. 15 minutes traveling down the highway until I got to that point, and then that's when the impact happened. When they came to the median middle, they probably came to a full stop, I would think, because from what I remember and can imagine seeing, is they came, did a stop, and I would think looked both ways, but for some reason, even though looking both ways or whatever the case was, I don't know because I wasn't in the car with them. I was right there and I looked over, I noticed them, you know, out of the side, but I'm thinking, you know, I mean, I'm this close, you know, and I don't have anything that says slow down or nothing, so I am continuing onward with my cruise control set. I start to see their car slowly edging out. And this is my quick second to half, 2 microseconds of notice, observe, and then react. And I could do nothing. I could hit the brake, but when I noticed, observed, and my reaction was, and this is exactly like I told the police, I said, I saw them edging out. My brain processed it, and I said, oh, and all I could think was try to avoid the front of the car. You know, like that's the last thing I thought in my head, like try to go that way, you know. So I turned my wheel to the left and hit the brake at the same time so that my car would be, hopefully by the time we, you know, it would be near their back end. I'd be more hitting, my front end would be hitting more their back end. And which that's not the case. Like that was my reaction and thinking, but the reality was when we hit, it was a perfect T. Like they could tell that I did turn my wheels to the left, but it was like it was too late, you know, like you were hitting. I didn't hit them in the front, which is what I wanted to avoid, because your brain can't process the fact that by the time when you finally hit, you know, it's going to wind up where it's going to wind up. and we hit. I remember going black, but I could still feel movement, and I felt my body and the car spinning. And then I finally felt it stop, and then it was just kind of black and blank for a few moments. I finally come to, and I look down. The first thing I see is my Nike pants are ripped at my kneecap, and I've got blood coming out of my right knee. Not like a gush of blood, but a stream, a line of fresh blood. I look around. I'm buckled. I am perfectly placed. I know I'm getting into this wreck, but I need to. Okay, just let me do it. Let me get it off my chest. I'm perfectly placed on the left side of the highway of where I was traveling, but I'm facing the wrong direction. I'm facing west, which is where I was coming from. So I am turned around opposite on the highway I traveled, and I'm on the left side pullover spot, the little part of the highway where the white line is, and then you have a little block of cement just big enough maybe for a car to sit or whatever to pull over. And then you have the ditch and stuff past it. My car stopped perfectly right there. I mean, so if two cars was coming after me, they would have been able to keep coming, and I wasn't blocking the highway or nothing. I was like perfectly tucked, safe in that pullover position, and somehow was perfectly perpendicular. Um, I tried to look around for the other vehicle, and I couldn't see it. I had no eyes on it. Could not see it at all. And so I then unbuckled my seatbelt and noticed my phone was on the floor. I looked over to the school, and at the time I didn't see any humans outside or coming towards my car yet, which I would. And I looked down towards my phone, and I thought, let me get my phone. And so at first I tried to move my leg up, which I was able to bend my knee. And then as I kept bending it, I was like, I stopped. And I tried to straighten it back out, and it did, but it did with pain. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, did I break my leg? And I'm looking at my thigh, and I noticed my thigh is about a quarter size bigger than my other thigh. Like just the thigh part from like the top of my knee all the way up to my thigh connected to my torso. Just that area, not below my knee, but just that area. It's like swelling up, and but I see blood coming out of my knee, and my knee just made me think like, did I break my knee? But I'm looking at my thigh, and I'm like, what the fuck did I break? And so I tried to lift myself up with my hands pushing on the seat and pushing my ass up, and tried to see if I could put any weight, and I just put just the smallest amount of pressure and weight on my right foot, and I felt it go up my leg, up to my thigh, and just intense, sharp pain. I said, nope, 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 nope. And I lowered myself back down. I said, nope. And I let the pressure off. I said, and I looked again, and I swear by this time my thigh had grown another inch and a half. And I'm like, I'm like watching my thigh get more swollen and bigger as time goes on. I'm like, yep, I fucked my leg up. I didn't even know what exactly, but I just knew I fucked my right leg up. Because I'm looking at the dash, and I can see where my legs and body was thrown up against the dash. Like I literally see an indention underneath the steering wheel of where I hit it. And my head and face had hit the steering wheel. I had no airbag that was deployed in my steering wheel. I had airbags on my side, airbags on my passenger side. I had airbags all else around me that deployed, even the ones on the door and along the window and stuff that were newer, not in the older cars. But I had no main front facial airbag. And I remember literally looking down and seeing one of my teeth fucking, in my damn seat underneath between my legs as I'm moving around. And I looked at it, and I looked in the mirror, and I was like, I couldn't understand because I had no feeling or sense at all that I lost teeth. And I look again, and I'm like, oh shit, I really did. but it's not hurting, I'm then I thought about it. I used my left leg since it wasn't really as hurting or swelling up. I grabbed my phone with my foot. I slid it as closer to the seat as I could. And then by trying to just lean over to my left side on my left leg and everything and lean downward, coming from a left angle down, I was able to just barely reach my phone with my thumb and forefinger. And I grabbed it and lifted it up and got it. And by that time, I started to see a woman in like a nursing type outfit coming from the school, accompanied by a guy. And I saw a couple other people going off another direction. And I thought, and there was something that they would end up walking behind and stuff. And it was over near the field. So I said, that must be where the other car went. They're going to. I got on the phone, I immediately called my granddad. I told him where I was at exactly. I said, I'm right in front of the special school district school at Votech. I said, I've had a wreck coming back from my job. I said, I was like, my leg is very bad. I was like, I believe I've broken my leg. I was like, I don't know how bad or what, but it's swelling up bigger and bigger. I said, I've broken some teeth, my face. I didn't have airbag go off. He said, well, what'd you do? I said, I was just driving back and I was coming up to the point where they crossed the highway there at Votech. And he said, and they came out while you, and I was like, I said, yeah. I said, that's exactly what happened. I said, I tried to hit the brake and I thought I had just enough moment to maybe, if not avoid them, just hit them barely in the back and turn. He said, no. He said, by the time you was thinking and getting and your body doing all that, he said, it's probably too late. He said, I'll be right there. He said, have you called the police? I said, no. I was like, let me do that now. And I hung up, called the police dispatch, and they told me that they'd already gotten, they were already on the way. They asked me what vehicle I was in. They asked me to tell them what happened. I did. They told me to report anything that was going on with me. And then by that time, the nurse had came up to the car and was checking on me, and she recognized who I was. She said, are you so-and-so's grandson? And I said, yeah. She said, your dad was, and she mentioned one of my uncles, and I said, close. I said, no. And I mentioned my dad's name. She said, okay. She said, so your brother is, and I was like, yeah. And she said, well, I'm sorry. She's like, what happened? And I said, they was at this crossing right here. And from what I remember, they were stopped and they started to come out. And I was like, I was freaking out because I was like, why are they coming? But, I was like, the next thing you know, I just tried to think, maybe I can avoid them. She said, yeah. And the way she was looking, like, she looked like, and she patted me and she said, and, like I got an eerie feeling and I started to, and I said, how's the other people? And she said, oh, they went over to check on them. She said, I have no idea. And I saw her kind of put her hand near her mouth, like she was almost nervous or something. And I got the feeling like she knows more than she's telling me. Police finally came. The EMTs finally came. I didn't talk with the police first. First, I dealt with the EMTs. The EMTs came and they asked me, briefly what happened. They said, all right, you have any pain anywhere, anything wrong? I told them exactly everything I knew. Then they asked me what medications you on. He said, are you doing? He said, he said, and I remember the paramedic said this. He said, look, you don't have to tell me all this. He said, but it would help. He said, man, from the way it looks, he said, looks like you was in just a bad accident. He said, doesn't look like, he said, you know what I mean? He's like, so I'm not trying to, I was like, I got nothing to hide. I was like, I smoke sometimes. I was like, but I didn't smoke while I was driving. I don't smoke while I'm driving. I said, I was like, I was working as a caregiver just before I got here. I'm in clinicals. I was like, I'm not even smoking currently right now because I'm in clinicals for phlebotomy. And he said, you are? He said, okay. He said, where are you at in it? And I told him, I was like, I just took my final. I was like, if I could finish clinicals, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen now. He said, yeah, I hate to say it, but you're probably right. He said, you're probably going to have to take it over again. He said, because he said, you got your legs messed up, buddy. And he said, you know that. And I was like, yeah, I've never broke a bone before in my body. And he said, well, all right. And I said, please tell me you're going to give me something for pain. I was like, because I'm starting to feel a world of pain, and I'm worried how you're going to get me out of here. He said, yeah. He said, so I'm going to give you 10 milligrams of morphine right now, and we're going to give you some saline. And I said, but whoa, they'll be wanting blood and stuff, you know. Like, he's like, it doesn't matter. He said, we're giving you a precise dose. This will all be recorded. He said that, he said, if they do tests and stuff, he said, they'll be able to, you know, it's not going to mix with anything. If you don't have anything in there, he said, then this will be all that's in there. He said, even if you had a little bit of weed, maybe, he said, you know, he's like, but if it's, he said, if it's what you're saying is true and you haven't been smoking, he said, it's probably out. He said, it's probably even out of your blood. And he said, and if you haven't been smoking actively, it's low. And he said, and this won't mess with it, make it higher or nothing. He's like, you know, but I don't have to give you any pain medicines at all. If you're, I was like, no, if you're going to document it, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, all right, I don't want them thinking, you know. And so he's like, because I'm worried about the other people. No one's telling me anything. And he said, oh, everything's going good. And they gave me that medicine in one IV in one arm. They gave me the other stuff in the other arm. And they opened the door up because it wasn't obstructed or anything. They didn't have to get the jaws of life or nothing. And he said, and he's sitting there thinking, looking at me. The other one's got this brace and they got this stretcher here. And he's like, all right, buddy. He's like, so what I'm going to do, he said, I'm going to have to, I'm going to maneuver you out this way. He said, then I'm going to be on this side and he's going to get down there. And he said, and on the count of 3, we're going to move you. He said, and if you need to, he said, feel free to call me any name in the book. He said, I'm not going to be mad at you. He said, just try to he said, just let it out. Don't worry about nothing. And I was like, wait a second. They went 1, 2, and they didn't wait till 3. They did it right after they said 2, you know, and they pulled me out and the other guy grabbed my leg, and it's like he grabbed just me around the ankle, just around my ankle, and he was pulling my leg like he was trying to yank it off like a fucking toy. And I just screamed. I remember looking over at my granddad like with a face like breathing fast when they started going 1, 2, and my grandpa looked at me like, I'm sorry, you know. And I remember seeing him outside after screaming like that, and he smiled at me. He smiled at me. He said, and he mouthed, "You're gonna be okay." And I just, and I almost was mad, like, and teary eyed at the same time because I'm sitting there like, oh my God, and I'm feeling them tightening this brace on my leg, and it's getting tighter, 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 and tighter and tighter, like they're cutting all the circulation off. Come to find out, they do that because they don't know if I'm bleeding internally there, or they didn't know at that time really if my femoral artery was messed up or compromised. I wasn't bleeding a lot or anything though, but they still put tourniquets on me and all that shit. So aside from the tourniquets and then the brace with the built-in tourniquets and pulling my leg, you get how I was feeling at this point. Then they put me in this ambulance on standby, and I'm sitting there, and I see the first state trooper. But right before he came in to speak with me, I heard 2 people outside, and I heard one say something, ask one to another, and I couldn't really make it out clearly. But then I heard the other clearly say, "Yeah, we've got one in here seriously injured." He said, "We've got 1 DOA, and we've got 1 that's currently being airlifted out." And I sat there and thought to myself, I said, 1 injured, 1 airlift. I said, DOA. And I thought about it, and I was like, dead on arrival. And I just thought, it clicked. I said, dead on arrival. And at that moment, I just went. I really, and just to make it clear for everybody, you know, I am not the first person that's been in a accident. And regardless of the fault established by investigating authorities, the others, neither. Sometimes it's the others, sometimes it's neithers. Sometimes it's, the person that would be in my case that remained alive. But not all the time is it a negligent case of it's their fault due to negligence or recklessness. Sometimes it's just their fault, not through intentional recklessness or unintentional. That's not my case, though. It wasn't my fault. But regardless, at this point, when you hear the word DOA and it clicks what it means and the reality set in that a human life has just passed in a situation you're involved in, it wasn't me starting to worry about, like, oh my God, what if this is my fault or whatever. No, it was, oh my God, somebody was dead when they got here instantly. And I just got to thinking about it, and the feeling I had was, I don't want to be my name, my full name. I don't want to be me today. Like, why? Like, why didn't and immediately what I started thinking was, why the fuck did I have to leave work early? I could have insisted and argued and said, no, we had an agreement that I work so much and that, I want to keep my commitments, because there's a person that paid me half of my salary still yet the whole year I didn't work and I was in rehab just to make sure I had money every month for stuff. What kind of boss does that? Not many bosses do that. Somebody who's a boss and a friend. So I really wished, and I started hating myself at that moment because I wish I had made myself stay at work because I would have avoided them. We would not have met up at that same spot and it would have been avoided. Now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that the same thing might have happened a month later, either with me or somebody else. The fact is, that wouldn't have happened that day. I might have finished my phlebotomy course clinicals that semester, and I'd be further along in life. And then I wouldn't have also gotten heavily addicted to painkillers after the wreck for recovery. But that pales in comparison to their lives being lost. And for people to make it just, they try to present an appearance like they're respecting the people that passed, and they're trying to hold me accountable and bring out the truth to the general public or whatever the hell, or general YouTubers around my way. But that's not what they're doing at all. They treat it as a novelty. There's a reason none of them have ever gotten the highway patrol report and shown it. They say, oh, he said that a daughter visited them. On closer inspection, they had no daughter. No, but they had several sons, didn't they? Daughter-in-law. Point rested. I was in an automobile accident that was tragic. I'm sorry if I assumed they was a daughter and instead was just a daughter-in-law. But Dee's lied on Harlow's the other night and said that I said that she visited me. No, I did not. I said I got a phone call from her in the fucking hospital room. And then he said that I said that the family members were glad that it had happened. You know what? I did not at all say that all the family members said that they were glad that it happened. But when I talked to the daughter-in-law, I remember hearing from her mouth that they were both in not good situations. They had very limited resources and help. They were very old and elderly. I'm not sharing every exact thing she shared. I'm just not going to do it because part of that's my fault for the reason why it is being too open when I first came on. So I'm not going to divulge personal stuff like that. You just need to understand that they wasn't, of course, happy that it happened. but compared to the other realities and things that they knew about and was concerning and afflicting those people, they were, in that sense, glad that that stuff was over for them. Okay. And it shouldn't have to be explained, but if I don't, nobody ever will, even though I'm sure anybody can relate to what I just said that has old parents in a crappy position like that, or has known somebody that had older people in crap positions like that. A tragedy happens, they pass away. Well, if it happened in a way to where they didn't really suffer and it was instant and not prolonged or excruciating, yes, it's a tragedy and nobody wanted it to happen. But when stuff like that happens, people want to feel better. So they look on things like, well, they don't have to deal with this anymore. They don't have to worry about that. They, thank God it wasn't, prolonged. We didn't have to pull a plug or anything. My point is made and rested now. You get what I mean. But that is just one way of twisting things, because I didn't go through all the explanation before and I just said, they were not happy that it happened. Fine, I never said that. I said because of other ways and things they were relieved, in a sense relieved. That doesn't mean that they were okay with it and fucking celebrating like, it's just fucked up and bullshit to even imply that that's what I meant. When anybody, if they could watch the old stream when I first told it or whatever, they would see what I meant. But nobody's going to watch it, and you guys aren't going to pull it up from your so-called archive. The archive was only ever for you to find the things that can be clipped the best or can be taken out of context the best. You never made the archive to chronologically, you just never did. Matter of fact, most of you never did. Guitar Fingers made it originally. And what happened with Guitar Fingers? You fucked him over and he fucking said, fuck off, and he quit. I mean, do we need to discuss all the people that were once Workyverse and supposedly hated me? Well, if I'm such this bad guy and all the stuff they say is true, why so many people left? Because if the group was the problem, I could see leaving the group, but they wouldn't stop fucking with or focusing on and trying to spread the so-called truth about me. If they was really in it for those reasons from the beginning, which they weren't. And they know they aren't, and they're not going to admit it, and I don't want them to. Because just the fact that they recognized y'all's bullshit finally, and they saw the writing on the wall, some of them straight up left because you guys started going too far. The 5150s, the trying to fuck with my school. How long in the first year of 2022 when I got on here, the last half of it, did y'all say you wanted to help me? And that you were for sure I was on drugs actively, even despite coming on here and sharing the fact and having an ironclad story of where I went for rehab treatment. I've got photos, I got receipts, I got certifications and graduations of completing not one, not two, but 3 programs, along with a 30-day stay voluntarily by consent at an inpatient psychiatric treatment facility to be diagnosed, observed, and to fucking get help because I almost fucking literally killed myself. I did all of that, not no court order, not no threats from family, nothing. You know why? Because I realized at that point I had said no to help and I had tried to get help and failed at 2 different times and places and facilities. And I knew coming close to that death, like I did, that, first they tried to gauge my mind and they told me, they said, we were just gauging, where you were at with your awareness and acceptance of reality and what you needed. Because at first they talked about, as soon as I was getting out of ICU, they discharged me and they said, they suggested outpatient. And I immediately jumped on it, of course. And she started to walk out, and she said, no, I'm not even going to do that. She's like, I don't want to take this back like that. She's like, I'm just gauging your mind. She's like, look what just happened. And she's like, you don't need outpatient. She said, if I take this back, she said, they're gonna make sure that you get treatment. So, I mean, would you comply to some serious treatment, of your own free will? I think you would like that better. She said, I was like, you mean like substance abuse? She said, well, yeah, that, but she said, I think you should also should see, she said, there's a good place in Kansas City. And I said, and before she even finished it all, I said, well, I see more than I just said, well, I see more than just one doctor. She said, yeah. And I was like, and this is not gonna make me like, uh, committed and to where I can't control my own affairs. She said, no. She said, now, if I take this back that you're wanting to do outpatient and get out of here as quick as possible, like you just acknowledged, she said, she said they might ask you one more time. She said they might just go ahead and go with it because she said they got all they need to get a court order if they need to. And I said, no, no. I was like, I was like, I know I need treatment. I was like, but you gotta. I said, but you come to me with outpatient. I'm like, my first mind, of course, is gonna say yes. I don't want to really have to go. I was like, but I know I need to. And so I consented voluntarily, and I went. And then to come on YouTube after being home for 2 years, being piss tested, even after coming home, like just because I came home doesn't mean my treatment stopped, you know. And then I finally got it finished last year. I got off of fucking Suboxone. I got off of Ativan after having to do hula hoops and jump through loop-de-loops because a woman who pretended to be a friend but was a buddy troll decided to take what I shared with her and give it to the chunky burps, which that in and of itself, I was talking about with my counselor and stuff. She said it's funny how they claim to, care about your drug issue and maybe if you still had a current one. She said, I'm looking at. She said I looked at your test results because you told me all this, and I wanted to. She's like, I'm gonna, double check him. She's like, I looked. She said, you have not had one test result since being back in Missouri that has deviated. She said, you had none that deviated in Massachusetts. She said, you have no discipline reports regarding your urine. You've not had to be counseled. You've not had your appointments shortened from 4 weeks. Because, see, if somebody's not taking enough of their Suboxone or another drug or anything, they'll take you down from 4 weeks to 2 weeks and tell you, we want to see you in 2 weeks. If you come back in 2 weeks and you're not clean, they may give you just one more 2 weeks, depending on what your story is, how honest you are. Or right then and there, they're going to say, we can fire you and you can go AMA, which is what we will do if you don't go with us into inpatient. Like, that's what they'll do. And at that point, if you want to keep getting the Suboxone, you do what they say. I mean, and you get whatever else it is under control. I never had any of that. A lot of people do, she said. She said, I mean, she's like, the majority has some other issue. She's like, you've had none. And she's like, you've been out of treatment now for going on over 3 years since you got back home. Because see, when I was in Massachusetts, I was still in a controlled environment, sober house, house manager that did weekly tests. And besides the house weekly test, then you had the blood and urine test at the clinic. So I was getting tested double in Massachusetts and everything. So the fact that I left that strict of an environment, came back home, and didn't falter, and they said, well, you can have done all that, but it doesn't mean you still wasn't abusing your drugs. How is that the case? Because if I was taking more Ativan than prescribed or more Suboxone, they would see it in the labs. They literally test for levels. They don't just they do a dipstick test while you're in the office. but they send it off. And every so often they take blood because, even pee is not, it's pee. It goes from saliva, the strength of drug test and how long they can detect pee or saliva, pee, blood, hair follicle, period. I mean, that's the order. So but they said they was concerned about that, but yet they caused me to lose a doctor because they bombarded this doctor with freaking calls over and over claiming he's abusing his drugs, he's selling his drugs, he's abusing them online on live stream, passing out. The whole world can see. Da 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 da. I made my psychiatrist fully aware of these people. I even made her aware, I'm worried that they're gonna call and bug you and all. I covered all this. She's like, I'm not gonna let that happen. Well, she probably was only imagining a couple calls. After 40 plus fucking calls in one day, plus several follow-up calls days after, on and on and on, with emails, she finally told me, I know what I originally said, but I've also got to keep in mind and think about my patients, my other patients. I have more than just you. And basically, the message I got was I can't take controversy or a bunch of false reports and dealing with all that and my patients, trying to keep my practice alive and risk the practice or risk any of the allegations becoming true or even being thought to be true. And, she just, no. And tried to cut me off with just one set of refills. Didn't give me a referral. Didn't, do a referral for me so I could go to the next doctor. And no, no, no. Just gave me one set of refills and said, you're on your own. And she knew my whole story and everything. We was just doing hypnotherapy sessions. We had gotten to do 2. And I was feeling very good after each one of them. Maybe it's placebo, whatever. But this was a very good psychiatrist. Even though she done what she done and bent to their pressure, I still can't say she wasn't a good psychiatrist. She fucking was. Person that I do stuff for and stuff, he used to see her. You don't see her no more. Because she's not in practice now. She finally retired. She still has her practice, but I don't think she's active in it anymore. And it's funny how she done that literally a year after dropping me. So I guess I was gonna lose her eventually anyways, but I wouldn't, she would have transferred me to somebody else at her practice now. I wouldn't have been kicked out completely. I wasn't kicked out for conduct. I wasn't kicked out for urine test. I wasn't kicked out for fighting, for cussing or nothing. I was kicked out and dropped because a fucking bunch of people coordinated, called in and made complaints even though she was fully aware of my issue online at the time and these people doing exactly that with the police, family, relatives, like they had a modus operandi established and she was aware of it. And she said it wasn't going to get to her even if they tried. And boy, when they did it, it got to her. And, she, as Harlow tried to say about me, she folded like laundry. Well, my doctor folded like laundry. And they celebrated that. And then they kept calling her, Filthy Animal did, and said that he was bitching at her because I was still getting medicine. At least they could tell, or I think I still told them doesn't mean you're getting me kicked off my medicine. And they was giving her shit still because I had medicine. And so then she violates my HIPAA and she tells them, well, his grandfather, she says that she said he made an ass out of himself. My grandpa don't show his ass. My grandpa was called by people and referred to people and still is as one of those people that's the salt of the earth. Your grandparents are a part of the generation and type of people that we'd refer to as the salt of the earth. I've heard that multiple times from different people. My grandpa don't cuss. My grandpa occasionally will say damn or shit at home amongst his family in rare circumstances. He does not cuss and say F GD, mother ever, anything else of the sort. And he does not say damn or shit when he's out in public for sure. He doesn't like cuss words. He doesn't like shows or TV shows or anything with cuss words, really. He'll suffer a small amount, but not a whole lot. If it's just mother, da da da, every other word, no, he ain't watching it. So the fact that he says that she said he showed his ass, I'll never understand that because, I mean, he was angry with how she had done me, with the fact that we was upfront with her about this situation. She's supposed to be my psychiatrist. A psychiatrist helps somebody's mental health. These people are actively trying to fuck up my mental health, and they state it, and then yet she allows them to bully her and scare her into reports or whatever complaints, and just leaves me willy-nilly. Well, yeah, my grandpa was mad, but he didn't go up there and tell her, I'm mad at you. You're being a bitch. No, he just told her he's got to have his medicine. He's been on this for this many years. You know this. You didn't give him a referral. We're trying to find one. It's like doing a needle through a haystack with these other doctors that he hadn't been seeing regularly. They got other stuff going on. And the doctor I was trying to see for a referral, I never got a referral from him. I had to get a doctor a different way. But I wasted 2 months waiting on a referral from him. So yeah, you bet your ass those 2 months, I made sure she refilled my prescriptions, because you do not drop somebody without a plan or a way to be able to seamlessly transition and either get the same medicine or get to a doctor that's going to start weaning me off the medicine if that's their choice. But you don't just drop me out in the open. I mean, that was a recipe for me to relapse. If I had a car at that time, if my car hadn't just went bad, like literally just a few months before this happened, my car went out. If I still had a car at that time and somehow I didn't get a refill prescription from her, she said, fuck us completely. But she knew she had an obligation. That's why she did it for an additional 3 months. She did it for 3 months after while it took me that long. I would have, you know, I would have went to the ends of the earth, anywhere I could have gone, whether it's a smoke shop or kratom, people I know from the other town over. I hadn't seen them since 2019 and before when I was active, but I'm sure I can find some of them. I would have probably relapsed, full blown relapse. And then their little narrative of me being a junk box actively, it would have came true. Good Lord, can you imagine if that happened? I would have went streaming live. And if people think just because when I was tired and stuff and fell asleep was something, can you imagine me being actively on there fucked up? Like actively on there fucked up, I'd have no filter at all. I'd have no sense of, I just wouldn't have no common sense. Like I would have gotten 5150 more probably. Hell, I probably would have ended up maybe even getting, worst case scenario, if I relapsed, I could have even gotten in trouble, because if they suspected I relapsed, they'd for sure be fucking calling the cops on me. If they knew I was still driving, oh fuck. Just my circumstances in life really took a turn for the worse then, but in a way, it kept me in a little space to where I was protected. Like I didn't fall off the deep end. I came real close one day, really damn close. And only through the power of God and through the power of what we may call coincidence, not really coincidence, but I see it as divine intervention. That shit didn't happen. And the divine intervention wasn't, in a rosy colored way either. It didn't just nicely keep me from falling out. No, I had to suffer the trolls being successful and allowed to do a fucking call into the police, so that way I would be interrupted before I would damn relapse. And that's exactly what happened. And while that shouldn't have happened and that was a wrong thing to do, and they didn't do it because they knew I was about to relapse, they just did it to harass me again. This was probably the 4th or 5th time they'd sent the police. And I wasn't just on stream passing out or with a bag of white powder like Charlie tried to lie about one time. They had no indication of anything. They just randomly called, and it just was at the same time I was about to fucking relapse. They'd love to probably say, well, that we take credit for that. If it wasn't for us, that was God. God used their attempt at harassing and upsetting me to go live to interrupt and keep me from making a bad decision. So I don't thank them. I don't give them credit. I give it to God. People say, well, if you know what the deal is, why do you worry? Why do you explain? Because, and this is so cheap to have to explain this, but we will. Trolling somebody by finding up something from their past or whatever could be seen as creative. Finding a certain name to call somebody that you just picked up out the blue or by intuition to get them really reactive and going live could be seen as creative. To call a human being who you know instinctively from right off the bat when they got on because of Cammie's lies about Johnny and them spreading it, and them telling of a false allegation story they went through in their experience, you know they don't like false allegations. They took a stand against this, and this is what initially got them on the troll radar. Number one. Number two, you know that any human being, because it's AD's demonstrated it, fucking Seeper is demonstrating it right now with Miss Patty's situation, which is why I brought him up. I'm tying it in right now. Other people in the troll community that claim themselves to be trolls and have ran with trolls and been okay with what trolls have done, calling people pedos and stuff like that, still get angry when false allegations get brought on them. Rules for thee, make it make sense, but it's more than that. It's not creative or an accomplishment or getting somebody to moo or dance when you call them a pedophile or a woman abuser or a rapist, terrorist, fucking drug trafficker, anything that is immediately outwardly negative on somebody and has to do with defaming their real life, especially when trolls like Seeper are talking about it right now, or as trolls would say, crying and mooing about it. It goes to show you, same thing with AD when he got upset, when people were falsely. It's not creative. It's no big deal. You look stupid patting yourself on the back because you think that you're really triggering somebody and doing good old troll work and accomplishing something and being creative when you are using zero creativity. You are using known trigger things in public to specifically cause an easy reaction that is gaugeable and been expressed and documented and viewed in several people, trolls, non-trolls, in between, and etc. Which goes to show that there is no creativity behind it. There is no effort behind it. It is bullshit. Using the same story of a live stream of where you saw my nephew in a red shirt and black fucking sports, what do you, silk like starter type shorts. That's what he's wearing. Nobody was nude. And you only happened to see that was because I wanted to share with some of my actual fucking supporters my Facebook photos. You find a picture of me that you get from Ghost of me in a wheelchair from my Facebook. Sure, of course, you cut the picture off to crop the parts where you could make out and I could circle the wheelchair. Hell, I could actually get the regular picture and do it if you want me to, but I don't need to. I'm in a wheelchair recovering, and my nephew is a newly born fucking baby. Well, at that point, he might have been 2-3 months. He wasn't newborn, but he close enough. And he's holding my girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend now, but my girlfriend at the time's necklace charms. He's playing with it because it's objects and it's interesting to him. I'm sitting and taking a selfie with him literally just on my knee, sitting in a wheelchair. No arms around his neck or hand. But yet, what do they say in the comments? Look at him ripping that baby around the neck and, oh, the monster. All I'm doing is sitting there posing with my damn new fucking nephew. My first time visiting, getting to see him and hold him and smiling. As my ass, femur, and knee is broken and recovering in a fucking wheelchair. But that's supposed to fucking equal, oh, see guys, he's a pedo, we told you. Look at the monster. Like, come get the fucking real. So what about these public photos we got public, not private through having a mole get them, but these public photos we got from a troll who after trolling for 2 years didn't think, maybe I should private this fucking Facebook. What about the pictures with him and children? But did you see me fucking go around and say, oh, look at this monster? It's fucking, it's family, for Christ's sake. I mean, what does that say? And I'll just address you. What does that say really, DB boy? When you have done and labeled all this to me, the only thing I've ever done and pointed out again and again, because it's true, is your abuse of 2 of your past relationships, wives, women, and baby mothers that you fucking abused to the point to get a felony level like I got a friend got 2 misdemeanor DVs, all right? Because nobody got any broken bones or went to the hospital or anything. You got 3 felony level DVs. At least 2 of them probably with, I'm gonna assume, well, one I know, but the other one I'm gonna assume too is probably a mother of yours. And if that's the mother's and you're the father, then God can only wonder, unless maybe by the miracle of God they were with another family member at the time. But considering 3 different instances of DV, I'm going to assume that at least by odds of elimination and guessing and just statistic thinking, one of those fucking instances, you did violence, if not maybe 2 or all 3, in front of children, did violence to their mother. They don't make you, I looked further into it because at one time I kept bringing up this account that he had to pay restitution into. It said Child Abuse Multidisciplinary Fund. And I claimed, oh, he must have done child abuse. That was short-sighted of me. And I mean, I read it. It was there on the record. I'm angry because this guy's constantly threatening and screwing with me. So, no excuse, but just giving you the mindset of why I jumped to that conclusion. Upon looking further and further, there's no explicit child abuse charges, but I also found out that they could have established in the court or whatever the proceedings, children were present, and so that is why he had to pay into that fund. On one of them occasions, they was at least present. We know for a fact because he paid into that fund. The other ones don't really show as much as that one did with the information. I'll double check. But he paid into that fund. It's pretty damn good chance that someone was present under, And that's just scummy. And that's all I've ever said about you, dude, because that's all I've ever found public information on. I've never claimed you're a drug trafficker. I've never claimed you to be a pedophile. I've never claimed for you to be a rapist. I have never claimed anything false about you, Mustard Squirrel. I'm sorry, DB boy. I don't address you by your stupid fucking troll name. DB boy. I've never claimed anything false against you. Not one fucking thing can you name. That comment, she gonna get gang raped. I don't give a fuck if it was she gonna end getting gang raped. any person, if they followed this long enough and saw how much you stalk her and me and the type of stuff you say regularly, would take that as an implied, if not direct threat, a directly implied threat to her or the other person. Now, if you'd said she's going to end up getting gang raped hanging around that neighborhood, that'd be a different story. But you didn't say that. And who the fuck says that version or the other? The other version would just be, if I really wanted to be a sicko, I would say it like that if I want to be sophisticated and so I could deny any inference of it being a threat. But in my mind, I could still mean it as a threat. So, oh my God. Look, we're going to get back on track. I apologize. But some of this needed to be really said because I've got new subscribers, and considering my OCD, whatever, I just know some of you guys are going to run into things. And you know what? You're free to do whatever you want. I don't try to control you. I just try to warn people and tell them ahead of time stuff. But you know, sometimes you can't always do that. People have to learn by their own experience sometimes. I'm one of those people. You just can't take word or be solidified and make a conclusion until you see and experience it yourself. So I don't fault people for that. Watch whatever you want to watch about that concerns me from anywhere. And I'm mainly specifically saying the troll stuff. Watch one of their things. I would suggest a short thing. Come to me and describe it in detail, and I guarantee you, before you even finish, I can immediately tell you what it is, what the tactic is, what they're trying to promote versus what either was or what is or what isn't at all. Because there's literally shit of me saying that N-word books and that N-word Jimmy is some da-da-da something else, and it's AI. I didn't know Jimmy. I never talked to Jimmy. Jimmy never done anything to me. Jimmy is some guy over in Books' original algorithm that also has dealt with trolls and stuff. I think I have watched just a few things concerning him at Books' and from that channel, Sermons from the Cell, whatever. But other than that, I don't know Jimmy. I don't have any interactions with him. If he was ever at Books when I was there, I'd be surprised if we said hello to one another. Like, if I ever interacted with him, it was very superficial. And so superficial that I didn't talk about him and he didn't start shit with me or nothing like that. You know, he's had trolls call in, and this is where they got the idea from, because when I mentioned I did it last weekend, they like, oh, well, we're going to call the ranges and stuff, let them know about that he had in the past discharge. You could do that. That's not gonna, that can't exclude me, you know. And even if it did somehow, because you sent 50 fucking calls to the place and pressured the shit, you know, that's nothing to brag about. The fact that you got enough people where you can pressure call or call from enough numbers on just a few different small amount of people to make it seem like it's a shitload of different people with voice changes, whatever, that's nothing to brag about. That just shows that you have to use bullying and intimidation to get shit accomplished. You've got nothing of substance that could make someone look at it and be like, oh shit, like where you ain't got to say a word or try to convince them or nothing or have other people call in. Imagine if you could make one phone call and explain or show something and be direct about it without lying or anything and could accomplish that goal. Well, then maybe an alternate universe, it might be accurate to say there's something there to do, but you don't have that. You have to literally, the little stuff that you try to point out as something you still have to have a lot of pressure and people involved in tactics to try to change anything or alter somebody to think bad about me, exclude me, whatever, not associate with me on YouTube, etc., to accomplish it. And when you premeditatively threat that stuff, and it's out there, and it's out there where you threatened it in the past and things, you know, the collection of evidence of file for me to just go in one instance here and give maybe one paragraph or two and that's it and send it off, that's all I have to do. It all speaks for itself. So then if you do that, they've been warned in advance, they've been put on notice, and they've seen your language and other examples. You could maybe get somebody like Taylor Swift on the line to say something about me, and they still wouldn't believe it. Not if they have integrity, okay? Unless they're just a simp for Taylor Swift or whatever. But I'm joking, but I'm not at the same time. Like, actions speak louder than words. And your so-called actions of mine, something from years ago where I freaking had an accidental thing that resulted in no injury to myself or anybody else and only minimal freaking damage to some property that was covered, didn't result in any criminal charges or anything like that. You really think that do you realize how many cops and stuff go to ranges and shit and have had those, more than one of those? You know, do you think that they don't realize people have those? I've never went to a place like that and they asked me, have you had any and how many? And where's some references so we can double check? No, they watch you while you're there. And one instance, depending on the range master, one instance of gun neglect, sweeping yourself, finger on the trigger while you're not shooting and just holding it, anything crazy or regular breaking of rules that you acknowledged when you got there, unless you do something like that, you're not going to get kicked out. People have accidental things happen at the range, like with this SIG video I saw going off from being dropped. I seen this one guy, he shot a revolver and the recoil was so strong and stuff was, you know, he's, I guess, not that strong, and it kicked completely back and the barrel literally was pointed not at his forehead but past his forehead. Even it kicked all the way back to go past his forehead and almost lined up with his nose, with the top part of his nose. But he did, and people pointed this out, he moved it backwards, you know, just on the instance it done that, he still pointed it back down range. His finger remained off the trigger after he initially pulled it and it did that, and he stayed safe. You know, but guess what? He had to be let go for that day and be canceled because, I mean, shit, he literally shot the ceiling. And if he wasn't careful, he might have could have ended up, you know, just grazing his head or whatever. But luckily, the round went out and the barrel was short enough to where the round had gotten out and cleared right before the firearm got more angled toward his head. But just boom, flying backwards, almost pointing at him. And when he pulled the trigger, like, it kicked immediately and shot upwards into the ceiling. But he wasn't fucking banned for life from that place. You know? Now, if he had been sitting there hee-hawing, finger on the trigger, talking shit and gooping around, pointing at people, and then it went off, even if it still didn't hurt nobody, guess what? All that conduct's going to be taken into account. I guarantee you that person would be banned for life, and they should be. But that doesn't ban them from other places. And if they live in the country like I do, dingbats, we got all the open areas and spaces to fucking go and make our own range. So you're not bothering me with that bullshit. I'm sorry, I'm just now getting back to the video. But I just needed to vent a little bit, man, because it's so, and I know people are hearing what I'm saying, and those of you that are level-headed and don't hate me for hate's sake, you know I'm making points. I ain't saying that every damn thing has been spot on 110% accurate and flawless. But you know, with everything I've just went over and addressed, I'm at least at the 98 to 99.9% range of being spot on. And you guys know I am. Even the trolls do. The ones that hate me for hate's sake, they know I am too. They're bound. They can never give me props for nothing. I mean, to do that would literally be painting a target on themselves for any other trolls that see it. Hey, good night, everyone. Damn it, I am so sorry, fucking Ice. Impeach. Goddamn, brother. I'm just now looking at messages. I've been doing better with the chat, but I was just in a very long fucking venting session. And I apologize, Impeach. You're gone now, but if you are still here listening, just know I see you. I appreciate your support. Any woke, joke, Devato eaters in here? I'm going to bed. Just want to say square. Hey, Impeach. Appreciate it, buddy. If you have drugs, you must share square. No, I don't have any currently. Not any. I mean, if you want to call THCA flower drugs and Librium drugs, I guess technically, but they're not any drugs you would want or care for. They're not no party drugs or nothing. That was a long time ago. Yeah, I know Chi-Chi, but I'm looking in chat and he's the last message he said before you said that one, so I have no idea how long ago it was he was in here. But that just shows you right there. I had Impeach, I had Supreme, I've got Chi-Chi, I've got Pitbull showed up, David showed up, Bambi would show up if I streamed and it was a regular time that she didn't usually sleep. That's why Bambi gets up so early, because she goes to sleep so fucking early. Hell, even the other night when I was on here, she came in, and people think because I'm always jumping on her panels and was jumping on Harlow's that they should be doing, and them not doing it all the time on mine is an indication of them being right, that they both hated me, blah blah blah. But they're clearly wrong, because Harlow said clearly, even after she had cursed me and shit, that she always advocated for me and she never not wanted me. So you're wrong about that. She admitted it even. And assuming that, but that doesn't mean everything she said was fully correct. Because the thing about Bambi hating me and her having to constantly battle Bambi, one time she assisted me in making my case to Bambi that, there was no ill intent meant. And I didn't even have to stay on that long. I didn't have to, prove that. She knew. She said pretty quickly, like, I know you had no ill intent. But she did get angry at me. And, but like adults, and thanks to Miss Harlow at the time, that got cleared up. It got cleared up, and she wasn't telling Harlow not to fuck with me. She wasn't saying that I was kicked out of her chat. She wasn't, kicking me like the trolls try to suggest she always wants to do. But she was going to, just be amicable, but, because I'm not getting all into it, just out of respect for her and me, because it's our situation, it's old and it's put to rest. But just know that it didn't take but, a day or two of some space, expression, and acknowledgement, and Miss Harlow sharing her side and reminding what the other person acknowledged too. Guess what? It was fixed that quick. And other than that, Harlow, you know, not with my knowledge, and neither did she ever share with me that she was going to bat for me. And it doesn't make sense that she wouldn't share that because she knows I wouldn't get that and then run to Bambi like, why is like she knows I wouldn't have done that because when she helped me the one time that there was a small issue, she told me things and stuff, and she even told me later like I was going to see. She's like the other stuff was just to see what you would say and do, and she's like, and you showed that what they say about you regularly is bullshit about how you play games and just obtain stuff from people and play with people like toys and manipulate them. She's like, I don't know, that's not true because she's like that especially, and I'm not going into all details about it. You know, it's just there's no need. But I was tested, and not just once either. And other than that one time, there wasn't no big deal at all. Because I mean, I was still going to be allowed in chats and shit like that too. I was not being blacklisted, but I made someone unsure about, you know, what my direction growth is, what my goals are, what do I think I can do, can't do, shouldn't do, would do. You know, they was unsure about all that. And without even realizing or being told that straight up, I answered a lot of it myself. So that was cleared. So what else was there, Harlow, that me and Bambi, that Bambi was like, oh, I can't stand, I gotta get rid of him, and that you white knighted for me? Because I tell you the truth, Harlow, when I got told what was going on with you, it hit me out of nowhere. And I even said to Bambi, I said, you know, where does this just come out of nowhere? Like, have you not been telling me stuff like that? Have you just been sitting on it or whatever? You know, and it's not because I would be angry if she was, because sometimes you have to do that as a leader for certain reasons. It's not about hiding anything, but at the same time, I'm not getting into all that. That's between. But just put it this way, you know, there's a there's a balance basically on doing stuff like that. And no, it was literally Harlow just came out of nowhere doing the stuff. Nobody was planning on getting rid of her. Nobody was bitching about Harlow at all. Despite the fact that, you know, the people I met and stuff support one another and share each other's channels, donate to each other's channels. You know, I've seen instances where people, you know, in private, not naming who or anything, going through a rough time and don't ask for anything. And they don't do this shit regularly either. Like whine about their circumstances or something. Somebody asks them what's wrong because they don't seem right. This is how it played out. And they explain it and open up. And I saw not just one, but a couple people pull together to help this person. That's a fucking community right there. That's a goddamn community I could be proud of. And seeing that made me join in. Not that I wouldn't have, it happened so quickly, you know, that I was processing everything. And I also got in on the call late, so other people were up to speed more than I was. But once I realized what was going on, like, I had to jump in, you know, and I didn't have much to share. Just me by myself and my share, you know, they would appreciate it, but, you know, it would still be a result of, you know, well, so and so tried to help, but, you know, they're still down bad. You know, it doesn't help create effective change. But with me and a few other people, pulling what we each can together. You know, I mean, I put it to you like this because I think saying this doesn't give anything away. While that at that time they were down bad, today they literally have an interview coming up for a job. And I'm going to put a disclaimer and say that they may have already had it, they may be about to have it. I'm not being specific. I'm basically telling you that I'm fudging up details because I don't know what all has been shared elsewhere, and the last thing I want to do is say too much to where somebody figures out who I'm talking about, because it's no one's business. But I just want to share that aspect that that's a fucking community. That's the type of community I found when visiting and meeting Supremes people, when visiting and meeting Chips people, P9, when meeting all of the rest of the people in the Pizzaverse. I've known Bambi for a while and dealt with her, and Goku, but David, Mr. Impeach, Mr. Pecoraro, Frank, the president, who else? M, K-Fam, not real, remember? Caden, as well as other people in the chats. I don't want to necessarily name because maybe they're on the patrol radar, maybe they're not. I don't want to, put more people on radars. But a good 10 to 15 people recently I've met and, like really met and been actively daily getting to know and build up, rapport with them. And I like all these people, man. I haven't come across one yet that I don't like, and there's things about people I don't like, nuances or aspects, but if their core aspect is of a certain, essence, I may not agree with them on their political belief or belief on this, that, or XYZ, but if overall they're for fairness, equality, against, corruptness, and just in general, good person, I'm not going to not get along with them. Whether they're in a group or collaboration I'm a part of, social group or not. Like, you could be in a trolls chat, and if I come into a chat somewhere and you're there, whether it's a troll or someone else's, and you're being fair, you're not jumping on a hate train, you're not going with the hive mind, you're being unbiased and, just methodical and cautious and, not jumping to conclusions, assumptions, you're thinking with the scientific method in mind, or, not thinking as a hive mind. I'm not gonna, I mean, how do I say this? I'm not gonna, just because you're not in my group doesn't mean like I'm gonna, and you may even come up with the opposite opinion of me, but if I see you come to it in a way that's not biased or, well, that's just square, so it's opposite what he says. Like, if it's not something like that, I, I, I recognize it, and in my mind, I'm like, that person is an individual. That person is their own individual. They may get some bits and pieces of information from CNN, which I think is silly or stupid, or maybe I think their bits and pieces of information they get from InfoWars is silly and stupid. But if they also get information from places that I do regularly look at for the news and stuff, and they take that into account, and they also weighed things and ask themselves questions and different, it just depends on how I see them operate. And if they operate in a way that's like balancing and, weighing one thing against another, those are just people that I just feel like I could get along with them. I would get along with them. I may not always agree with what they conclude or reach to their conclusion, but I know that they got there by thinking fairly and, not by just, like, I know that they're not calling me a murderer, you know, and somebody says, well, you can't. You're telling us that if somebody objectively came to the conclusion he was a murderer. Yeah, but for them to come to that conclusion, they would have to look at all the articles, get the actual report, read the actual report, not have ties to trolls, not be introduced or pulled into by trolls, completely unbiased, and analyzing it without being asked to analyze it by trolls or being paid off. And they somehow read all that and they said, well, respectfully, in my opinion, you know, but here's the thing, that hasn't happened in 3 years. I got a good chance of betting and willing to bet and risk it wouldn't happen. If it hadn't happened, it wouldn't happen. It didn't happen in real life in the years preceding up to me coming on YouTube. I live in a small town and area, as if that's not already known. Everybody knows small towns are gossip hubs. People know everything about you. Not once has anybody in this fucking community ever referred to me as a murderer. Not fucking once. Not the cops. And I'm talking about highway patrol, not the sheriffs, not the city police, not the clergy, not my friends, not the people that are friends with my friends and aren't my friends, not people that aren't my friends and aren't friends with my friends and straight up really don't like me. Even one of them that I used to get into fights with a lot and shit. Somebody told me that when they was talking with them, they're like, you're not gonna believe it, man, but what's his name straight up, said like there wasn't nothing he can do in that situation, like, and they said he's still a little fuckhead and shit, but I mean, and in that instance, I was amazed because I'm like, there's somebody that straight up does hate me, but somehow they got the mental capacity to not just, you know, because I thought they was about to say, yeah, like they're saying, because they said, you won't believe what they said about your wreck. I'm like, oh, what? He's like, no, seriously, like they took up for you. I was like, huh? Why would they have to take up for me? I was like, he's like, well, people just talking about it, in general, saying what people thought. And I was like, well, any of y'all got the report? They're like, no, we saw what the radios and stuff said on Highway Patrol. And they said, that's pretty clear cut. He said, but still, some people, could just to say, I was like, yeah, I get it. He's like, he didn't. I was like, did anybody? He said, no. He said, but some of them wondered, maybe about like, is it possible you could have missed them or whatever? I was like, I asked myself that same question and I asked the police that. Not immediately, not that day, but later on I did. I asked my lawyer it. I said, because, like another false lie. I sued those people for $30,000 of blood money. That's the claim. But I thought I'm so poor and have always been so poor I can't sue. Yeah, no, I didn't sue anybody. I did not retain a lawyer. We had a family lawyer. We had a lawyer that helped my brother out before, and he was my lawyer for a fine citation bullshit and stuff before. And for the time that I talked about my case and experience giving that dude a ride, and he used a bad check, stolen check, and they came and arrested me. Eventually got it dropped, but I still had to get processed, go through the system, and go through the song and dance of going to. I think I went to just 2 court appearances besides the initial arrest and stuff. So, but those 2 appearances, being arrested, sitting in jail, bonded out, going through it, the suspense, it was a nightmare. You know, I look back at it now, it was very minimal, and I'm blessed. But at the time, it felt like a nightmare. So that's why that lawyer immediately, when my grandfather got contacted by insurance that he was the policy holder and stuff, and I was on it, was covered, he called up our family's lawyer and he told him that he would handle it no problem. He said, he's like, I want to. He's like, and he's like, I'm going to give you, he's like, I'm only going to, he said, I will take a flat 6% less than the standard rate. The standard rate for lawyers is 33%. So he took 27% instead of 33 because he told my granddad, he's like, y'all have given me a lot of business. You always use me. He said, this is bad. You know, he said, I hate this happened with Ian. I hope it doesn't affect him in major ways. And he's like, I'm sure y'all, you know, could use as much of the insurance money as possible. He's like, so I'll do it, you know, and I'll take 26% less. And he's like, you can go around and ask anyone. He's like, they all take exactly 33%. He said, don't ask me why. It's just a lawyer thing. He said, 33% is just the magic number. You know, so if you have an insurance claim or accident insurance claim, something like that, a lawyer will take it up pro bono, no money down, especially if it's a clear-cut case and they know they're going to win. And especially when in my case, the insurance wasn't even there was no contesting. There was no will they win or for sure will they win. It was just a transaction where, you know, he called because my granddad didn't want to deal with them without the lawyer because he doesn't know anything about it. You could get stiffed. They love to deal with people without lawyers. So he got the lawyer. Nothing was being contested. It was clearly established by the investigation and stuff was their fault. So I got paid out. And the payout for my insurance and the car, the full coverage and all that was $30,000 in 2016. That's what I got paid out. Now, being I was only 22 at that point, I did not spend that money wisely because I immediately put $10,000 down on a new car because it was a car I always wanted, brand new 2016 year. And do I have it today? No. So, you know, I put 10,000 and that left me down to 20, you know, and then you got to start paying those payments each month. And you could just imagine that money just went meow. That's what happened. But people don't talk about, you know, he did give his grandparents 6,000. Yeah, so actually it left me with $16,000 because I gave my granddad $4,000 of the money. I wasn't asked to. I did it at first and said, would you hold on to that for me? And I said, you know what? No, I was like, Grandpa, I'm sure you can use it for something. Bills, debts, whatever you might want to use it, project for somebody. I was like, whatever you need to do. And he said, are you, you sure? I'm like, yes. You know, my grandparents, if I had not had them, I would have grown up a lot harder probably. I might not have been so careless with money and stuff. You know, in a way, I kind of got a little easy cushion growing up, being raised by my grandparents, but that also came with challenges and things that were negative also because they're your grandparents. You know, they're not your parents, they're your grandparents. They have a really soft spot for grandchildren. Things that I probably, slipped by with, and my brother, our dad and stuff didn't get to slip by with, But in other ways too, we didn't have some issues that maybe traditionally people would have either. So it's really hard to tell the trade-off if it's Some people are raised by their I mean, I was just about to say something, but it's probably, I can't say that because I've never seen an example myself. Most examples I've always seen people being raised by their grandparents, there's an overlapping theme that they're babied a little bit, way too much than they should be. They can be spoiled and, just allowed to just do whatever and get away with stuff. That was not our case completely. I had curfews. Like, I mean, when my granddad started to figure out I was smoking, I thought he was going to kill me. I thought I was going to lose my car. And you know what? Maybe I should have. But he didn't because he's my grandpa, you know? But if you think that means I got to full-fledged just smoke and stand outside the house and smoke, no, I never would do it around him. I would always try to come home not smelling like it. Like, not to just avoid detection because I realized pretty quickly that was impossible. But doing it out of a sense of respect, hopefully he won't notice. Hopefully he won't, you do it out of a sense of respect. I knew that I got my Mimi to stop smoking when I was a child because I'd been raised early on to think of it as bad. My grandpa was always telling me, your Mimi's smoking, that's bad for you to be around, and I wish she would quit. She needs to quit. He said, maybe you could try to suggest to her, not strong or whatever. I really didn't listen to too much other than suggest, and I said to her pretty straight up raw one day, and I don't think she expected it. I said, Mimi, I love you, and I hate that you have to smoke and feel like you have to smoke. Smoking's bad, and I know you've said you want to be in my life as long as you can, and I want you to be, and I wish you wouldn't smoke. My Mimi quit within less than a week later. I went to her house about every Friday. She'd pick me up. I'd stay there till Sunday. Sunday, I'd go back to my dad's parents, my grandparents on that side. But on the weekends, I'd stay with my mother's mother, my Mimi. And when I arrived next Friday and she picked me up, she didn't mention anything, but I realized by the next morning she was not smoking. And I just remember running up to her and hugging her, you know. What I didn't realize was she was chewing the shit out of nicotine gum still at the time, but she had quit. She dropped down the cigarette, went to the gum, and she eventually stopped the gum. So to grow up and start smoking, I felt like a piece of shit because that memory was very ingrained in me, and I remembered I got my Mimi to stop smoking, even after all the years she smoked. I was like, and here I am smoking. You know. But even though I felt really bad and disrespectful, especially her being passed away, I didn't eventually quit smoking until 2013, 3 years after she passed away, and I switched to a vaporizer. And I've been using a vaporizer since 2013. So 12 years. I started back vaping when the main thing was those little 650 mAh rated battery EGO was the brand, pen vapes. I forgot how much milliliters the little tanks would hold that screwed on top, but first thing I started out on was what the bail bondsman had in Nashville, which was one of those pens, and it was peach schnapps, 24 milligram peach schnapps. I've never been an alcohol guy, but I got it anyways, and I loved it. I was so delighted. I was like, man, I don't have to go outside anymore. I was able to smoke in places where nobody else smoked or vaped. Like I could do it up in my room, outside in the bathroom. And by the time I'd move out of the area or whatever, even if somebody came to that area, sometimes they might catch a whiff of peach, but that's about it. Like no smoke smell. Sometimes my dad would give me shit. He's like, I don't like to smell that peach. I'm like, but you acknowledge it's peach, Dad, right? I'm like, how can it be bad? He says, it got nicotine in the air. I was like, Dad, by the time I breathe that out, there's nothing left but water vapor and maybe some flavor, smell, or whatever. I was like, nicotine's absorbed in me. And he's like, that's the problem with you. You know, you're too smart. You know, you read up on everything and you learn how it works. And when I tell you something, you give me a logical reason why it can't be. And he's like, I don't like that. I said, but Dad, if you look it up and it's true, how can you be mad at me? He said, because I'm your dad. He's like, you're supposed to do what I tell you. Or you're supposed to want to do what I want you to do without having to tell you. He said, and if I tell you, you ought to feel bad to where you eventually do what I want. You know, that's an obedient son. I said, what if I'm struggling with it though? He's like, well, that's where you turn to God and ask for help. And my dad's right, and I've tried praying and asking God to get rid of this, get rid of that. I've heard people tell me that that's the way to do it. That never worked for me. And you could say, well, maybe your faith's not, strong. Maybe you didn't really mean it or want him to do it or didn't try. That's all not, no, because I really did. When I was seeing how much money I was spending at one point, I was realizing all the potential and other things, opportunities, stuff I needed or wanted that I could buy realistically, but I can't because I'm spending it all on this or that. Oh, I prayed, and I asked him to take it away from me. And doesn't mean to say that God won't or isn't, you know, but for whatever reason, that just never helped me. You know, I'd wake up the next day and it would be on my mind. I prayed and I might go an hour or so. And then by that time, I'd be like, fuck, and I cave. So I would try. Um, I don't know, maybe if I could have tried harder, but like I said, some people got to learn through experience. And sometimes those experiences got to get really, really real and really visceral and in your face, blunt, scare you experience to get you to realize. And that's kind of what happened in January 2019. I freaked out when I saw myself in the mirror. For a moment, I regained awareness. Somehow I had some little sober awareness when I saw myself in the mirror. I was not looking at myself in the mirror that much at the time. And I just couldn't keep from doing it because I was bleeding, I was burning, I was just out of my mind. And I looked in the mirror, and when I looked at myself, I said, it was like the only thought I had I could think of is like, what in God's name am I doing? What am I about to do? I'm about to do something that I can never change. And I have and my mind's even scared enough to say at the time, I thought, I really don't know. And do I really want to expedite and try to find out what's beyond the veil? Do I really want to die? Like, I said no. And I grabbed the towel and, you know, granted, I was still fucked up. I was still sort of technically in a state of psychosis, but I had, God willing, blessed enough awareness to stop myself. And I was the only thing. I mean, my employer was in the nursing home. I was house sitting. I had been there for almost a week and a half at that point, nearly 2 weeks. I was completely on my own. I didn't have to check in anywhere. I had access to get money, and I had a regimen. I was paying his bill. I was doing everything I was supposed to do, but I was functioning, right? But I was taking kratom at the time because I wasn't impaired, and I knew I couldn't be impaired like I'm working. So I'm taking kratom to manage my dependence, my physical dependence at the time I had. And that's where I fucked up was I went to a store, they were out of kratom. The other store wasn't open at that time. I didn't have to, I could not wait 48 hours and hope the other place had it or what. I had to go travel to my friends, and just luckily he still had some. But he was a fucking active addict that was a lot older than me, and he was actively addicted to fucking amphetamines. And he mixed shit. He was a polysubstance user, as they call it. And I just got I just got a unintended kratom pill and a whole batch of other. Luckily, only one of them was fucking. Can you imagine if I'd taken a bunch of kratom capsules and they all had doses of that shit in it? Good God, I might not be here right now. I might have actually went full force through with it. You know, I got, but I'm not foolish enough to think every single one of these is an instance of blessed divine intervention, blessing from God. Like straight up, some of them I just got stupid lucky, and I know that. Like, I mean, maybe I don't know it. Maybe God's just making sure that I think about it so that I'm aware of it. Like, I don't see myself as special to God, but I don't know. I've been very blessed, lucky, whatever you want to call it. And I don't want to take that for granted. That's why this stuff is hurt. You know, you get into all this mental game about reaction and the truth versus narrative, and even if it's a bunch of public assholes that you really don't like and have seen enough abhorrent shit to not like, it's still at some level, and I know it is like this for anybody, if you're honest enough with yourself, it's hurtful to see people in public label you things that are outright, not true. Not because you care about what they think, not because I want to impress them or want them to like me. That ship sailed a long time ago when those peace treaty things were buddy trolls and revealed to me. I realized then they don't want it, you know. And I got told by people, you got to let go trying to be liked by everyone. So I let all that stuff go. I'm not saying I never had those issues, but guess what? At the end of doing all that, I still found out and realized it just human consciousness, spiritually, base nature. It's not natural to be okay or to not care about that. It's not how we're built. I mean, my God, look at President Trump right now. He's claiming he's never drawed, and the stuff they released about him is false. But there's clear and there, he was auctioning off drawings at the White House, for Christ's sake. He did one time, his first presidency. So does that mean he's outright lying? No, maybe he just forgot that he did draw. Um, I mentioned earlier, like I'm not jumping and saying he's a pedo, but I will say this: something's fishy with the files. He wants attention off of it. He made a creepy statement for sure about Jeff being a buddy of his and liking women, and some of them being on the other side. That's most people may see all that and be like, yeah, he's for sure dirty. Most of that was already out before he took the second presidency, and most of all of us still voted for him that did, because Kamala would have been worse than Donald. And when it came to a lot of Trump's policies, I agreed with. But since he's been in this big, beautiful bill fucked us over. I now got until 2026 to for sure get 40 or no 80 goddamn hours a month working, or somehow 40 hours a month working and the other 40 volunteering, or 100 or 80 hours of volunteer. I have to do one of those other things to keep my Medicaid now. It'll go into effect at the end of 2026. So there's some time. I got over a year and stuff, but I'd rather be working one before. It's not that I don't want to work. It's just that the work requirements, they're not, what's the word? They're not intelligently crafted for the current human condition. What I mean by that is, okay, if you live in a county like I live in, like the second or third poorest county in the whole damn state, unemployment is like double the state average and even above the national average, okay? Keep that in mind. You don't have a job. Food stamps was already like this, which is why I don't have food stamps, because they wanted me to, the hours I'm working doesn't meet the requirement, part-time. But when I had food stamps, I didn't work at all. But even working right now, it wouldn't cover it. They would still want me to fill the other with volunteer work. Well, the only places that are eligible to count as that around here are out of town. So transportation is the first issue. The second issue is the amount of hours, which would vary. Now it wouldn't be as much, but it would still be a lot, considering what I only work is technically just almost below part-time. So I would have to work what I'm doing, and then other parts of the week or time get a ride either from my family or somebody else outside of family, which would be harder, and they would expect to be paid. So I'm kind of stuck with only family. I'd have to get my family member to take me for however many hours on which days to do that volunteer outside of town, when I could be using that time maybe finding a job that's compatible with the current hours I have. Like, it doesn't offer full time, but it offers enough to combine with what I have, and the schedules are compatible, which hasn't come up yet. I could have that happen. I could find a better job and quit this job. All of that would be unable to be done if I'm having to spend my time doing volunteer work just so I keep up the amount of hour requirements to get public assistance. So I let food stamps go, and God willing, I won't have to let fucking health insurance go. But even with health insurance, like, I'm more apt to be willing to do the volunteer work for that if I would have to do that. But it just doesn't make logical sense to me, because that would get me stuck in a cycle of doing that. And all that time I'm doing that, I'm not looking for a job. I'm not, you know. So, like, how is that supposed to help me? That just helps me make a requirement to keep getting government assistance, but it doesn't help me progress, so I don't need government assistance. You know, if I got a job that offered full health care, I wouldn't need the government health care. But requesting people to do volunteer shit where they don't get paid, they don't get, you know, they say some of the volunteer things can help with job experience or give you a skill to learn. Not where I live, in other counties and places where they got more access and money. Yes, not here. It's just volunteer. It only counts as volunteer hours. I checked it out. I asked the people at the Career Center and at the state. And the lady at the reception even agreed with me when I said, well, heck, I mean, I'm going to have to spend the time when I'm not doing, you know, my couple of hours and not doing the volunteer. And by the time I'm doing all that, I'm almost basically working full time, but I'm not getting paid for full time. But I'm doing job related shit, you know, for free, just to keep this government benefit. And by the time I worked out the hours, like, I'd either would have to try to cram on the weekend, which you could apply for jobs on the weekend, but you can't always answer replies. And then come the weekday, I'd be busy doing that shit out and about, probably miss a phone call from a job. Like, I was just sitting there thinking about realistically, like, it's not that I couldn't maybe get a job. I'm just like, it's going to be really difficult, even more so. And I'm going to have a lot less time to be able to spend looking for one. And if I do find one, what if I fucking miss their goddamn call because I'm here or at my regular job, or I'm just tired when I'm got a little free time and I'm asleep, late that Saturday. I'm like, well, then now I just, not because I'm being a lazy bum, but just because I'm stretched out. And, businesses, most places that are going to hire you or making a callback, they're not going to do it on a Saturday or Sunday. They're going to do it on a business day during business hours. And, so that's just, that big, beautiful bill pissed me off. The only thing I liked about it was them taking silencers off the NFA registry, and they struck that shit down because it wasn't proper for that type of bill or something. And the rest of it is just all saving money, which I'm not against, but I thought that's what Doge just got through doing. Like they said, Doge just got through saving them and covering so much fraud. Why do you need to cut Medicaid and make stricter requirements that just restrict our lifestyles and make our poor, bad lifestyles even more complicated and challenging? Like, why do that to us if it's America first? They said that some of it was to get rid of illegals getting the benefits, and I agree with that. Keep that shit in the bill, but don't make it to where nationally every state has to make people that aren't working 80 hours a month do volunteer shit for free and waste their time doing that just to keep a benefit that you say you want them to get off of. Like, that's the irony. And I'm not the only one saying that. I have read tons and tons of comments, discussion boards and stuff about it. That wasn't even my idea at first. Like, I had the thought that doing the work requirement for SNAP, that just keeps me from searching for a job during that time. Like, I'll just have to really watch how I eat and shit. It's not like I got a whole bunch from food stamps anyways. I didn't get uh, a benefit amount that gave me food all month. I'm realistically, I could have some low quality food for a full 3 weeks, just maybe barely. Um, but I realized that I really didn't eat that much anyways. So I didn't care when the food stamps got shut off. But this medical shit, that's a bigger line. And it said that approximately potentially 80 million Americans, not illegals, 80 million American citizens are going to be at risk of losing their Medicaid, not just because they don't work or don't have transportation to do the volunteer shit or get there. That is one of the issues listed, especially for rural counties and states. But and places where no public transportation exists. But other than that, some people, uh, even with their work, like they're working a full-time job, but it's considered full-time, but they don't get 80 hours a month, which for some reason, I thought it was, I don't know, but for some reason, or maybe they just don't get 80 hours fully a month, whatever the case, and they can't get another job to get the extra hours to make 80. And if they can't get the other job and and then let's say, oh, okay, they'll have to do the volunteering. Well, they can't do that because they have a family and other obligations. So they're going to lose their, now if they have dependents, if they have actual children under, I think it's 26 or 18, I don't know, then technically they're exempt, right? But I don't know if that's clear or if it just applies to like if it's only a primary custodial parent, even if the other parent gets visitation and has to, visitate and has them at certain times to where they can't volunteer at that time, they don't get exempt. So their obligations, their family and other family obligations and shit, they're just screwed. Now, the primary custodial parent, mother or father, they'll be exempt as long as they have one of the child below that age range. And then once they reach it, they become adult, able-bodied without dependents. And so then they're going to have to work or volunteer. And it just doesn't make sense. Some older people that legitimately really can't work, but let's say that they don't fully meet the guidelines for disabled either, and they're not at the cutoff age. There's a cutoff age, but it's like in some states it's 60, in other states it's 65. So somebody could be right at 58 years old, very chronically limited, but not enough to be considered disabled. They never got approved of disability. They're going to lose their insurance if they can't volunteer or work that much. So you can say the young people like me bitching about it, we just want a free ride, but this affects far more people than just young people that you want to say just want a free ride and don't want to work. It's fucked up. One of the parents has a child that's of age and developmentally challenged, but not certified disabled, right? Because he can do some stuff technically for himself, but he can't live totally on his own. They caregive for him, and they can't even get paid by the state or whatever for that because it's not covered because of their income and the income he comes from, whatever. He's not working. Guess what? Under these rules, he's going to lose his. He will lose his insurance without a doubt. And the parents that take care of him, even though he's above age and above that cutoff age, they will lose their insurance too if they don't work. But then how can they work and do all those hours and volunteer, especially if they don't have enough work to cover the hours, if they're trying and they're daily helping and taking care of him with daily stuff and living every day? They're fucked. Like, they are legit fucked. So, I mean, unless one of them would start to only be doing it, maybe that don't need health insurance and can afford to lose it, and then the other one it's going to be crazy. Can you imagine two people with health insurance? One's got more chronic conditions, the other one's relatively healthy. So the other one picks up the slack, lets their insurance be taken away so that the other person can meet the requirements and not have to do the slack they were picking up just so they can keep it because they're more sick. That's the type of shit that's on the horizon for some families to have to face realistically and decide what to do, which way they're going to go. And that's horrible. I mean, all them trillions of dollars and shit Doge saved, and we can't fucking keep Medicaid. Like, we don't even have a universal healthcare or socialized healthcare plan, and I don't want one. But a program like Medicaid, which technically is a social type of healthcare program, but I don't see it as socialist. Okay, I don't, because they do a review every year, and they can uncover if you've got money for health insurance or you're getting health insurance for your job. Like, the only Medicaid fraud I could see happening would be with illegals or people that fib that they're at a status where they can get it or permanent resident and they're not. I could see maybe that stuff. But regular working Americans with a social security card and taxes and stuff, or no taxes, they're not going to be able to commit Medicaid fraud. So, I just, some Republicans were saying, yeah, we got to cut the Medicaid fraud. The Medicaid fraud is too much. It can't be so much that you got to be willing to potentially cut and make 80 million Americans face hardships on trying to keep their Medicaid. And that 80 million American figure, is actual 80 solid million Americans. There's no illegals mixed in there. There's no permanent residents, green cards. That is a number of actual fucking citizens. Georgia is one of the few states that implemented work requirements already for Medicaid a couple years back, because they've left it to the states, which they should. But now with this big, beautiful bill, it's a federal mandate for the states to abide by. Or else you could say they could threaten, federal assistance and funds and stuff. So they have to do it now. But Georgia had implemented it already. And they implemented these exact same guidelines. I won't even spoil it for you. Go Google and find out how many people have gotten dropped since Georgia enacted that. And the people that got dropped and shouldn't have got dropped and are still to this day trying to fight to get their insurance back. But they're fighting because in the system they're labeled as, didn't meet the requirements. And like they legit couldn't, or they should have been the ones that get a waiver, or, there's different reasons for why they shouldn't have been, but they get hit with that because this is such a broad, they tell them to make this requirement for everybody. And then it's up to those people that are supposed to, seek out an exemption or can be exempt under one of the conditions or whatever, to fill out more separate stuff, go through all that red tape, which Medicare, Medicaid, food stamp offices are notorious in every state for being shitty, backlogged, and everything. And sometimes the paperwork's filed, but by the time it goes through the system because of backlogs, it's missed the deadline. Even though they mailed it out plenty ahead of time to not miss the deadline, it goes through at a deadline point. So guess what? It gets rejected, and then they lose their insurance, and they're labeled in there as, well, they didn't comply and they were able-bodied and not exempt. If it was hard enough to just get that initial waiver shit through to keep that from happening, now once they're labeled as that they were able, they weren't exempt, they didn't file nothing in time, and they didn't meet the requirements, it's going to be twice as hard to get that undone if they couldn't keep it from happening to begin with. I mean, what the fuck, people? I am no expert in politicians or government shit or any of this. And you might be saying, like, why are you so fired up about it? Why are you talking about it? And on it. And on it. Because I thought about this and read through it here recently, and I cannot get, I just, it blows my mind. It's unbelievable that I can come logically through thinking and reading all this to these conclusions, whether I read them and then read through it and thought about it to understand it, or I read through the scenario and understood it without being spoon-fed the answer. Both, different subjects, both different ways. And then to see these representatives vote for the shit. And I saw the articles of people raising the issues. The bill was sent from the House to the Senate. It had to be reconstructed at first from the Senate. It went to be voted on. It got denied. They had to reconstruct it again. And then finally they narrowly, passed it. Even my one of my representatives that we voted for at the election, Josh Haley, who's a Republican here in Missouri, he had criticisms about it and concerns. But at the end of the day, when you're aligned with that party, at first, he said if this and this stuck in it, he wasn't going to vote for it. He said they're going to have to make compromises. Well, they didn't compromise on those things, but they compromised on this and a little of that. He voted for it, and that let me down. I'm like, why did I vote for that dude? Because his vote alone would have kept it from passing. That time, it could have been tried again, and they might have been able to convince somebody else to finally pass it without him. But could you imagine being him and standing up and doing that, knowing what it's going to cost? It'd probably be his one and only term. He'll lose all support, you know, be ostracized and shit. And I think about that and I feel compassion, like, well, my human side can understand why he didn't. But then I shake my head and I say, yeah, but fuck that. We're dependent on these people. They took an oath. Like, that shit sucks. And if that's what happens, you need to expose it and bring awareness to it so we can change and reform it all. You know, but nobody wants to be the sacrificial lamb and throw themselves on the fire. I mean, sometimes somebody will step up and do it. Not always. And I want y'all to tell me what y'all think of these fucking Epstein files. Do you think Trump is dirty, dirty guilty? Like, there's some horrible shit in there? Or do you just think maybe he was friends with him, like in the old letters and shit said, and that he lied, he didn't really stop being friends with him? But then again, you know, the odds of there being videos of criminal activity with underage people, even if he's the president, if you're telling me that our Justice Department could uncover that stuff, but then think, oh, but it's the president, like, I don't want to be killed, I don't want to ruin my career. Like, there's supposed to be oversights and oversight agencies and people overseeing the overseers. If that was truly uncovered or witnessed, despite that person being scared to want to release it and wanting to bury it, shouldn't allow to be buried. There should be a thing that where, you know, well, that's going to be crazy, but it has to come out. Uh, you know, and if they uncovered that, if they uncovered that on one of us, they would not come to us and be like, Mr. So and so, we've uncovered this stuff, but we really don't want to put it out. But you've done some bad stuff. Like, no. Do you think that if they uncovered that they would go to Trump? I mean, if they would go to Trump and be like, we found this, but, and then they show him shredding it, you know, but don't worry about us, Mr. President, we're solid. Like, I refuse to believe that that could be the reality at all. I think that if shit like that existed, regardless of who didn't want it coming out, they might have fought and filed shit back and forth to keep it from coming out, and people couldn't release it just yet. But if it's unequivocally criminal activity on video and they know it's not fake and it's true, I don't care if it's the president, vice president, one of the generals of the Pentagon, the Justice Department ought to have enough layers of oversight to where that could not just be swept under the rug. I mean, if the Justice Department is set up to where it can be swept under the rug, if people can be bought and scared into, I don't even know why we're even trying or caring. If that's the status quo, then what's the point? I mean, you know, and for AD to just assume and say that Trump's a pedo, you know, and I could eat my words, it might come out he actually is. And I would admit I was wrong, but I definitely think there's something stinky there. I definitely think that Trump's human, and it's possible as a human being friends with somebody, he could have been friends before he learned all this stuff. And maybe Epstein had knowledge of some business stuff or tax stuff he did. It doesn't have to be videotapes or stuff with underage people, even though he done that too. He could have, he was in business too, just like Trump. He could have known things that Trump had done. And so when Trump did find out about his stuff, he says he distanced himself once he was arrested on that and it came out. Maybe the files would just uncover that was bullshit and he didn't stop associating with him. That would be bad. It'd be bad for his image. but it would not equal him to being a pedophile. Pedophile supporter, friend, yeah. But a pedophile himself, unless there's video footage or something from Epstein himself logging it in to a file that it's a fact that on this day and this year, with no video camera equipment, we hooked Donald up with blah blah. They're wanting to let Ghislaine testify. Some people, because what's going around the internet is, well, if there was no client list, if there was no racketeering or conspiracy to procure, individuals underage for high-profile clients of Epstein, then are we seriously expected to believe that Ghislaine was convicted only for procuring the girls for Epstein? I mean, I don't know enough about the actual Ghislaine case, but if somebody would look it up, I'll even look it up, because I'd like to find out what did they establish in the official court findings she's guilty of. If there's anything in there about procuring them for Epstein and others, if any of that's been officially confirmed as fact, then that right there shoots down this whole cover up of no client list and all that. There might not be an actual physical client list, but I guarantee you the Justice Department, through investigating all his shit, could put together through the flight logs, cell phone records, et cetera, mail, gifts, anything at all. They can put together a client list pretty much from that. Not every person probably would be somebody that was a client in that way. Maybe he was blackmailing them another way. Like Stephen Hawking, I don't believe Stephen Hawking fucking went out to the island and participated in shit like that. He's fucking tied to a chair, for Christ's sake. Now, I mean, then again, crazier shit has happened. Maybe, who knows? Maybe he had Stephen Hawking there and somebody that wasn't an adult, like, I don't know. I'm thinking, guessing, assuming he can't have sex. So maybe they just being inappropriate in front of him or something, like, that, I guess that could have happened. And Stephen Hawking, from the computer and the stuff I've watched, he's an aware person. So while he may not be physically able in some things, he couldn't deny that he could claim, well, I'm not able to tell if somebody's that, so who knows? But it's just in my heart, I don't want to think Stephen Hawking was at Epstein's island in a bad way. I mean, there was a science thing going on there. That's true. It's not made up. And they claim that's why he was there, and he was there at a barbecue. I don't remember reading that he stayed over there. Of course, flying there in his condition in a chair, he probably didn't leave the same day. But I don't remember reading anything like he stayed in Epstein's own personal place. Like, I don't know. I don't freaking know. But I know there's names like Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton. Hell, Prince Andrew was outside of an apartment in New York with Epstein. I mean, pictured with the fucker. And then that picture of him with Virginia Giuffre, rest in peace. She passed away here recently. And the circumstances look weird. I mean, they say she died of suicide, but right before that suicide, she was in a wreck, which the claims was being made like the wreck maybe wasn't an accident, was planned, was like a planned attack on her. And I don't know, from everything I've seen so far, is like she might have either falsely believed she was being followed and trying to be harmed, and just couldn't take that and all the other pressure and all the public exposure, so she took her own life, or perhaps she didn't kill herself either. I mean, but it's sad. Rest in peace, because I definitely know for a fact that Prince Andrew, and you can say you don't know for a fact. I know for a fact from watching that woman, watching Prince Andrew stuff, which I have, he had, if not more than one, at least one wrongful, abusive encounter with that young woman. And that is exactly why his fucking mother and family stripped him of all his fucking nobility titles, offices, everything. She didn't disown him, kick him to the curb on his own, but she damn sure got him away from all of the fucking monarchy, all of the offices, the whole throne, royal family itself. He's still part of the royal family, but he's not actively in the official good graces royal family. I mean, and that says everything when your own mother, who's literally the Queen of England, like, if there's anybody that could, whether it's believed fully or not, is another, but if there's anyone who could cover things up and make it go away, at least officially, and in her own, the whole monarch and offices and royalty, she could have done that. She didn't have to strip him of nothing. She could have stood by her son, and even knowing he's guilty, and still stood by him and be like, you know, you're putting me through this and you're killing me. But no, she didn't. She said, motherfucker, you're stepping aside. You got no more titles. You know, you got enough money. You're not getting no more public benefits from the taxpayers. We can't have it. And yeah, I'm criticizing it. I'm not praising her. I'm criticizing her because she should have done more than that. She should have made him admit the truth. That just goes to show you that she was not a fucking good leader or monarch. But I mean, we're Americans. We don't believe in good monarchs. I mean, at least I don't. We literally fucking broke away from that very family's monarch ruler back then when we got our independence. Hello. There are no good monarchs. There might be some that are less severe and less evil, not as cruel or whatever. It's still not. Living in the 21st century and realizing we still got countries that have monarchs and dictatorships, etc., communism, it just goes to show you that even in this age of information and the opportunities and what humanity could accomplish as a whole if we worked better together and our societies worked better together, there's probably no limit to what we could do. But we still live in these archaic systems of government and old belief systems and preconceived core beliefs and notions that you know, traditions are more important than advancement. you know we, there's nothing wrong with tradition, but when you focus too much on one thing and there's not a harmony, people think, oh, I want balance in my life. I used to think that until I heard a speech where somebody said, but when you bake a cake, now work with me here. When you bake a cake, do you use equal amounts? No, you use the specified directed, and they said you use the right amounts. Exactly. You don't want equal amounts, which was balance. You want the right amount of each particular thing. Just the right amount. And people don't realize that. It's the harmony aspect that our lives are missing. Our lives are missing. Our individualized and collective lives are lacking in certain areas because we are not in harmony. So, like collectively in England, collectively, socially, society wise, they would be far more advanced and better off if there wasn't still a damn monarchy system established there. And somebody's probably going to tell me in the comments, but they don't, it's just symbolic. The Queen doesn't, it they leave it to the House of Commons, and the government, is for the people and to democracy. Then why did they? Yeah, I mean, I know we're all told that, but you don't seriously believe that. I mean, the royal family still makes decisions, still governs stuff, looks over, even if they don't govern as directly as they once did. You don't think that they might have learned, instead of doing things by their own hand, to let a so-called government by the people, but the people in the government is in their pockets or whatever, under their control. So, it's what a lot of people say we have here in the United States, which is we don't have a lot of people, and the consensus, the propaganda is, and what's been thrown around in textbooks is we're a democracy. We're a democracy. All growing up, it's all I read: democracy, democracy, democracy. Long, long ago, though, it would say constitutional republic. Before that, it would have said subjects, colonies, the colonies subject to the crown, the 13 colonies under the 13 colony subjects of England, Great Britain. But, it's been democracy. Now, in the more 21st century, past like 2010-ish, I've been hearing since about then. I didn't first hear it from Alex Jones, but I know Alex Jones has said it too. Joe Rogan and some others, Luke Rudowski. We're not even a democracy at this point, which we don't want, and is majority rule. Do you want to be ruled by the majority? Because just like when Germany was taken over by Nazis, there's a famous meme that shows the people doing the Hitler salute, and there's one guy standing in the crowd just crossing his arms, not following along. And it says in the quote, "Beware of stupid people in large groups." And then it showed another photo of Hitler when he was first trying to take over the government, and he didn't succeed, and they gave him like 5 months in jail or whatever. It said, this guy wasn't taken seriously at all and was seen as a clown right here. Within a year from now, he would be inching closer and closer to the presidential seat of Germany and become the Chancellor of Germany and attempt to establish the Third Reich. Just goes to show you, don't ever underestimate a large amount of people that are either stupid, dangerous, or a combination of both in groups. Because even people that are evil, bad, whatever, when they unify in a group, that one person alone that didn't seem much of a threat, unified with all those other people that weren't threats by themselves, now they're a threat. Now their threat levels went tripled sky high because they're unified. This is why that's one of the great secrets of the universe that I got told, and I try to share on here, regardless of how crazy or fantastical I'll be made out to seem. Think about it. Any system that's been invented by man the last 100 years that has revolutionized the world, note I said any system, is because, like the car, for instance, when it was invented, at first it was a bunch of steel and parts that weren't even made into their final shape to make the first Model T or whatever. If not for all those gears and the oil and the different systems, the different amounts of fluid versus, different amount of this, of oil versus whatever, the transmission fluid, all of that stuff, the type of oil, without that whole system, and when I say system, a system is a unified organization. It's a unified organization. An engine and an automobile is a unified organization. If I just take one component like the gas, tank out of the vehicle. With the rest of it fully intact, can it run? No, it cannot. What about just one little timing chain or one little? There might be certain components that taken off and taken away from the whole system, the system could still run, but with every one of those examples, very few that there are, uh, it's not going to run long and it's not going to run good. And some of them it'll even lead to damage if you run it. It just depends on the vehicle model and all that. But most things to do with a vehicle, no oil, you're going to burn it up. Transmission fluid, same thing. Radiator fluid. The rest of the car still works, but guess what? Without that radiator and stuff working properly, you're going to overheat and you see my point. A car is valueless. It's worth nothing. Say if the car was invented, but the one thing missing was the transmission shaft or gearbox. Just say nobody invented it yet. That car is not worth anything. It's not worth anything if it doesn't work. And so my point being is that unity is what makes the world, it's what makes things work, it's what makes groups work, it's what causes political, social, economical, spiritual, religious change. Paradigm shifts. Paradigm shifts only happen when enough of a group of consciousness, of beings, people, individuals, whether it's worldwide, in a certain country, what have you, because you can have a paradigm shift just locally in a country or locally in one state or the whole world. Regardless of where you have one and the scale of the paradigm shift, for that to occur, a majority of people in that setting on the scale of the paradigm shift, they have to united in a united way, they have to have all reached a consensus or a conclusion based on something. It doesn't mean 100% of people do, because hardly that's ever the case. But if just enough that goes over half or a little bit more, way over than half, 70%, that would be enough probably for the paradigm shift. You're going to have 30% of the people in that area, scale, worldwide, state, whatever, that either don't have any awareness of it, don't accept it. If they do have awareness, reject it, whatever. But the majority is going to universally accept it. It's just like with the fucking flat earth shit. A long time ago, we reached critical mass consciousness for the paradigm shift that, all right, for sure, the earth is round. The gravity and all that shit, the physics. But you still got, I don't know what the exact percentage is, and I'm probably being too generous with this number, but 10% of the population still to this day believes somehow that the fucking, and I hope to God it's really not 10, I hope it's lower than that, but they believe the earth is flat. Some of them believe it's flat, and I don't know, that we're like boxed off like Truman in Truman's fucking world. Or the Truman Show, I mean, I don't see how they can accept that, really, knowing that they've seen things like, the Challenger tragedy with the Challenger exploding, and seeing the other things like people going to the International Space Station, whatever. I get there's some controversy about the moon shit. I personally believe we did go. That's neither here nor there. But I get it. There's a lot of good points too for the other argument. We've never went back. Why is that? We've never gotten any updated photos. I mean, there's a bunch of weird shit about that. But I'm still on the fence that we went there. Just for whatever reason, we ain't went back. Maybe they ain't go back because they realized there wasn't shit to go back for. It's a fucking lunar rock, you know? Or maybe they discovered something they don't want to go back because they're afraid it might get out. I don't know. But there's enough space travel and shit to establish that this is a fucking globe, a round ball in space, because rockets have literally launched off of it and came back to Earth. Living real people, not government clones or crisis actors or whatever the fuck. Real people that had normal lives or whatever. You know, they just happen to become an astronaut. Like, you can't seriously expect me to believe, and most people, that all astronauts take a vow, oath of secrecy to, you know, that's bullshit. People say, well, then how do conspiracies exist? Because you can't say they don't exist, because of compartmentalization. Some people you can quiet into silence, you can bribe. Some people you can scare into silence and intimidate, but you cannot do it to every single human being. And I don't mean like globally, like you can't fear and intimidate or pay off every single astronaut that's been an astronaut. You just can't. Now you might be able to limit certain information. That's why Alex Jones talks about compartmentalization in these government agencies and stuff. You've got one compartment that knows everything from the ground down, the top compartment, like the executives, the main people running things. Like, you have the executive, the director of the FBI. There's a bunch of other people who have worked with probably every director for maybe the past 10 years that aren't director, but are in a position, senior position in the FBI. Like, has any of you ever heard of, or like some of you I know have heard of the Black Pope? So this would kind of be like the Black FBI director, but I don't like using the word black, like with the Black Pope. So we'll call it the unseen, unofficial FBI director, or real director. The one that's, you know, like I said, been there 10 plus years, and every other director before him listens to him. And that one director that didn't, you know, he had that scandal later on, just a month later, and before the end of that year, he resigned, you know, that type of shit. Like, oh yeah, one didn't try to listen to him, and they got him the fuck up out of there. So it has to do with compartmentalization. All those levels below in the FBI, field office agents, regular agents, up and coming agents, they're each like on a level, a clearance, you know. And I imagine more and more as time has went on, they've probably made it to where even fewer people, if any, in some places have a clearance to everything. Because that's dangerous. If somebody has a clearance to all that and they could uncover and put things together, they might, you know, they might have a conscience. You know, they might want to leak it, whistleblow it, like Snowden did. Snowden's a good example of somebody that was compartmentalized and was able to peer outside of his compartment. And he didn't do it illegally. Like, he had the clearance, but how do I put it? He had the clearance, and this was probably an oversight of theirs. He had clearance, but technically his focus was one area, and well, he was looking at focuses that wasn't his job description, but he still technically, for whatever reason, they fucked up letting him have clearance on. And he realized, well, we're saying this and we're being told this where I work, but over here, because and good with computers, which he was, and he realized that he could look at other stuff that he doesn't normally look at. He even said himself, he said, I don't even know really why people like someone like me would have clearance of that. He said, I guarantee they don't now. He said, he said, but it was an overlap. I had access to being able to look through different programs and stuff that I wasn't tied to, but my clearance level allowed me to, at the time. So I guarantee you today, anybody that works in like a Snowden job, they made sure to address and fix that. Like, he works in this, he only has access to this. That's probably has to do with somebody older, not technologically advanced or in the know-how of NSA, when their job was probably to design the clearances and categorize what clearance has access to what, and when and they don't know what contains in it all, but they just have names and categories and they're matching them up. They just probably, well, these are categories that's similar to that one, so put that in there. But those categories they would make up and stuff, from what I read, because I got deep into Snowden, they seem to make sense, and that's why it was oversight. But somebody doing the job Snowden was doing and what they would hear and be told and what they saw the government and organizations saying when they were questioned about certain stuff, when he was able to look at that other stuff, he saw as an employee, like, all this shit is going on. And he actually believed that it wasn't, because where he worked, it didn't go on, but it was. And then he looked deeper and he looked through all that he could and he collected all that he could and he ran off. There's somebody I watch on YouTube that said they don't like Snowden and Snowden shouldn't be a hero, he shouldn't be pardoned. It's not what he did, they said, but it's how he did it. They said, I don't really believe he done it all for doing the right thing, because they said he leaked a bunch of stuff and held on to stuff he didn't leak. So it was still exclusive to only him. And they said he went and, gave it to other governments, other countries. And I'm like, yeah, he might have done that to get asylum there. I mean, to me, I thought, because they said that's bad for our national security and that should not be praised. Yeah, well, that I'll accept that as being logically true, but if whistleblowing, if he only whistleblowed the way they said he should have, but it wouldn't have gotten him a ticket out of here to safety, then he might not have whistleblowed at all. He had to take some insurance and collateral because he wanted to be safe. He didn't want to whistleblow and throw his whole life away and go to prison. And some people say that's a coward. What? It's really easy to say that when you're not that person. I mean, like, I used to judge harshly and shit. And when I saw how easy I judged Johnny in the summer of 2022 and believed shit, I really stepped back and said, not just with Johnny, but the news and things of subjects in general, I got to be more thorough. I got to hold out, and I got to think. And from this book I read, it said, don't always go for the cynicism. Don't always think the worst. And there's reasonings behind that. I don't want to keep going into them. I'm just going on one after the other. But the simple thing is that Snowden, I'm not saying he's perfect, but I understand why he did that. I've read 2 books on it and watched a bunch of documentaries, watched a bunch of interviews with Snowden. He does regular interviews. I'm not an expert, I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying, like, I'm not just talking out my ass. I was really intrigued into that, because to find out from Snowden we was being spied on, that people that thought their cameras and their computers and shit, that's why you have privacy windows. That's why I've got one on my computer. I came across a video even recently that said our smart TVs had a built-in camera in them. And I looked it up, and it turns out it said first search, some of them do, and I looked deeper and found a patent that basically makes a universal, very small but good, at least webcam good enough resolution, and it can be placed in the TV. And like the one model I saw and this guy showed on the video, down at the bottom where it looks like solid plastic and not a screen, he shined a very bright flashlight. He said, "Do you see that part? It was all black and looked solid, and then right in a certain section, the black was lighter." And he got the light real close up to it, and he said, "I don't know if you can make it out in the camera." He said, "Do you think they can? Can you?" He said, "Yeah, I could." You could see he said, "Can you see where it's showing like light inside? It looks like it's a little transparent window." And it was so small on the bottom of this TV. He said, regular light, you wouldn't see it. You'd have to really get up and get a flashlight just within less than an inch away from it to be able to see this. And then they literally fucking broke the TV. Well, they didn't break it. They had taken it apart, actually. Unscrewed it. And they really couldn't access that part. So they did have to kind of break things to get into that one part. And they got in that bottom part and they pulled it off where it covered their buttons underneath the bottom and shit. And then you had another like window type thing. It was transparent and it was like dark. But as soon as they put a light right up to it, you could see right inside there's just this little space and this little square, like just a perfect square with a little circle in the middle and a little light up to a thing up to the right. And when I looked at it, I said, that's the same type like a dash cam has, like to record infrared at night. And then they said in the video, there's a little infrared thing so it can see things in the dark. They said, tell me what the fuck this belongs in a TV for. Laptop, you can get away with having cameras installed in them. You don't have to get a laptop with a webcam, but that's pretty much industry standard now. Why the fuck? They said, yeah, this TV has Wi-Fi and shit, but you can't do Skype and shit on it. Like, they literally sat there and thought through it. Like, there's no way you can do video calls. That's not even advertised with this TV or any TVs, they said. And then they said, so we wondered if there was a microphone in here next. And if your TV is a really smart TV, you know it's got a microphone because there's a voice feature, right? Right. But they wanted to see if there's a microphone in this one because this one didn't have a voice feature. It was that much older, but it did have a camera. It was like before 2020 TV. They found what it didn't say microphone and point, but you know how like on some stuff it'll have MIC, had MIC and right below it a little circle, little hole. But it was behind shit. But once it was put all together, when they looked real good, they put it back together and they looked, there was just a little like spot at the bottom of these components that, you know, didn't have anything. You could see right through it. And when they looked down there, they could say, well, the mic's not obstructed like we thought. Look. I mean, and it, like I said, the TV, the remote, they showed it off. They promised. They showed every inch of the remote. They said, do you see a microphone button? They said, here's a TV with a microphone button. They said, there's no microphone button here. This thing's got a fucking camera and a microphone. He said, and we went through all the settings. There's no settings to disable the microphone, disable the camera, or even to let us know that we have that shit settings for it. So y'all explain that one to me, because I don't remember Snowden saying they were spying on people through TVs. I think they said that, you know, when they do make these smart TVs, with all these internet capabilities like a laptop, it'll be just like these laptops now that will have a microphone and a camera automatically built in. Because the big thing to him was with phones with that shit and laptops, they most definitely he found out NSA, certain sector, their jobs literally, depending on certain keywords and stuff, you hear about that and they finally acknowledged that fact. But then he went deeper and found out it wasn't even people that said certain keywords or they had maybe a terrorist link or a family link to terrorism or something. Normal, average Joe American, Sally and Jack. He said, we're being spied on. You know, sometimes, yeah, the Americans might have records. Sometimes they just be, he said stupid records, regular records any Americans could have, parking, traffic tickets. Maybe they got into a fight one time younger and they got a misdemeanor assault. He said, but he said, all the examples I found, he said, only one of them was the guy in the past convicted of kidnapping and they suspected him of a bunch of stuff. He said, so I didn't, he said, but everyone else, he said, either had very puny records or no records at all. He said, and the stuff that got people on those the reason why they're being watched though, who remembers what he said? Because of a certain forum or political group they were supposedly associated with. He also revealed that sovereign citizens, he said, which the government, has this official stance that they call them paper terrorists, and they simply don't believe in the United States government and believe that they're only ruled by themselves and blah blah blah, and their birth certificate is a corporation. He said that's all kind of true. He said, but internally the government sees them as mentally ill or people that have gotten into propaganda like ultra original American government like type propaganda that basically says that you know this certain amendment wasn't ratified and all that crazy crap. So, what are you doing up? I'm sorry you got up. I didn't wake you up, did I? Okay, good. So yeah, where was I lost at? Just people that might have been looking at Tea Party shit or Alex Jones, or if you believe that technically the government was violating the Posse Comitatus Act, or that Homeland Security and all that stuff that came out in Bush era was violations of the Constitution. People that said the Patriot Act was treason. He said those are legit reasons why certain folks were, monitored. He said, and it's not like they'd be monitored 24/7, but they kept up with them. They did reports. He said, and they asked him, did you ever see one where a report would eventually come in and maybe they would say, this person's not a problem? He said, some. He said, some of them, he's like, I'll give you an example. He's like, if somebody was thinking a certain way, conspiracy minded, like for instance, maybe they got into an argument at Thanksgiving and we hear them talking about it with their about a family member. And then later on, we hear them talking, that they've come to their senses and they couldn't believe how silly they were thinking. And, he said, and this is an actual quote, he said, man, the internet can be a dangerous place. He laughed. He said, he's like, in that case, he's like, yeah, they stopped monitoring that person actively, He said, but they was monitoring him for nothing more than wacky beliefs to begin with, and they consider them dangerous. He said, because his thinking was the reason why they're doing this monitoring of these type of people is they want to get them in a database because heaven forbid this person links up with these other persons and other persons, is like, I think that's the government thinking, is that if these people ever unify or try to do something, they want to have even if it's not 100% perfect list, they want to have a rough draft of a lot of info. And my mouth just was dropping. I was like, and I thought to myself, man, for you subscribers and people that watch, I thought to myself right then, no wonder that one guy, can't think of his name, I watched him one time and I really got mad when I watched him because he said, I think it's funny you guys talking about, you know, AR-15s can't be taken away and stuff like that. Tyrannical government, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I'm not saying you're not wrong. He's like, you're right, constitutionally wise and stuff, historically wise. He's like, but where you're wrong is the day and age and time. He said, see, if you were saying that stuff back in 1898, 1880, you know, it was relevant then, but it wasn't really relevant then. That wasn't the issue, it was other issues. He said, now that these issues are here, you're focused on that crap. He said, and the truth is, a lot of you don't realize is that, he said, there's nobody that's gonna, he said, there's not gonna be a day where all of Americans rise up and overthrow a tyrannical government using their second and other constitutionally amendment rights in a lawful way. It's not dirty, or, or that he said, and even if you could imagine that it'd be unified like that, and there wouldn't be splinter groups or whatever with their own agendas. He said, let's say everybody unified to do that. He said, you wouldn't be successful even if you did unify. He said, he said, if all most Americans have is an AR-15 and a shotgun maybe and a handgun or a couple handguns, they can defend themselves against other citizens and crap like that maybe if needed. But you're talking about overthrowing a tyrannical government that has tanks, drones, nukes, tons of police, National Guard, Army, crowd control, more advanced weapons. He said some Americans have machine guns. He said, and I'm sure a bunch of them would be used if something like that was attempted to happen. He said, but the Army's got more, and there's more Americans that don't have that type of stuff. He's like, just plainly honest. He said, and I'm not a traitor. He's like, I'm not trying to rain in your parade, but we are not winning. He said, he said, and we would never even get to that type of unity to even make that attempt. He said, maybe some people would, or one or two states. He said, but if you think you see the whole South joining up with the North to go take on Washington, he said, I got another thing coming for you. He's like, we're more apt to see our government straighten up and do the right thing, statistically speaking, before that is a reality. That's what this dude said. And he listed these studies and stuff. I wouldn't look at them at first, and then I went and I looked at some of them. And I knew like he was right, but I wouldn't acknowledge it, not even out loud to myself. And I finally did because I was talking about it with my dad one time. And he said, no, he's probably, I mean, he's like, my dad's like, uh, yeah, I think he's probably for sure right. He said, but he said, the reason why it's still important though, because put this way, before any of us are asked to show our papers or get on a bus or go to a concentration camp or FEMA camp, whatever, he said, at least we'll have the option to stand our ground. He's like, and I know some people in the Holocaust went along and they survived. He said, but more of them didn't survive. And he said, And there's a lot of people that debate and say, some Jewish people have said, even if we had guns and stuff like that, we would never think of doing it. Other ones of them, though, other Jews that knew more than some of the other Jews and were more in the know, like the Franks, they knew that they got captured or sent off, it's 50-50 death, you know. I mean, at a certain point, it got to more than 50-50, and it was like 70% chance of death. Like, you got a little 30%, maybe you survive. From what they were hearing about conditions at the camp and stuff. And he said, so he's like, but he said, you know, he's like, I can't understand it. So he's like, more of them said that they, you know, just would not do that. They could never seem to do it. It wasn't their culture and stuff. He said, and he's like, and that's when I got it. I was like, yeah, that's not their culture. They wasn't America. He said, but we as Americans, he said, there's some of us that would go along with it and do what the government says. He said, but the rest of us would remember Independence Day, England, the Second Amendment. He said, and even if we can't change it or overthrow the government, you know, if they're tyrannical, like the Constitution says, if we can't accomplish it because of their power, he said, we can damn sure keep us from becoming slaves or, you know, numbers. He's like, we might die. He's like, probably will die. But it's like, he asked me, he said, would you rather do that or take your chances at a concentration camp? I mean, I answered obviously, like, take my chance, you know, not take my chance at a concentration camp. And he said, well, you're thinking like an American. He said, but you know, there's a lot of people that say that and think that way, say they do. And then something comes to shove and they realize, you know, it's for real. You know, he said, so he's like, don't just say that because I think it, you know, and that's what I like, respect about my dad is he would always engage with me in conversations about shit that, you know, at the time I really had no interest in, especially younger. Like, I just didn't care about. I used to tell him I don't care who's president. I don't believe in the two-party system. They're like, what do you mean the two-party? He's like, well, that's your whole basis. I was like, yeah, but you know, I expressed disappointment. I told him, I said, you guys shit on Ron Paul and rant. He's like, oh God. And I was like, there you go. I was like, you guys, like Grandpa, and you would never vote. You said you wouldn't vote for an independent because they're never going to win. I was like, that's because of all of you people that think that way. If you didn't think that way and you all got together and supported and voted him, he would win. And he's like, yeah, but he's a libertarian. And I'm like, and my argument would be, so it's either left or right, but somebody in the middle is too extreme. I said, is that what I'm supposed to believe? Like, and I remember I used to play that clip. I played it for my dad more than once. What was it? Chris Rock saying, there's some things I'm conservative about, and there's some things I'm liberal about. And he's joking, but he says, crime, I'm conservative. Prostitution, I'm liberal. Joke, right? But I heard that joke more than one time and listening to the different political stuff I did and Alex Jones and stuff. While I knew that was a joke, I still got his message behind it. Like, you don't have to be for one side or the other. You can be an individual and form your opinion on each subject and issue, you know. And I kind of agree with him. Like, I'm conservative on stuff, but other things I'm liberal on or more left leaning. Medicaid, I think it should be left alone. That would be left leaning. The Second Amendment being left alone, though, and not restricted any further than it already is. Matter of fact, I would do away with some restrictions. uh, it says shall not be infringed. And a part of me kind of likes the fact that people that commit domestic violence can't have one. But then I've got a friend of mine that took a plea deal for misdemeanor domestic violence in Tennessee. And even his, the woman, I know her and stuff, she told me, and she tried to keep them from prosecuting him and stuff. She didn't want to do it. She didn't cooperate anything. They don't care. And it was blown out of proportion even. Like she was on his side. He still, he just wanted it to be over with, so he takes a plea. Otherwise it would have been dragged out. He might have been in jail longer and shit. So he's got that on his record. He's got no drug shit on his record, no felonies. He's never robbed anybody or assaulted anybody. He's not a felon, right? He can vote. But according to the Gun Control Act of 1968 and Tennessee state law, he can never own a firearm now. He can't even expunge those domestic violence charges because Tennessee, and I did not know this till recently, he didn't even know it. He thought he could. I looked it up for him and because he asked me to, and I had to tell him, like he could tell my voice something was wrong, and I said, I'm sorry, man, but they specifically made where you cannot expunge domestic violence charges in Tennessee even more, even if they're a fucking misdemeanor. And he said, why? I said, I don't know. It just says it here as of this date, which was less than, it's like it just last 10 years they made that. He was like, I thought you could have a gun if you was under a protective order. I was like, it's got to be a protective order with somebody you dated, was married to, or had a child with. So if it's a protective order for anybody else, somebody you didn't date, whatever, didn't have a child with, and aren't family, you can't have one during the duration of the order. I said, but if you have domestic violence, which means somebody in a household, whether you had kids or not, if you've got that charge, I said it's a 1968 thing federally that says no. I was like, and Tennessee made it to where you can't expunge this shit in the last decade. And Tennessee law says no with domestic violence, even misdemeanor. They said it doesn't have to be a felony level. It's just any domestic violence. And so I'm kind of conflicted on that because I don't think he deserves to have his right taken away for just that stupid, Now, the second domestic violence charge he got, he was drunk during it. He didn't hurt. It's the same person, and he didn't hurt him. And they again said it was blown out of proportion. But he did admit to me, like he's like, well, she slapped me, and he's like, and I'm not gonna lie, he's like, I punched her in the chest, dude. He's like, I did. I said, you piece of shit. I was like, can you imagine? I was like, if you've seen me do that with what's her name, or it's like. I was like, I already know what you would have called me because of what you told me about your family when you were being raised, what you witnessed. I was like, how do you do that? He's like, I know it's not an excuse, he said, but all I can think of is I just being drunk, fucked up, and just no impulse, control. He's like, but right after I'd done it, he's like, it was like immediate. He's like doing it, like right after the fact of me doing that, he's like, she slapped me in the face on the cheek. He's like, but she didn't. He's like, she didn't slap me with a knife or anything. She's like, she didn't punch me. She just kind of, like bitch slapped me, and it was really hard, and it made me mad. And he's like, I punched her in the chest, like the top part of her chest. And I was like, did she get a bruise? He's like, well, she was in front of the couch, so when I punched her, she fell back into the couch. And I said, God dang, dude. He's like, yeah. And I was like, and she still took up for you. He's like, well, like I told you, I immediately realized, like, And he says, "This is swear to God what he says." He said, "I immediately got down on my knees and I said, I shouldn't have done that. I was wrong." He's like, "I'm sorry." He said, but he's like, "Damn, I know I'm fucked up. I gotta," and he claims that he told her, "I know I'm fucked up. I gotta stop drinking." And she didn't just immediately forgive him. She was mad and stuff, whatever. She didn't call the cops, but see, the cops were coming basically. Someone else did because they overheard arguing and stuff. And when they showed up, from what she was wearing, they could clearly see she was just punched in the chest. He's like, it didn't turn into a horrible bruise. He's like, but they could tell, you know what I mean? And the way she was trying to shoo him off and stuff, they told her, like, we get the feeling you're trying to. And then she started to say, well, okay, he did. And she fucked up by being honest with the cops because he's like, she straight up said, cops always say be honest with them. They work with you. And she said, I learned that night that that's full of shit. And I was like, yep, because she was honest with him about everything. He's like, I didn't open my mouth. He's like, I just shook my head when I heard her. He said, and she'd closed the door, he said. And he's like, I heard her raise her voice a little bit, and then the door opened up, and she didn't come through the door. The cops did, and they said his name and asked him to stand up, and they arrested him. And I was like, well, I was like, but not in the first. But I was like, the first one you didn't hit her. He's like, no, dude, I swear to God. He's like, we just was arguing. He's like, I yelled, I argued, she did too. He's like, she didn't hit me, I didn't hit her. I was like, that's bad luck, dude. I was like, but you do deserve the second charge. I hate to say it. I was like, I know you fucking realized right after the fact and everything. I said, but man, like, I don't know what to say. Like, he used to witness a lot of domestic violence. And another friend, mutual friend said, you know what he witnessed. And I said to him, that makes me feel like that he should even know more and be more aware and be more controlling of himself to not do that, alcohol or not. I said, or he needs to stop drinking alcohol. I was like, because he's going to end up getting, the next one's going to be a felony level. Like, already, I told him, I was like, he's already fucked up his gun rights and got a blemish on his record, 2 of them. One of them doesn't deserve, one he does deserve. I was like, the next one's going to be a felony, and then his life's going to be even 10 times harder. Like, he already expressed having trouble with the job just with the misdemeanor DVs. I said, and he can only vote now and shit. I was like, you know, and then somebody reminded me, and I'm a little worried now because, like, I double checked the law in Tennessee, but I still told him, you've got to double check it yourself. I was like, don't take my word for it and blame me. But I let him know about black powder and stuff. And I said, but I also told him, but dude, do not get into that. Um, I told him, he knows what my troll situation is online. I said, dude, the only reason why I had thought about it one time and ever think about, carrying and shit is because I'm actively threatened by a nut in Oklahoma that's a 3-time domestic violence felony level person compared to you. I was like, and all his buddies and shit. So, I was like, you ain't got that going on. I was like, your girl stood by you. I was like, you don't have anybody wants to, owe money to or anything. He's like, no, no, no. I was like, then don't. I was like, he's like, but you set up. He said, but you said that felons carry them. I was like, yeah, dude. I was like, and the felon I'm talking about that carries a black powder gun, like, you got people that hold shit against him for his life before prison. Like, he's cleaned up his life. He's worried about running into them, and because he's been to prison and shit. I told him, I was like, if you really want to, I was like, maybe get one for home. I said, but again, you better make sure with your lawyer and shit that Tennessee is okay on that, because some states actually say no, even though the federal government says you can. Federal law trumps state, but in the absence of federal law, it doesn't mean that that trumps state law. I told him. I was like, so remember that. I was like, but dude, I was like, you can have an issue with those easy if you don't know what you're doing. He's like, I was even honest with him. I'm like, dude, I ain't even shot. I'm not even messed with myself. I haven't messed with it. And he's like, well, why even that? I said, because it was an idea, it was a thought. I said, but I don't have any desire to get into it. He's like, oh, I thought but you said all of them are threatening. They must not be really. I was like, no, they are. I was like, I'm just not crazy enough to start walking around with 100-plus-year-old technology without learning about it from somebody that. I was like, I'm not that stupid, man. Like, I've done a lot of stupid things and come close to, just disaster. I was like, but from just not doing things, think things through, learning about them. I was like, I know better. And then he made fun of me. He's like, yeah, he said it's because you about probably shot your foot off that time when he was hunting in the woods. Huh? I was like, no, dude, I didn't. I was like, I'm not. I was like, I told you about it. I didn't have to tell you about it. He's like, yeah, but you could told me about it to sound good. I was like, no, dude, I was like, if I had almost shot my foot off, I would have told you that. I was like, the truth was, I was in the woods. My granddad was away from me hunting squirrels. I had went back to the car. I put my gun up against the tree, probably thinking that I went to the bathroom. I picked it up and I sat down in the back seat of the car with the car door open and my legs outside the car. And, I had the butt of the gun on the ground. The shotgun was a 410 and the barrel above, pointed up. Some reason, just sitting there, like looking off, I was just bored, but I wasn't going to mess with it. Just for some reason, I pointed it off straight and sat it up in my lap. And I was like, it was pointed horizontally away from me up at an angle towards a tree. I was trying to look for a squirrel. And I said, I must have mistakenly, didn't remember the rule of do not put your finger on the trigger until you're ready and you want to destroy something that it's in front of. I was just looking off at a squirrel, who knows? I might have been sitting there imagining. And then all of a sudden, once while I was imagining doing it, I actually pressed it and boom! I was like, that shit knocked me back a little bit, even as a 410, because I had no grip. I was not expecting it or me intending to do it. And he's like, what'd you do? I was like, well, I was just sitting there and at least my arm was underneath it and stuff, so it didn't fall down when I got kicked back. It was still kind of pointed up at an angle. I was like, but it just went off. I was like, the first thing I done was I grabbed the pump action, I pulled it back, and the shell came out because I was like in disbelief, I think. I saw that shell come out smoking. I was like, I immediately put the fucking thing on the ground. And I tried to find my grandpa, I remember. Like, I literally went walking off towards to find my grandpa. Couldn't find him, went back to the car, waited. He finally came up and he asked me, he said, did you shoot at something? And I said, yeah. He's like, you didn't hit it? I was like, no. I was like, probably really didn't even see something or shouldn't even, he's like, yeah, it's okay. Years later, I told him, I said, Grandpa, remember that time we went squirrel hunting and I shot my gun? He's like, and before I could even say anything, he looked over at me. He said, you didn't mean to shoot it, did you? And I said, yep, that's exactly correct. I was like, how did you know? He's like, well, he said, I either figured it was that, he said, which I didn't want to think, and it worried me. He said, but I tend to, he said, in my mind, I thought you just shot it just to shoot it for fun. Like you didn't want to shoot any squirrels. He said, I knew you didn't want to kill no squirrels. And I didn't. Like, the idea of hunting didn't fucking appeal to me. But I was going to do it because I wanted to do something with my grandpa. But I never did shoot a squirrel. And so he's like, I just figured you just, aimed at the tree or something. He's like, but I knew you lied to me when you said that when I asked you what I did. He's like, what happened? He's like, was it bad? He said, because you didn't hurt yourself. I said, no, I had it pointed up like at a tree, like I was looking for a squirrel. And I was like, I think I was just bored and just imagining doing it, but not intending to, and he said, and you ended up grabbing the trigger. I was like, yep. I didn't think about that. I was so young. I didn't think when we first went out, we chambered, loaded up and chambered in case we saw a squirrel. So you need to be really careful. And I'm not a parent, but for those of the parents, my dad introduced me to shooting and stuff. It's your choice if you want to do that with your kids. But if you do, you need to really really supervise them and teach them, drill gun safety into them like a damn drill sergeant. And maybe even when you let them, or attempting to let them practice or something, you see them break one of the cardinal rules, grounded, they don't get to participate. I'm just giving an example of what I think I would do if I was, if I was sitting there standing by watching them and I saw that they swept it across themselves or pointed it at me or finger resting on the trigger, you know. But to be honest, when I was growing up, like that day in the woods, being away from my grandpa and stuff, you can obviously see I was not supervised properly. That's another situation that I'm fucking insanely blessed and or lucky, more than likely, of a freak accident. Well, not really a freak accident, but a freak occurrence that, if I just happened to be angled differently or not in the position I was in, I could either hurt me or, well, in that situation, I could have only hurt me. That was a huge ass area. I mean, there wasn't shit for miles. My grandpa would basically hang pieces of toilet tissue on tree branches to mark our trail. That's how big of a fucking forest type area we were in. So, I mean, it wouldn't have hurt anybody else, but I mean, I could have hurt myself that day bad. Could have killed myself that day. And you can say, well, yeah, you was a real dumb 11-year-old. Well, I don't know. I mean, most 11-year-olds probably would get scared when that happened, unintentionally, causing it to go off. But not every 11-year-old would be so scared they'd throw it down, go try to look for their grandpa. Like I had some sense, I knew that that was not good. I just remember hearing accounts of people a little older than me, around my brother's age, doing shit all the time. Like it's like they had no fear. Somebody's dad had a motorcycle. They all want to ride it. They'd all get on and ride it, with the adult. I wouldn't ride the motorcycle. My dad finally got one and just hammered me to ride it. So I got on and I was fucking unhappy, scared, and uncomfortable the whole fucking time on that thing. Until around the middle part where I kind of started to enjoy it a little bit. But then when we got back, the fear came back, and I got off of the thing. And again, not being supervised that well, standing too close to it, asking my dad, "What's this? What's that?" Him not paying close attention. Next thing you know, boom! I leaned right up against the hot ass fucking steel pipe, the exhaust and shit just going through after just riding it. Still very fucking hot, stove hot, and making an impression in my leg that's and a scar still there to this day. I fell on the ground immediately and said, "Ah," and immediately I just started to cry. And I told my dad, I said, "I told you I didn't want to ride the motorcycle." I said, "But you wanted me to so bad, and I didn't want to upset you." I was like, "But just like I told you, I probably am gonna get hurt." And he's like, "Oh, because your Mimi and Mom put that in your head." I said, "No, Dad." I said they did not. I was like, "I haven't even told them that you got a motorcycle." But that would be stuff he would say, like, "Well, they put that in your head." I didn't ever like to eat eggs. Every time I would try to eat them, I'd throw up. My mom or my Mimi must have put it in my head I was allergic to them. And so it was a mental, psychosomatic thing. Like, I thought it, believed it, because it came from my Mimi and my mom. Therefore, my body acted that way because I believed it like that strongly. And I got older as an adult, and I challenged my dad. I was like, "I'm old enough now to know whether or not that's something I really believe or not." And I was like, "I know I'm not allergic to eggs." I was like, "If I was, I wouldn't be able to touch them, breathe them, or nothing without." I was like, "So here." I got a little bit and I ate them. And as soon as I did, I just made the horriblest face. My dad started laughing. I said, "It's just, they're gummy." And I was like, I don't even know how to describe this taste, but it's not. And he's like, "You gotta swallow." And I swallowed them. And I was like, "There." And then I did gag a second. And he's like, "Oh," he's like, "You really gonna throw those up?" He's like, "If you do, you believe that subconsciously. You can't tell me I'm wrong." And I drank a bunch more water and then some Coke afterwards to get the taste and go through my throat. And I was like, "I'm okay." I said, "I'm not gonna throw up." I said, "But that shit is disgusting and I don't like it." My dad's just like, "It's great protein." I was like, "It might be." I was like, "And I got no problem eating eggs and a cake or goddamn anything else that eggs are put into, as long as I can't tell they're in there." I was like, I'll eat anything with eggs in it, because that's something they did too, was tell me, "Well, cakes have eggs. You eat eggs already." I was like, "Yeah, but I'm not eating them by themselves. I just fucking hate eggs. I don't like them." And I like to share a lot of these stories and things I think on that come up randomly with you guys because I don't know. I mean, my mind tells me if I sit here and open up, but I'm a lot more careful on what I open up with now because, especially if I, I think stuff through in my head before I say it, and I think about it from a troll perspective, like I hate this motherfucker, I want to target this motherfucker. I even get in my head like, some of them probably really believe the shit that Workyverse is propagandized for them to believe. So I even got in my head like, I think about it as a troll. It's like brainwash. Like I really believe this shit. I hate him. And I thought about some of the stuff I almost shared just about a month ago, and I talked about it on IG with some of my friends, and I said, and then you guys, I thought about it in my head from this perspective, and as soon as I laid it out and said what it was the topic and what was, I was like, this was the first sentence my mind thought up to say. I was like, and then this sentence came just a few later, and I said it, and I didn't get to even say something else. Like they were like, pause. They were like, Let me guess. You realized it there. I was like, exactly. I was like, I realized right there that they would think, and the other person finished my sentence. They were like, that they would say that, and I was like, bingo. And I was like, but how did you come to that conclusion? He's like, well, just say the last sentence over that your mind just said. Repeat it one more time out loud. And I said it out loud again. And they raised up their hands like, if I'm a troll and I want to twist that, and I'm like, yep, so I got to be somewhat careful because, just sharing this stuff about with Johnny's situation and why it made me fumingly angry. Like, I got so angry at Cammy, and I never threatened her. Dumb Genius, who at the time was hiding behind a ski mask and was only known as Dumb Genius, he wasn't doxxed or anything. And I remember this stuff still, so much for out of van memory holes. I remember back in the day, immediately, like, starting to distance myself and not be cool with Cammy, don't have a wrench, making videos on her. But at the same time, this was still in between before her and Creek called me and threatened me with Scooter. I was over at Johnny's, and I remember somebody saying to me one time, hey, Square, Dumb Genius wants to recruit you for the Gene team. I was like, the what? I was like, is that a serious thing? What is it? Why is it? And all I knew at that time was really nothing. I hadn't even been threatened with the trolls yet. If I was being sniped already, I wasn't aware of it. If I was being recorded, I wasn't aware of it. And then I see Dumb Genius in Dagburn's chat, so I put a face to the name. I see him later on at Cammy's, and then I hear drama and it get told from Cammy and another person, whether it wasn't Uncle Will, I'm sure, but it was one of the accounts and channels. Maybe it was Brit. I don't remember exactly. But they brought up Dumb Genius threatened Cammy and her kids. And he done that so brazenly at that time because he's hiding behind a fucking ski mask, for Christ's sake. He probably didn't think he'd ever be doxxed. Fast forward a month later when she finally goes to get a protective order because in that past month, from later on getting her to threaten me with the scooter and making me into a locale like Turkey or Johnny Goble, that Scooter and all his people, which now translates to Scooter and all the people that would form the Workyverse, that were in the Durkyverse and in the Freak Squad community, those people. I didn't know them at the time. So still yet, not aware of the danger. Like I confided in her and Freak and I said, to be honest with you, I'm not even gonna cap. I started to break down and I said, please don't do that because I have mental health issues. And I said, I'm trying to imagine being in Dagburn's shoes or that Durkee dude and this being my reality. I was like, no, please. I was like, please, I don't deserve that. I was like, I'll shut up about it. And I did. I did. And somebody brought me up in her chat one day though, and I was just watching from the bushes. And she made a comment about me. And then later I heard her say concerning old Shane Reacts. She literally said, this woman, I wouldn't fuck him unconscious. Quote unquote. From Cammy Victoria. Yeah. I wouldn't fuck Shane unconscious. That is just such a fucked up thing to say. I'm not white knighting. Shane has fucking been more of an asshole to me overall. But back then, he was a brand new person on YouTube like me in the same sector. I was trying to get to know him and be cool and go to his channel. And I heard her say that. And so when I shared that with Shane and shit, and I started talking again, it's like, I don't know, just from being threatened to that point and seeing how she acted, pissed me off again, angrily, again, back with her false allegation, pissing me off the most. That reactivated it. So I did it. And that has to be the time where she said, all right, fuck it. And she sick the trolls on me and simultaneously said he hadn't shut up after this long. So you know what? I'm gonna get him to where he has to legally shut up. She filed a protective order. I should have fought it and I would have won. Because back then I could have shown the shit of Jean being the one that threatened her kids and her family. I could have demanded her to produce that. There wasn't enough of an organization to where I doubt she would have faked evidence, especially in a court case. She just doesn't strike me as that stupid. I don't know. I mean, she don't seem like she would be as stupid as Brookie. But then again, Brookie was smart enough when given the chance to drop it before she goes through and potentially gets perjury charges and more, lying to the court. She dropped it. So, that was my fuck up for ignoring the protective order. I had an experience with a family member in the heat of the moment after an argument during a visitation go and file one on me. They did not follow through on it. And I believe that is where, and when that happened, I asked legal advice about it and got told pretty much, uh, I pretty much got told, I think, from the person that told me, was just to like massage and make me not worry. And they said, you could handle it without a lawyer yourself. They said, but it's really nothing. That was a complete lie. But then again, it wasn't because see, she didn't say or lie that we dated. She didn't say we would had kids or nothing. So when she got her order, it didn't restrict any of my constitutional rights. Besides just contacting her directly and shit like that, and or talking through a third party to try to talk to her or whatever, which I had no desire in. But Brookie, and see, they learned that too, the Junkieverse did. And that's why when Brookie filed hers, she made up and took on the bogus, imaginative theme to put on there that we dated and that I had her mobile number and wouldn't stop calling it, which is just bullshit. I've never had her mobile number. Like I said long ago, all right, Brooke, if that's the case, surely you recorded some of these threatening calls or voicemails. Play some of them. I was expecting them to make AI shit and like really go all out to make it sound like it's a voicemail message recording with the voicemail robot talking, all that shit. They didn't make shit. They didn't even try to use something from a clip or live when I was on the phone or nothing like that. I couldn't believe it, but I said later on, I was like, notice how she never showed any. I was like, and this is after the court case. I was like, she's still claiming that it was a win and that I really did. Okay, now that the court case is done with and I won, even though you're still trying to claim to be a victor, since you can't use the excuse of I can't put anything out until the case is through while the case is ongoing. Well, the case is not ongoing now. Why don't you show the proof I called you? She hasn't to this day, and she can't because none exist. That little fantasy bullshit waste of time legal obligation I had to answer, because if I had ignored that one, here's what would have happened. It would have been granted. It would have been granted under the conditions that we dated under the false assumption, because me not showing up equals something called acquiescence, which means my silence is default acceptance of the court's ruling and interpretation and conclusion. And since I'm not there, they only can go by her shit if she shows up. If she didn't show up, then nothing would happen at all. It would just fall off. But you know, so just imagine if I hadn't showed up, I would have been listed down in that paperwork on public record as being her ex-boyfriend from out of state, several states away. It's like an 8 or 9 hour distance travel. I have no car. The nearest Greyhound terminal is an hour and 20 minutes away from my position where I'm at. And that's in Memphis and Jackson. St. Louis is 3 hours. Uh, you see my options for like a bus or something to take up there. I still have to get there from here. And guess what? Uber and fucking Lyft don't operate in my area. Well, they used not to. I might be able to get on there now and get a Lyft or Uber from somebody, but they would probably be at least 80 miles away, have to drive here to get me, then drive me an hour or so to that terminal. And no one's going to do that just to date somebody long distance. And I've not dated anybody long distance since the fucking 8th grade. I lived in Missouri, and my dad was moving to Nashville. I would come back to Missouri to visits, though, and I had school friends from there because I grew up and spent most of my years there already. I was new in Nashville. I ran into a girl there that I knew through mutual friends or met through mutual friends. While I was there over the summer, we got close. We made out. We started dating. But of course, when summer ended, I had to go fucking back to Nashville. And we were going to do it that way because we concluded that even if I end up staying through Nashville through all of high school, I will always eventually come there every holiday, every summer. And I'm going to probably end up coming back and living there too. Because at the time, I was like, I went to Nashville under protest originally in 8th grade. And even after being there, especially going to that fucking private school, I was not much too happy. But, you know, I was a kid, it was reality. It was what it was. Plus, according to my mother, I was made sure and not allowed to not go because if I had stayed and reached the teenage years in Haiti, I could have potentially, and once you get to a certain teenage, my dad had custody, won it through court, but from the understanding of what I was told, if I wanted to go to my mom's once I could drive, or even before I could drive at 15, maybe even as early as 14, but definitely by 15, 16, I could have moved back and lived with my mom. The courts wouldn't have made me, like, I would have been old enough to make that choice at that point, especially if I said reasons why, and and my mom was like, and you would still have 2 years probably, or 2.5 till you're 18. That's 2.5 years child support, you know. And it's not that my mom wanted to get it, it's just that my dad was paying child support already. And I'm not going to get into all of it, but let's just put it this way, it wasn't totally fair. That's all I'm saying. Not saying people shouldn't support, but that system, some of you probably know better than me because I'm not a parent, but it's not great. It's fucked up. But that was my mother's thinking, was that, you know, he's so worried because he's paying, you know, over there, that he wanted you definitely to come with him. So, you know, you're in Nashville and it's less of a chance that you would, you know, come. And to be honest, I ended up telling my mom, I was like, Mom, honestly, I'm not going to discuss why with you all, but I told her, and I kind of hurt her feelings that time. But I told her, I said, Mom, I felt that way when I was younger, but things are a lot different now. And those things is what I'm not getting into about. And I wanted my mom to do more. I wanted my mom to care about herself more and to stand up. But she could always just list the reasons why she couldn't. And sure, a lot of them were valid, but some of them I thought about them all, and I would say to her, you know, this and this and this, though, it doesn't have to be, and it's not really that way because, and I'd explain it to her. She'd be like, "You sound like so and so," but she's like, "And I know you're right on some." She's like, "But we're talking about, I mean, I am blah 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 years old, and I miss my mom and I love her, but the fact is that if there was anywhere I wanted to go back, it was back to Missouri. It wasn't to my mom's nor my dad's." I told my mom that. I was like, you know, I said, "But honestly, I said, if you would do just two things I wanted that you should do, and you've even said yourself you should do, Mom, but you act like that you're spiritually or karmatically or by world standards trapped." I said, "I would pick you if you did those things." I was like, "But as long as you never do them," I was like, and I said, and I can't even, I was like, "But it's true. I gotta say it's true." I was like, "I would stay with Dad." I was like, "Not because he's better, but I was like, compared to one to the other, I was like, the lesser of evil, I guess." And I'm happy for my dad now because, you know, guys, this is just the honest truth. I realized that just because I didn't get along with somebody, I realized I was selfish and narrow-minded because, and regardless of all the baggage attached between me, maybe and this person, I admitted to myself, and I actually don't even think I have expressed this to my dad, which I should, and that's that out of all that bullcrap, I've never acknowledged the fact that somebody did, and they are not 100%, but we'll say 85%, the main, or 80%, you know, 5% willpower and habits and mind, and the other 15% God. Why not? Quit alcohol and be sober. And you might be thinking, well, you attributed a very small amount to mind power, willpower, God, because we hear that stuff, praying and willpower, mind power, all the time. And people that just go off of those two things, they usually don't make it. And we kind of don't ask why because we're scared, but something to be scared of. The answer is simple. A lot of people, like including my dad, has read the 7 highly effective habits of successful, healthy people. The one by Dewey, what's his name? That famous book. Sean Covey, I mean. Like, those principles and stuff, and the mind power and willpower and praying is all good. But if you don't have, and people in recovery are going to recognize this because I didn't really learn this till I got in recovery. If you don't have a solid support system of friends and family when you leave, if you get back in with your old crowd of people that shared with you an addiction, dependence, whatever your issue was that you're recovering from, if you get back into that old crowd or near any of those people and they're not on the level, like, and clean like you are on the program, sticking to stuff. And they said, and look, they said, "I know you want to be there for a friend, especially if another friend is in recovery like you are. But the reality is, if you both used to run together and use or whatever," he said, "I'm not saying you got to cut them off forever." He said, But if you're learning they're just now in recovery, I know you want to be there for them. You could write them a note, wish them well. He said, but you shouldn't have them in your immediate circle, immediate interaction, constantly close friend type position. You should not have them back in there. This specific author recommended, and the group counselor I was in and heard this agreed and stood by it. He said, for 1 year. He said, in other words, if you haven't witnessed and seen them for a year, stay in recovery. He's like, I'm not saying they can't have any bumps or they can't, like, oh, if they relapse once, it's a no-go. He said, but if they relapse, he's like, it's all contextual. If they relapse once in the last 12 months, he said, but if they relapsed every month in the last 12 months and, we're waiting until the end of this month to find out if they finally have broken it, like, you see what I'm saying? There's different, it just all depends. He said, but for real, if they don't have some type of track record, he said, you know, he said, personally, this is what I do. I got into recovery. He said, all of my friends, he said, the ones that he said I ended up still giving a chance, and some of them I'm, still contact today. He said, they got into recovery all after me. He said, but the bulk majority of them didn't stick with it, got through it, fell out, didn't ever, take it seriously, just said they were doing it, went, quit the next day. What? He's like, I never brought them back around. He said, and they was around, I'd run into them. And he said, one day I came real close to taking into peer pressure. This guy begged me like, man, I'm straight. He's like, I'm not doing nothing but drinking a little bit now. He's like, I'm not going to tell you to drink or drink around you. And he's like, well, yeah. He's like, that's reasonable. He said, I started thinking that's reasonable. He said, and I swear to God, I kid you not. He took his cell phone and he walked away. And he said he walked over by where the air was. He's like, I was going to put air in my tire. He didn't know I would walk that direction, so I did. And he's like, as I walked that direction, he's like, I completely heard him on the phone arguing literally about the price of some crack. And he looked at me when he saw me. He's like, man, for real? Like, he's like, and I grabbed the air and I said, I'm getting air, man. He said, the last thing I said to him was, man, just get help, man. He's like, I'm here for you. He's like, but he's like, I just shook my head. And he took his hand and just threw it at me like, oh, who needs you? I was like, dang. I was like, so he never got clean. He's like, I have no idea. That's what I asked him. I was like, so the dude never got clean? He's like, no. He's like, but the important thing is, he said, whether your friend started rehab before or after you, whatever clean time you have, if they don't have as much, he said, and even if they have as much, he said, sometimes they may even have more clean time than you. He's like, it's not healthy always. He's like, I can't explain it. He said, but he's like, there's instances of people here that work here. All of us work here. All of us have been through recovery. Some of us have more time than the other ones. There are people here with less time that have stayed true to their recovery compared to people who had, he's like, I'm talking a decade of clean time. He said, and you would think that they would be the best thing for all of us. He's like, that guy with decade of clean time took two people out with him. They went along with him. They used to run in the same social circle. He's like, it's not, he's like, not every case is black and white. It's like, just because something looks good doesn't mean there's not another side. It's crazy, people. Like, and to tie that in with something, we're talking about recovery, right? Can y'all imagine somebody creating something here called a recovery verse? And while this quote unquote recovery verse group was going on, you have live streams and groups and stuff dedicated, supposed to be talking about recovery, being there for people, supporting them in recovery, promoting recovery. Oh, and by the way, while in the recovery verse, bashing this or that person we currently want to bash and trash because we see them as a junk box or inactive addiction. See, they want to act like, oh, well, because on this in this instance, you know, he clearly is nodding out there. Yeah, yeah. That wasn't an active addiction. And I didn't come up with this. I talked about all this and I said it to the counselor, and they said, it's simple. You weren't an active addiction. They said you were an active dependence, though, but you were in recovery. You were working your program. They said, truth is, they said, I don't know why, especially they said in a state like Massachusetts. I was like, my medicine was wrong. They said, not the medicine being wrong, the dosage. They said, you were over prescribed even in recovery. They said, that's the truth, Ian. You were over prescribed in recovery. But they said, but it's different than being overprescribed with a doctor at a pain clinic. He said, there's plenty of people that are getting overprescribed, are asking and feigning symptoms to appear to need more medicine and getting it from doctors, and they're aware. He said, that situation is different than being somebody in recovery, somebody that has come and said, look, my life's out of control. I need your help, doctor. They said it's even harder when people try to do it in abstinence. Like you had the mind to make sure, okay, I want to go to a medical a recovery place that has not just one, but a mix of different systems like abstinence, peer support, group, psychological, psychiatric, and medical. He's like, that's what you came to. He's like, and he said, there's a push. We're trying to get that to be the standard. He's like, because forever the standard was abstinence. He said, and in certain places, abstinence-based programs and stuff, that they dominate still. And that was in 2019, 2020. Now, like I remember coming back to Missouri when I came back out of rehab, and I never saw as much advertising and promotion for Suboxone and methadone until I came back from literally rehab. Before I went to rehab in Missouri, I never heard of Suboxone. Never come across it in the street, never had it prescribed. I didn't even know something like it existed. I knew about methadone, and I did try to look into methadone once, and I got pretty much told there's no doctors around here, the nearest one's this far away, and especially in the beginning, you got to go in daily, and when you do get to a certain point, they only let you take home a certain amount. It takes a while to get to the point where they're allowing you to take home 30 days worth of medicine. They said like you'd be used to at the pain clinic. So methadone was off the table. Like I said, also they have a set number of patients they can take, and there's only, that one doctor that's an hour away. I was like, well, why not just go over to that state or the other state? They said you cannot do methadone treatment out of state. That's one of the other things. Like if I'm a resident of Missouri, I don't know if it's still that way now, but at the time, because I even called and looked into it, somebody told me they may not know what they was talking about. I called and looked into it. They said, yeah, if you're not a resident of the state of Tennessee, I was like, is that a law? They said, no, it's just it's standard policy. We just don't. So that's up to the treatment places and the clinics. I imagine probably maybe some of them don't always do that now, but I get also that it's suspicious. Like perhaps somebody wants to go out of state to get methadone, so maybe in their state, and back before like 2016, people were doing that shit. Doctor shopping was going on up until 2016 in Missouri. Florida was the first state to implement a drug monitoring system. Missouri wasn't the last, but we still fell way behind in terms of catching up. You know, I had somebody I worked for that was a client, and I didn't get no benefit from it, but and I didn't technically have to take him down to Florida, but if I didn't, he'd get somebody else to, and then I'd be out of a job. And he got medicine in Missouri, but he did not get Opanas, 30 milligrams, 120, but he did in Florida, in no good old Sarasota, Florida. It blew my mind. Like I was saying to him, like, you know, you're gonna mess up, you're gonna get in trouble. He's like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, whatever. I was like, please tell me though, if anything happens, you're not gonna try to put no blame on me. He's like, no. And all I was doing was driving him there, and that's how paranoid I was back then. And I drive him to the office, but he was right. He's like, I'm making the appointment. You're driving me there. He's like, you don't even come into the appointment room with me. He's like, I can move myself in the wheelchair. You don't have to do that. It's not needed. He's like, so if you're not coming in there with me, he's like, I was like, yeah, but I know what you're doing. He's like, he said, it's frowned upon with the doctors. He's like, yes, it's morally whatever you want to think. He said, but legally, he said, if my doctors found out in Missouri, he said, apart from firing me and contacting the doctor in Florida, what have you, he said, they can't lock me up. He's like, do they not like it? Yes. Do they see it as bad? Yeah. He's like, but it's not a felony. He's like, I was like, but isn't it obtaining them by, he's like, unless I'm forging them, it's not obtaining them by fraud. He's like, he said, put it this way, I'm not following the guidelines and the standard rules. He's like, I'm doing my own jumping jacks or whatever. I was like, and I didn't just accept it. But from what I tried to look up on the internet, I remember it seemed like what he was saying was true. But I remember the internet saying, it's a good way to get yourself blacklisted and stuff like that. And, even if you obtain them, people that do stuff like that, they said they might have technically obtained them legally. He said, but usually what they do afterwards when they leave is everything but legal. So they get stopped and somebody is with them that has some of those same pills that's in that bottle, and the police feel like wanting to count it maybe or are able to because it's accessible, and they realize you don't have what you should have. He's like, there's ways people get in trouble. And so I was just nervous, but he Hello. Apologize. I had to switch the microphone and make sure that my sound settings don't have the AI noise reduction. Damn, my volume's really low. Holy shit. Testing, testing, testing. Surely you can hear me better now. My volume was way down low, like down to 10%. The 10% level on my computer has a thing called Realtek audio console application built into it because it has a headphone jack, and that's the software Realtek. And sometimes when you put in a new earbud or pair one, or even one that's already paired, every now and then you put it in, and I would find out like I didn't sound right on stream, or I would go to try to react to a video, and the sound would be really fucked up, like the audio to the earbud. And I looked on Realtek one day and I saw AI noise reduction, and it was turned on. And I saw the other thing, like one is for the mic and one's for the audio, and both of them had some AI thing turned on, and turning them both off fucking cleared everything right on up. So I don't even know why you would use that shit. But back to what I was saying before I got cut off um, about the fucking microphone. It just scared me that like here was somebody that wasn't even 40 years old just yet at first when I started taking care of them. And they was in their mid 40s up as long as I took care of them. And then they passed away. Like they legit passed away before I think they were even fully 50 fucking years old. And they was in a wheelchair pretty much permanently from the late 20s. They started having the health issues and shit early mid 20s. Finally started to be in a wheelchair right at the cusp of turning 30. Was in a wheelchair through their 30s. And then I came around near the tail end of their 30s. And they wasn't always in a wheelchair completely. They had some movement, could get up, but they could not walk. And I also was told it's a combination of he was kept on prednisone way too long, and prednisone, number one, it caused blindness in one eye, so he lost eyesight in one eye because of the steroid drug prednisone. And it done something else muscular, I think, as well. It's caused a complication and all that. And on top of the injury or whatever. And essentially going through all that, trying to get compensated, and like he tried to like it really devastated him losing his eye. And I guess that the drugs and depression, they said he just never tried to go through the physical therapy so he could walk again. And people tried and tried, and every year they said that goes by, they said some years he's not as reliant on the wheelchair. They said he's relying on it to get everywhere, but sometimes he's more like he will make himself to get up and move around the house, or not always. And then other times you'd come in and he'd be in the wheelchair going to the kitchen. I mean, once he got an electric thing, he was always using that thing. And then it got to a point where he required, me or another person to get him out of his wheelchair to get into his bed. Like he always got into his bed on his own. Stopped doing it. Claimed he was in too much pain. He couldn't do it. That's a good example of use it or lose it. I mean, and I felt bad for him. And even though he got those pain pills and stuff and doctor shopped, he's still like, and this may sound like addict explaining or whatever, or past at explaining in my case, but you know, one of the things I noticed myself compared to myself at one time and other people that I'd seen, I was like, well, he does get extra different, more strength pills. I was like, but he never, you know, he got 4 of those Opanas a day when he'd go to Florida, but he couldn't go to Florida every month. Obviously, it's not practical. But when he did go, he got 124 a day. He would take 2 a day. You gotta keep in mind, normally he's taking the hydrocodones. These were Opanas. I think they were technically both scheduled 2, but Opana is like, I think oxymorphone, and it was 30 milligrams compared to hydrocodone, which he got 10 milligram. He got 4 hydrocodone a day, but they were only 10 milligrams. So can you just imagine? Every month you're getting the hydrocodone in one state. Sometimes, whenever he got the chance and maybe had a little extra money and he could plan it right, he'd go out to Florida. Sometimes as quick as just 2 days. Like, go down there one day, have the doctor's appointment the next day, and literally come back the next day. And can you imagine like coming back with your regular script and now you got an extra script and it's Opanas 4 a day, 30 milligrams. But when I saw like, okay, he's not combining them, he's not even taking the full script of the shit in Florida, which he technically could, it's written out that way. I thought to myself, he's got to be in pain then, and at least he's not fucking acting like the typical person or addict would. He's like, because I could think of people in my peer group. I was like, man, if they had access to that shit, I was like, there's no way they could do that, have that self control. But see, I was wrong to think that. You know, I observed him accurately and honestly, but at the same time, I was wrong to think that. I was making excuses. I had compassion and felt bad for him because of his condition, his life. I mean, he was all alone. I mean, besides his sister and his mom, you know, his family, he didn't have a girlfriend. I mean, and from the time that I first encountered him and started working for him, he was in that chair. Like, he didn't have a girlfriend the whole time since I met him, worked for him, took care of. I mean, he had nobody. He didn't have a companion. I mean, a few times there would be girls that would come over there, give him attention. You guys know what I'm getting at. Why? Because he got a check. I mean, and plus being blind in that one eye, he got more than just the standard disability. You get more when you're blind. You know, so he had, you know, and he would rent or would get rent or a place set up where, you know, he had some advantages and resources he was able to use. But when you think about it, and I'm sure some time while he was getting that shit, he was abusing the system. Like, at least when it comes to the doctor system and shit. Not because he was malingering, that's a favorite troll word, malingering or faking shit, but he definitely had a dependence. And I say dependence, not addiction. To pain med. He had a damn dependence for sure. I would be saying addiction if he took all 4 of those Opanas along with the hydros. As the years went on, though, he finally did get to the point where his regular script amount was cut down from 4 hydros to 3, And he was pissed about it. And this was at the time too, I think, around this time, Florida had a monitoring system, that's right, already, but Missouri didn't. And by this time, when his dose finally got cut down, Missouri finally implemented the system. I remember him bringing it up. Because that was the last trip he took to Florida, was literally just 2 weeks before the system was going into effect. And when it went into effect in Missouri, he didn't count on, though, that they would be able to go back a little bit, more than a little bit. He got confronted, straight up confronted, because they had found his doctor shopping. I was like, how far did they go back? I was like, dude, what happened? I was like, I told you could get in trouble. He's like, no, man. He's like, I'm not in trouble for anything. He's like, the only thing I was worried about was they were going to kick me and blacklist me completely. And he said, I started talking, he's like, well, it's a fact. I'm dependent on it and I need it. He's like, you guys take my SED rate every month. And I didn't know what a SED rate was till he told me. He said, he's like, that's how they can confirm somebody's in pain, dude. He's like, when you get a structure of meds like I'm doing, and it's from the complications I'm claiming to have, he's like, that's just one of them. He's like, they would do it with you too. He said, eventually, he's like, you're kind of young. He's like, but as you get older, he said, your SED rate, it naturally could feel pain more. He said, but they can tell when it's abnormal. He's like, they just can tell. He's like, don't ask me how, but because he said, I've had my doctors ask, you've been in quite a bit of pain here a while back, since right before the last visit. And he's like, yeah, sure am. He's like, you in the same amount now? He's like, yeah. He's like, when you get the SED rate back, he said, it might even be more. And sometimes he'd say that, come back the next time, they'd be like, you're right, your SED rate's even like 20, whatever, more than last time it was up. And so I didn't know that there was any type of blood test or anything called a SED rate that would legit tell people or tell doctors, like, are they experiencing above average pain, and I was like, well, what'd they do? What'd they say? He said, well, at first he said, they told me, I was like, so what do y'all, because he said, I ended up telling him, I was like, all right, so what are you guys going to do? He's like, you caught me. He's like, I didn't, he's like, you didn't think we would, he's like, you're not the only one we're going back into the records to see who's been, he's like, because we didn't know who or what, of course, before the system. He said, but one of the things they asked for the system was the ability to see any records and to combine any record databases, prescription databases, with other states that had them. Florida had it, remember? He didn't worry about that, though, because in Florida, he didn't see but one doctor. And he ain't even see them that regularly, right? So he's not going to fucking pop up on the Florida system. But what mattered was when they made the Missouri and integrated it, and his name came up as being active in that registry, they told him that, they got notifications about every patient name they had and had patients. If they showed up at Florida or what, and they said, that's how we knew you was in Sarasota, Florida. I was like, how far to go back? He said it went as far back as Florida went, dude. I was like, how did they not fire you? He said, the only reason why, he said, I want to be clear with you. The only reason why we're not going to fire you, he said, is because we know your condition. We know you're legitimate in pain. And they said, but we're putting you down to 3 hydrocodones a day. He said, we're going to be testing you a little regularly, make sure that you're especially not getting rid of any medication. I don't think you are, but they said, with these records and the fact that you went this many times to Florida and you've been seeing us since this, they said that means that on several occasions you've had our prescription of 4 hydrocodones a day along with 120 from Florida. he said maybe not every month, but he said there's some years. He said 1 year in a year, and he couldn't believe that. He's like, "Are y'all sure?" He's like, "I'm not trying to lie. I went a bunch." He's like, "But 4 in a year?" He's like, "Yes, you went 4 times in 1 year." They said pretty much every other month for a period of about 4 to 5 months. Every other month you'd go. They said it's not criminal. They said it was done in the past, but he said they changed my dose and everything though. He said if I had done it maybe a year and it had been a year or more and I hadn't done it since, he said they specifically said, you literally did it just a couple weeks before we got this system online. They said, so we've got to make some changes for your sake. They said, we know you need the medicine, but if you're getting this dependent and the medicine's not working as good anymore, they said we need to wean you back off some to try to counteract that. And I told him, I said, man, I was like, so they no legal? He's like, no. He's like, I straight up asked him. I was like, well, he's like, did I break any law? He's like, are you guys going to turn me in to law enforcement? He's like, I said, you didn't break any laws technically, but they said, come on, you got to know what you're doing is not right. And he said, I tried complaining to them that the 4-a-day was not good enough at that current point. He tried to get them to put him on oxycodone. They said, we know. They said, but you're going to have to trust our judgment. You don't need to get on stronger stuff. And they said, and the fact that you were taking this stuff along with this other for so long, they said, no wonder you're in more and more pain and it's not working as good. They said, give it some time. They said the Opana is still in your hair and your body, even if it's not in your blood and your urine. They said, give it some time, let all that get out. He said, we'll check back on your dosage in 6 months and stuff. And I said, well, man, it sounds like they're right. And I remember him telling me at that point, I was like, man, it sounds like they're right. I was like, that's good news all in all. Like they just want to make sure and take care of you. And he's like, yeah, whoop-de-doo, I'm not going to jail. He's like, you know what, Ian? Just get the fuck on out of here. He's like, I'll see you tomorrow, all right? He's like, and maybe if you want to keep working, keep your fucking opinion to yourself. I don't even know why I talked to you about this shit. And I was like, well, damn, dude, really? I was like, I was walking out and I said, you know what? You want to fire me? That's your prerogative. I said, but I fucking told you when we was doing that stuff. I'm like, man, I was like, you're hedging on that, it's not illegal and they won't do nothing to you because you're a legit patient. But man, you said you came and you thought you came close yourself to them kicking you to the curb. And I'm like, truthfully, you even said it yourself. They don't have to not do that. They could have fucking fired him. They could have told all the doctors surrounding about what he's done, because he said that he heard from the grapevine that all the people that had been doing that, once they got the system and they figured it out, they can't get them in trouble with law enforcement or nothing. But they was going to cut them off and tell all the surrounding closest doctors they knew they would try to go to afterwards. They sent them the list and stuff too, because it's not breaking HIPAA, especially if the doctor can justify, well, I'm concerned they're going to go to this colleague next and they're going to, abuse his, they're going to abuse that doctor. I bet some of y'all didn't know that, but yeah, they can share information with a place. Like, I think what it was, he said, was that they'd call and they want to inquire about a past patient and see if they signed up, made an appointment there. And they can find that out no problem anytime. And if they find that out, then they say, okay, I need to make you guys aware of something. they was discharged from us, and then that's when, and they, I don't know if it's every state, but he said that he heard from someone that works in healthcare, I can't tell you who, obviously, that they, were in the clinic, and when they were having like a team meeting, the nurses and the doctor, receptionist, all of them together, some places do that. Like when they first come into work, they'll have like a group meeting. Some places are really strict doing that, and they did that every day. The next shift or whatever came in, every shift, and they heard like, I need them telling them for sure, like, I need you to be taking that list and be calling around and checking to see if they go to so and so's or so and so's, because they are not just going to go right around the corner and go right back to doing the same shit. No, especially if they were a part of the same clinical network, because we have one place that operates in all these different small cities that are close or a little farther away, but they're all under the same health corporation, what have you. So maybe different clinics, but they're part of the same, So they definitely could reach out to them because it's the same organization. But if they'd call, they were like, they'd have them call and confirm up, like, so and so, did they get an appointment with you guys? And most of the time the other clinic's going to think like, oh, they're just trying to make sure maybe they helped with the referral or something. But no, it was to confirm where are they heading to after we just fired them. Because I was like, well, why would they do that though? Don't they know that they need the medicine or they're going to withdraw and go? He's like, man, back then they didn't give a shit. He said they don't. He's like, you must be thinking of those other states, and stuff. He's like, you forget we're in Missouri. He's like, they don't give a fuck. He's like, dude, they don't care. He's like, you're talking about one of the states that, he's like, some of those other states have mandatory programs where, yeah, the doctors are bound to make sure they get medical help, treatment, detox, and here, fuck. He said they can cut you off Xanax's cold turkey and be free of any responsibility, even though they know there's a guarantee you're gonna have a seizure if you go off on cold turkey. He's like, getting off Xanax's is worse than opioids. I ended up asking my mom about that, and she said, usually I would tell you to not listen to him, but she said he was telling you the truth there. He said benzos are more dangerous and worse than opioids. Like, she said, opioids are bad for you, but you won't die from coming off opioids. You'll wish you were, but coming off a huge benzo amount like that, I knew of a guy that probably took sometimes between 8, who knows how much more maximum, the very minimum, at least 4 to 8, I remember. 4 to 8 blues a day. Not 4 to 8 peaches or white Xanaxes, which are the smallest milligram. 4 to 8 blues. 2 blues is a bar, yeah. So that's 4 bars a day if he just takes 4 of them. Wait, 4 to 8 blue. 4 blues would be 2 bars. If he takes 8, that'd be 4 bars. So that's 4 bars a fucking day. One of the last clients that I remember having, they took 3 Xanax bars a day. So imagine taking that much minimum, if not more, if you got it. And I'm talking about somebody, may they rest in peace, but back in the day, they was what they call trapping in the streets, It's trapping. They got busted on a keychain, camera, and microphone. Yeah, that was about 2012, 11. So back then, I think around then was the first iPhone coming out and shit. But they didn't use a wire like in movies and stuff. They legit had this chick and her man, a couple. The chick, you know, carried a keychain, and so did the guy. The guy had a keychain that went across, you know, his jeans into his back pocket type of deal. And he also had a keychain regularly he wore on his loop, his belt loops. So he did. And she had her keychain attached to her purse. Well, actually, I remember them saying it was, she had it like those little scrunchies that tighten up around your wrist and you can hold your keys there. They used to be real popular back in the old days. My Mimi had one, and I still have it to this day on my keychain. I'll get it sometime and show you what I'm talking about. But she had that around her wrist, holding the keychain so that it could get somewhat of a good angle. And of course, the mics picked it up as long as they didn't have it stuffed in a purse or something. And I remember I didn't get to see or whatever, but they said it was a keychain camera. It was like a little object that blended on a keychain to make it seem like it was some memento or whatever, you know. But in reality, if you looked really close to this thing, you would supposedly even be able to see with your naked eye that that's not a black little, you know, it's not. They said, you know, just on glance, you might think it's just a black mark on the object, maybe whatever, because it's cheap or the metal work. That black mark literally is a fucking camera lens, you know. But from that distance and at a glance and shit, you didn't see the lens of the camera. You'd have to have the damn thing like right up close to your eyeball to be able to tell, oh yeah, that's a fucking camera hole. And so yeah. And that's how they busted him. They got him on a couple things doing stuff on that camera, which was probable cause for a warrant. They pretty much, through questions of certain people that were the informants that wore the keychains, they tried to get him to reveal, knowing he won't reveal all, but this person, man, they literally they said he got chased out of town, which he didn't literally, but I mean, from the pressure, the eyes, and people talking to him, and a few people trying to legit just go up to him and beat the shit out of him. He had to get the fuck out of town, you know. And we're talking about somebody small time, not connected. And this is a small ass rural fucking town after all. I mean, I get rats aren't liked, but in areas like this, the criminal element is so unorganized. But I guess there's still a touch of fucking criminal culture that what's the word? Is pervasive throughout, no matter where you're at. So he left, not really due to fears for his life. They said that, but it just was unlivable for him here at that point. And it really, like, and that wasn't just immediate. Like, dude got arrested, put in the county jail. People, you know, it didn't even came out yet. Within a week, not even a full week, before a full week, the guy passes out after a seat. Like, he doesn't pass out, I'm sorry. He flatlines, he stops breathing after a seizure in his cell. And they estimate, they don't even know exactly how long they did rotations every so often. Nowadays, you know, and he was put in a cell that wasn't on suicide watch. He complained about needing his medication, but he never got fucking specific. Like, he wasn't the type of dude to sit there and whine and cry. And he didn't want to probably, you know, piss him off or whatever. And so he just tried to bide his time and stress through it. And they don't have any video or nothing of it. It's just that they checked on him. But people said, you know, like, when they did check on him the last time, he had asked straight up about a nurse or a doctor, please, because he was really starting to feel bad and he takes a lot of different medication and He's like, it could be dangerous. He's like, I'm not trying to overblow. He's like, yeah, and he had asked he had asked regularly, but, and I asked my client, dude, I said, didn't he, because it was a friend of his, I said, didn't he, I was like, but wouldn't it have kicked in a lot sooner? He's like, not benzos. He's like, in the amount he was taking and how fat he was, his metabolism, he's like, it took him longer to get it all out of the system. He's like, but the last time he saw him, he was starting to look like detox. It was reported in his file, like, they made a note that, he does need to see the doctor. Well, by the next time they checked on him, and that was on what was even more fucked up was that fell on a Saturday, and they was honest with him, and he realized it too. He wasn't seeing no doctor till Monday because they just don't come in on the weekends here. Like, unless it's a fucking emergency, the jail doctor is not in. And if it's an emergency, they're more than likely just call you EMT and take you to the hospital before the damn jail doctor shows up. Because they don't probably make as much as a regular doctors. Who knows? I don't know anything about that shit. But, I mean, he was found dead later on evening that day, next check. And, I mean, deceased. And cause of death had to do with, it was like, I remember what's his name saying it was polycause. I was like, what's polycause? He's like, well, the Xanaxes, dude, the detox, the seizure from coming off Xanaxes, which they for sure was able to determine he had. I was like, he's like, don't even ask how, man. He's like, because he's like, this is the last I'm gonna tell you about it. And I found out through another person, basically his cousin. He's like, dude, bit his tongue, man, hard enough to where they could tell he had a seizure. All right. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, when you do a seizure, man, he's like, you fucking, you flip out. I mean, like, your tongue, your teeth bite down on your jaw. He said, I've had one before, and when I come to, he's like, I was so fucking sore and shit from all the jerks. And he's like, I had bit on my tongue, He said, but the truth of it is he's upset, man, because he knows for a fact. He's like, he's just not going to tell you that. The truth of it is he had a seizure. He was detoxing. He didn't feel good. He's sick all around. And those complications and all of that with his poor health, weight, obesity, he's like, he suffered cardiac arrest, I'm imagining. Maybe right after his seizure, who knows? Maybe he slowly after the seizure came to. He's like, and may have sat there staring at the ground or up the ceiling. I mean, and then eventually he got to where he couldn't breathe, and slowly, he's like, we don't know. He said, but all we do know is he had a seizure. After that seizure, something happened to where eventually he stops breathing. He said, and just we hope to God that it was quick, because we kind of want to think that if it was prolonged or he didn't die right after the seizure, why didn't he call for a guard or push the button? Maybe he couldn't get to the motherfucker. He's like, I don't know, man. I said, I'm sorry. He's like, no, you're not, man. You're just being not. I was like, why would you say that? He said, because he's like, I remember what he did to you. And this is a true story. This guy that passed away, not a friend or person of my age group or generation, but I still ended up coming across him, knowing him, because he was in my brother's group of generation and stuff. One time I went to the casino one night, and I took him over there with me, and I went over there. And he asked for a ride because I just got done with the client, his friend, and the guy I worked for gave me something to go take and drop off over to me. I did. He asked me what I was doing. He's like, let's go to the casino, man. I'll give you a little something. I was like, I don't need anything. He's like, you sure? I was like, yeah, dude. I was just smoking at the time like that. Like he was offering me, I think it was Xanaxes actually. I was like, no. He's like, please take me, man. He's like, take me over there. He said, I'll put gas in your car, fill it up. He said, and he's like, fuck, I'll even give you some smoke, all right? He's like, and if you're real good, he's like, fuck, I'll give you something to play on something. He's like, come on, man. I was like, all right, all right. So I take him over there. He goes to slots, I think. He ended up giving me $20, and just as quick as he gave that, I fucking blew through it. I think at first I won $5 and I kept going and I just lost the rest. I don't even remember what I played. Oh, uh, blackjack. That's what I played. Blackjack. Yeah. Anyway, so that got done. Then I started getting real bored. I looked everywhere for him. I went around all the slots probably more than twice, back and forth, back and forth. This was when the casino was still all on the riverboat. Because state law for a long time, way back when, the casino used to dock there, and it was permanently docked there back in the current day. But it used to dock, pick people up that wanted to, you know, play and stuff, and then it would travel up and down the Mississippi River. Sometimes even going to other docks and states and stuff. And that's how it operated back in the old day. Eventually, they stopped taking it up and down the river for whatever different reasons. They docked it permanently, but they still kept it set up and docked permanently because you couldn't gamble on land. So by having it docked still, even though they didn't ride it, people could still come and cross the dock and the bridge, and they would be off Missouri state land and technically on maritime law jurisdiction, and you could gamble. Well, they finally got rid of the boat nowadays, and now they've made it to where gambling is able to be done. I mean, that was a very old, long law that took forever to get changed. I mean, it was like older than Prohibition. Like, Prohibition came and went, but that law, it stayed. It was like, no gambling on Missouri land. Somebody got to thinking one day and said, we'll just do it on boats then. Great idea. I bet you when they started doing that, the motherfuckers that made it a law to not gamble on land was like, God dang it. But here's the bad part of the story, alright? This is just young and being dumb. But it was really irresponsible of me, too. I did not have a cell phone for him because he didn't have a cell phone with him at the time. That's back in the day we're still carrying around brick and flip phones and shit. There might have been some touch screens out or whatever, BlackBerry and shit, but I didn't have one. So basically, I could not find him in the slots. Then I went around the rest of the place. I went through the whole boat, like I said. Could not find him. Tried to page him. They paged him. He never came up. And I was like, I'm starting to think, can I assume he's left? Like, I was like, I have no way of knowing, but. And so I paged him one more time. Little did I know, and would come to find out later on, he was outside smoking more than likely when I paged him. And he went outside to use a payphone, which they still had there. And he just got busy on the phone. It was getting late. I didn't have no money to play with, really no money. I mean, I'd even got myself something to eat, tried to kill time. I was like, I'm going home. I was like, he could find my grandpa, our house number in the phone book. He knows my granddad. I was like, I was like, I can't find him. And after that last page, I went out, got in my car, and I drove home. Well, and before you say that was fucked up, he gave you gas. He did not put the gas in my car yet. He was going to do that when we left to come back. So he did not give me that. He gave me that $20. He didn't give me no bud, and he didn't give me no gas yet. So other than giving me that $20 and the promises, that was it. And I tried to find him. I'm not lying about that. I had nothing else planned. I was just getting tired and bored, and I couldn't find him. So I eventually went home because I legit started to think this dude's fucking linked up with somebody and took off. I mean, this is a small area. You run into people all the time. I was like, maybe he ran into somebody that wanted to do something, had wheels, fuck me. So I go home. The next day, I don't get a call, nothing. I sleep. The next day, I get a call, and it's him. It's D. And I answer it, and I said, man, I'm telling you, dude, before you say anything, I was like, tell me, did you leave or something? Because I said I had you paged twice. I looked all around. He's like, man, I was outside smoking on the phone and stuff. He's like, he's like, but it's all good. Don't worry about it. Hey, he's like, come holler at me. Dude, I don't know why I didn't have any in, because he didn't tell me he linked up with nobody or nothing. But he also mentioned, he's like, no, I ended up getting my way back. It was really kind of vague, kind of, I'm just so stupid. The fact I didn't question more. I left, I go over there, and right as soon as I started walking up the door, I started getting a feeling like a deep, like, oh fuck feeling, like, and I walk up, and for some reason I still kept walking. He comes out, cold cocks me straight in the fucking face. Cocks me, I go down, starts kicking me, saying, motherfucker, I walked all the way home from that goddamn boat. And he kicked me a second time, and at that time, no dude, older dude, he's like, man, leave him alone. He's like you ain't never ran off on somebody or something. He's like, stop kicking him. He's like, you're 3 times his size. He's like, just make him pay you back any money he's paying. He's like, I ain't spend no money with him but $20, but still. And he's like, he's like, don't lie to your brother now. I was like, I'm not gonna lie to him, man. I said, but I told you I had you paged twice. I was like, God damn. I got up holding my side. I got over to my bud's house I was working for, and what's his name was there. He's like, and he looked at me. He's like, oh my God, dude. He's like, I told you to call him. He's like, why? He's like, what happened? He said, dude, he's like, you went and saw D, didn't you? I was like, yeah. I was like, what about it? What do y'all know? He's like, man, he called him and told him you left him and abandoned him at the casino and blah, blah, blah. I told him, I was like, man, call him, dude. He's going to call him and make him think like it's all good. And he's like, I was like, that's exactly what he did. And he told me it was no big deal. He got a ride back. He's like, why didn't you call him? I was like, he had no cell phone with him. And they're like, yeah, that's right. He ain't got no phone. I was like, he claims he was on the payphone when I paged him twice. But I didn't page him and then page him right after I paged him. I went and walked around, smoked. He's like, you didn't see him smoking. I was like, well, I went out on, apparently I was on the other, because there's there's a parking lot on one side and parking lot on the other side. There's this big long thing in the middle that runs from a building they have up top, which was a restaurant and stuff. And you run down through that corridor that goes down and straight through there towards the boat. But you have exits on the right or the left, and there's a lot on the left, a lot on the right. There's a gazebo on the left, gazebo on the right. He was on the right side with the payphone and shit. I must have went out to smoke on the first exit right by the dock, and I was on the opposite side. And even if I was on the same side of him, he would have been way kind of further up the hill, so I wouldn't have seen him because he had went to the restaurant. Then he'd went outside and smoked and got on the phone. But I waited, went outside, came back, paged him again, and waited. I did everything I thought. I mean, it was getting to be midnight, guys. Like, we went there at 10 o'clock. He told me, midnight tops, depending on how we do. And he's like, we're on a roll. He's like, I bet you'll want to stay. He really souped me up to go, but he gave me 20 fucking bucks to play. And then he just fucking took off. Like, I didn't even come with him. Like, shit. The fuck is a person supposed to do when like, that's 10 o'clock, right? Gives me the money. Boom, takes off. I'm probably done playing with that $20 by 10:40, and I think that's a very generous estimate, overestimate. And then I don't see him from 10:40 to 11:40, and I was looking around. I didn't start to try to page him till just a couple minutes after 12. So for a full 20 minutes, I'm going round and round and round and round and round, looking everywhere. In the casino part, mind you, I didn't go up the hill because it's a long walk up there or nothing. I went up there when I eventually left, and I said, "Well, if he's up there, I'll see him." It's just crazy, and stupid. Having paged again, probably around 12:10, 12:15ish after coming in from smoke, and that's when I said, "Fuck it," and I finally walked up all to the hill. And I'd say I left out of there about 12:20. And according to him, he began looking for me then at just right at about 12:30, 45, 12:40ish. And I didn't even get to ask him why didn't he look me up in a phone book or anything. And I asked what's his name. And I'm not gonna say his name. The guy I worked for, buddy, I asked him. Find out from him if he tried to call me or my house or anything, because I don't have nothing. He asked him, he said, "Did you try to call?" He said, "Fuck no, the dude brought me here. He knew I didn't have a ride. I was going to put gas in his car." She's like, "Why would he leave?" He's like, and he said, "Well, man, he didn't know if you didn't leave him or whatever." He said, "You practically gave him that 20 bucks, but then just took off. You said that you'd be by the slots." He said that he went around the slots 2, 3 times, circled around every slot thing, booth, whatever, around the slot. He said he went through all the nooks and crannies of the casino. He's like, he swears up and down he did. And he said, and I can tell you this, he's not lying about when he got home. He said, because I had accidentally called him, didn't mean to, but I called him when I was just getting back in, and he answered because he had been up watching Big Bang Theory, I remember. And he said, "What?" I remember I didn't know I was calling somebody, but then I could hear something. I picked my phone up. I was like, "Oh shit!" He's like, "What is it?" And I was like, "Oh, I must have pocket dialed you." And he said, "I heard that his grandpa," and I guess he did, because that was when I was walking in. And my granddad's like, "It's 12 something." He's like, that's an hour and 30ish 5 minutes later than last time of 40. And I said, I didn't know what to say because I didn't want to say I'd been to the casino. And he was on the phone. He said, "Tell him you were doing stuff for me, and I had you take me to the casino," which was something he knew that I did for him was something. And he said, "Go ahead and tell him." And I said, "Man, what's weird is I was just at the casino." He said, "What?" And I told him I was over there with D. And so he told D, he's like, his grandpa did get on to him, and I know what time he got home. He's like, well, dude, that's all fine and good, but the little shithead fucking abandoned me, dude. And you know me. He's like, even if I'd called somebody that late, they ain't coming to get me. He said, I walked. And he said, that is true. And he's like, he walked from the boat in Crothersville to where he lives in the square of Hayti. He's like, that's at least a good about six-ish, almost between 7 miles. He's like, it's 5 miles from both cities. He said, you take the distance of the casino to the distance of his house and the distance between two cities. I was like, God damn. He's like, yeah. He's like, I gotta say, I'd be pissed off at you too. He said, but then again, I would have had a phone. He said, you've been able to get in contact with me. And he's like, but I told him, I said, you shouldn't have beat him up, man, because he couldn't find you. He's like, I believe him. He tried to page for you. He's like, he probably shouldn't have left. He's like, I told him you should have hung out till around 1. So he's absolutely sure, like, you could say, like, I'm almost been here an hour and he's no sight of him. He's like, but I told him he was wrong for sucker punching you, luring you over there like everything was cool. And he's like, and you was a dumbass for going over there. He's like, you ought to have known that he wasn't gonna be cool with that. He's like, especially if he didn't tell you he walked and you had no idea. And he just was like, yeah, come on over real quick. He's like, he's like, could you not? I was like, man, I didn't sense anything. I was like, but when I got there, he's like, let me guess, you all of a sudden, he said, you started feeling something. I was like, yeah, but I didn't. He's like, you didn't know you done something wrong. You didn't know anything. He's like, but you did know that you brought somebody over there with you and then you left without them. He's like, and no car, nothing. He's like, can you imagine walking that far? I said, nope. He's like, well, maybe you should go walk it just to see how he feels. I was like, man, fuck it. Finally, I finally said, no, I've done enough. He got to punch me. I was like, he didn't pay me my gas or anything. You know, I didn't bring him back. I was like, I think we're more than even. And it wasn't but probably a month later, guys, that he passed away. So, you know, I didn't hold it against him. That just shows you how quick it can go. He got indicted after the buys. They came and they broke him under the warrant. He got bonded out. And they immediately picked him back up for supposedly somehow knowing he was violating the bond condition, and that's when he didn't come back out. I started to think and worry, like, you know, am I gonna die young? Or, you know, not young, but when I get around their age, like, is that a possibility for me? And I asked somebody that question. I told them I was asking that to myself, and they straight up said to me, no bullshit. They were eating something, and they put their fork down, finished swallowing, took a drink, and they said, that's exactly what's possible